Testing. I don't know, like, yesterday I kind of like, well, the whole time, I kind of like bashed on C++. And I don't know, that's like my opinion before like looking into it. So I kind of like looked up some interviews of the C++ guy. And now I kind of get his perspective. It seemed like C++ was supposed to be the replacement to C. And when I was learning to program, it was annoying because like C++ would always get in the way because I'd find tutorials and stuff. And I couldn't do things because I needed the address or I needed this or that. And it's frustrating to deal with C++ because it's always like the limiting factor. Except C++, whatever, he wasn't trying to like replace C or add to it. He was trying to like solve a problem. Because templating is really useful and it solves a lot of problems. And C doesn't have that natively, like built in. So in that sense, it makes sense, C++. And I totally understand it, except how it's implemented, he doesn't have control of that. That depends on the vendor that's making the language, so that's not his fault. In Microsoft with C++, I don't know. So I do agree with like a lot of his points, but like C++, I still don't like it. And that's not his fault. So I don't know, whatever. So I should stop like hating on C++ and just keep it to myself because like I don't have anything against him. He actually does have a lot of good points. It's how like the vendors implement it. And I don't know, I don't know, whatever. And then I'm like making my own little like C++ template. So clearly, there's something to templating things. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it. I just like need complete control of the templates. Because if I don't have control of the templates, I can't do what I'm trying to do. Like if things like pointers and things are managed internally by C++, but not really by C++, by whoever's implementing it, the vendor, whatever. It's not cross-platform. It depends on the environment. And I can't just save the address of things. And when I do, I don't know, there's like a whole lot of overhead. So it's better and easier to like just write my own templates or whatever. So like this template that I did yesterday, whatever, I had to tweak a bit. So I have optional here. What I need is to There's like 3 parts here. I have the source or whatever, the data, and then what to apply to it. The parameters being passed in to the template function. This is the template function, but there's no function. It's a macro. I could make it a function if I needed, but I hate functions. And you can't just remove functions because then the program becomes bloated. The only way to write an optimal program is to yeah, and I don't know, you gotta make up your own language basically. Off of C. And at that point, there's no way I can even explain it, whatever. So yeah, it doesn't matter. So I got the template function, or the member function. No, it's a member template. That's a class? Oh, whatever. So this here, whatever. I use this to make the type. So it looks just like C++, whatever. Except it's really not. Because this is a C++ variant. And I did find out yesterday that C++ does actually optimize down to inlining the code. So even though this is a function call in C++, I already removed the code. If you do a potato, if you do potato dot has value, if the optimization is turned all the way up, it actually does turn this into a simple ternary. But if the optimization is turned down, it'll make a function call. But if you have a very large monolithic function, and this is placed in the middle, it won't be optimized because the compiler optimizes only the top, the entry point of the code. That's why it's sometimes faster to make a whole bunch of tiny short functions, because you're guaranteed that the whole function will be optimized. But if you make a very large function, it has a bunch of small functions, if you make a really big function, only the top of it will be optimized, not the middle of it. So then you don't get the benefit of having optimized code by making really large functions. So the function call overhead is a game. It's a really stupid game. But I think if you turn... No, whatever. So basically, it is a function call unless it's optimized. Except the way I have it set up is that I can define it in control and actually make it a ternary or a macro inline, a textual replacement. And I'm guaranteed that I won't ever have to rely on optimization But then again, I guess technically the compiler could decide to turn a ternary into a function if that's how the compiler was designed. So really, nothing matters because you don't actually have full control over anything because the modern operating system is crap. And everything is free on purpose. Especially in web design. It's all intentional. It's just not fair. And one day, it's going to change. And when you have to pay money for code, for developers, for designers, and you can't steal it. When it costs money, when there's actual currency for intellectual property, things are going to flip. And it's going to be really funny and cool. And I don't know, that'd be awesome. So I don't know, I gotta like stay on track, whatever. That day's coming though. Because the whole like, everything's free, everything should be free. That's not fair. And then code, programs, technology would actually have software, would actually have a cost. It actually have value, worth money. And you'd actually be able to put a cost onto something instead of saying, well, I could just steal it. So it would literally change everything. Every fucking thing. Because right now, everything is free. Everything is technically open source. And big tech can just like suck and absorb. But if you cut it off, and you throttle it, and money actually gets directed back towards the people that develop things, everything changes. It's not going to be starving artists anymore. It'd be awesome. You know, that'd be freaking awesome. So anyways, and it's going to happen. The C++ version is like 3 separate words. Like if I pick it, whatever. Well, this same text, I gotta change it. So this is 3 separate words or different parts, whatever. This just looks like it. It's not really it. It's just special characters. This isn't actually a colon. It's 2 triangles. So that's colon, whatever, I don't know. So I just made it look like that, whatever. But this is a uint 32. So this is an optional operator. I need to figure out how to pass in optional right here, whatever. Well, as an argument. So we call it X. I'm gonna call this like template or something. Template class, and I could define optional to call this and pass in the type, so this won't have to be pasted for each of them. So I gotta make another macro to like wrap this thing. But I think I'm gonna leave it for now. But this part, I'm I'm gonna have to make a separate macro for each type. This is a function for the template, and the type needs to be on the right hand side, because if I make this boolean class for like 64-bit also, it could just truncate, but I should just write up a separate one. So I need to like define like optional uint32 or optional uint64 or optional potato foobar. I like saying potato though, because everybody can relate with potatoes. Not everyone can relate with a foobar. So I need to do that. I don't want to pass this in as an argument, because then it's just another arg to pass in. And it's like, I don't know if it's like part of the keyword. I like that better. I gotta put type checking too, because I kinda did a lazy thing. I like put a comma here. I'm checking if this type exists in it, because I made a byte and a union to check for the property. So if the property's not there, then it's not that type. So I need to like assign this or something somewhere else. So I don't know, I'm gonna try like figure something out and get this going. And I can like finish converting the rest of the stuff. I think I'm gonna leave it how it is for now. But I'll just like add uint32 to optional. And then if there happens to be like an optional 64-bit or something, then I'll deal with making two separate things of the same type or the same function for different types, because I don't need to really do a full implementation. I've already like, I was trying to write this so I could repurpose the code, but I had to tweak it a couple times and I don't want to use it anymore. I'd have to like rewrite anyways, so there's no point like fully templating it or whatever. So I think I'm gonna like leave it for now, but like at least do this so I know the type, or I can specify the type. But I'll put the type check in place also. I don't know, I'm gonna do the bare minimum right now, so I can get to like converting the rest of the code. To remove the C++. So I can run the demo, or the tutorial code that makes the image on the quad. And I can put the desktop onto the quad and make the shader program, and then get back to converting the 32-bit JavaScript engine I made, converting it to 64-bit, so we can go through the ECMA 262 from page 1 to page 816 through each like section, subsection, the whole entire thing. Page 1 to 816, the very first, to actually like meet the entire standard. But then I'm also going to make tweaks to the standard. But first I want to meet the standard to show that it can be done, because no one's done it yet. So first I got to prove that it's actually possible to meet the entire standard. But then I'm also going to like put additions to the standard for my own standard. I'm going to expand it from 32-bit to 64-bit, but also possibly to like 256-bit. I want to have it set up so you could pick the size T for the module or the file or the section that you're working on. So everything's not fixed to like whatever the size T of the machine is. So you could pick a smaller size T like 8 or 16 as like the base size T, and then use like big number if you need a bigger number. But then everything would be clamped when it's not a bigger number to whatever size T that you pick. And then it's easier to like simulate or emulate old school hardware and stuff, because I'm like writing my JavaScript engine for like video game development and stuff, like actual high performance and stuff, not this your grandma's JavaScript engine from freaking 1990. This thing has not been updated. JavaScript, whatever. Web developers use 32-bit. 64-bit's been out for like 20 fucking years. It's about time for a fucking update. Or not. Maybe like 32-bit. Maybe 32-bit's good enough. I mean, why would you want 32-bit? So I don't know. I'm gonna try to get something done. Focus, whatever. So I gotta like rename optional, put the type in there. And do other stuff too, but I gotta keep it simple for now. Do the bare minimum. So I can just get to like converting this now. So I gotta save it back up, do that. Now let's play.
8. 4. 3 static semantics is anonymous function definition, expa. The abstract operation is anonymous function definition takes argument expa, an assignment expression parse node, an initializer parse node, or an expression parse node, and returns a Boolean. It determines if its argument is a function definition that does not bind a name. It performs the following steps when called. If his function definition of expa is false, return false. Let hasName be hasName of expa. If hasName is true, return false. Return true. 4.4 static semantics is identify ref. The syntax-directed operation is identify ref takes no arguments and returns a Boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Primary expression, identify a reference, return true. ECMA International 2024 121. Primary expression, this, literal, array literal, object literal, function expression, class expression, generator expression, async function expression, async generator expression, regular expression literal, template literal, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, member expression, expression, member expression. Identify a name member expression template literal super property, meta property, new member expression arguments member expression. Private identifier, new expression, new expression, left-hand side expression, call expression, optional expression, return false, 4.5 runtime semantics, named evaluation. The syntax-directed operation named evaluation takes argument name, a property key or a private name, and returns either a normal completion containing a function object or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Primary expression, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N.
So, I don't know, the weather is really freaking hot.
That is covered by.
Not yet. Once the sun, gets started, it's gonna be really hot today probably.
A, R,
So I gotta have the fan on. The AC's not enough.
S,
The AC makes it cold, but it doesn't, whatever.
X, P, R, E, S, S,
I gotta find all the places where the word optional is used.
turn,
Make sure I can, safely do a master place.
expression,
To put optional 32-bit, whatever.
definition, expression, is true, return, name,
And I think I can do that.
argument name,
This is followed by parenthesis,
function body, return,
and underscore.
N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, E, capital O, R,
I had a naming convention,
R, Y,
then I changed it up.
U, N,
This is getting way too complicated,
N,
way too long. Names for things.
function expression with argument name, generator expression, function, formal parameters,
So I need to rename a couple things, I think.
capital I, N, S, T, A,
So I wanna
I, A,
separate this here, whatever, with this.
N, E,
I think.
A, T, O, R,
And then that way, when I put the type name here, UN6432,
N, capital E, X, of generator expression with argument,
it'll be separated from this part.
formal parameters, async generator body, return, capital
To attempt to avoid
T,
namespace pollution or mangling.
I, A, T, E, capital
I think everywhere else it's used, it's safe.
N, C, capital G, E, N, E, R, A,
All the other places, it's in a call.
U, N, C, T,
So it's not gonna mangle the namespace.
argument. argument name, 22, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, a sync function expression, a sync function, formal parameters, a sync function body, 1. Return, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I.
I'm not gonna pass in an argument. I gotta freaking template this.
Y, N,
It's not a template. I have to copy paste this every time.
N, C, T, N, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, of a sync function expression with argument name, arrow function.
So technically, my template
Return, capital
is just a macro that type checks by checking for the existence of a property named a specific name or whatever that's named after the union that it is.
C, T, I, O, N, capital
Or whatever, so just check for this. I check for this,
S, of arrow function with argument
the
name,
existence of this byte. This is just a byte, I think, with the uint8,
equals, a sync
the char, if you want to call it char.
C, O, V, E, R, capital C, A, L, L, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I,
And do I need this T here?
capital A, N, D, capital A, S, Y, N,
I probably should have it.
capital A, R, R,
I hate, something is up. It's freaking,
concise body,
I hate this program.
capital I, N, S, T, A,
So I'm gonna like, try to get something done.
capital A,
I'm gonna replace this stuff first and then figure out how to like
capital A, R, R, O,
pass in another argument so I can template this, because this whole thing inside of here,
I, O,
for passing, this can be templated.
arrow function with argument name,
This is the union, the type, whatever, the class, whatever you want to call it, but it's not really a class, it's a fake,
definition of
it's a fake class.
with arguments undefined and name, set value to the source text
So here, whatever, it's a union basically.
value, 0.5 contains, comma 5.1 static semantics.
So this could be passed in as an argument.
Did operation contains takes argument symbol, a grammar symbol, and returns a boolean. Every grammar production alternative in this specification which is not listed below implicitly has the
It's called X or Y,
child of this parse node, do, A if child
and I can make optional.
true, B if child is an instance of a non-terminal, then I let contained be the result of child contains symbol. 2. If contained is true, return true, return false. Function declaration, function binding identifier, formal parameters, function body, function, formal parameters, function body, function expression, function binding identifier, formal parameters, function body, generator declaration, function binding identifier, formal parameters, generator body, function, formal parameter,
I can do like template thing or something.
expression, function binding
Something optional as template thing.
generator body,
Pass in YZ.
a sync
So Z is the argument list, which is right here,
generator body, a
inside of optional.
parameters, a sync generator body, a sync generator expression, a sync function binding identifier,
These two separate pieces here. There's a secret hidden comma right there.
a sync function binding identifier, formal parameters,
So I can do optional, call template thing, the macro whatever. It's not really a call.
B, X
It's a textual replacement.
123,
Can pass in
a sync function binding
this keyword
formal parameter,
here,
function body, return false,
and then I gotta pass in the type. So I gotta add the type too. So like UN32.
and definitions, class tail, class heritage opt, class
So I gotta pass this in also.
return true, if symbol is
So we do a type check for this,
heritage is present,
but also for this. So that's redundant.
3, if
It's redundant to have that.
then, A if class heritage contains symbol is true. Return true. Return the result of computed property contains a
So I should pass in optional
static.
in UN32,
Return
and then inside of the macro,
equals.
I'll have it concat to form this keyword.
Return false.
So I'll do that then.
Symbol is true. Return.
If I have to, I want to keep it simple. I want to like not modify this. I just want to write the code and get done. But if I have to go further, then I do this, whatever.
Capital.
So this way I have an entire C++ template, almost, but not really.
S.
Because technically,
D. Capital E.
it's completely like autonomous. It's not even attached to the type.
O. N.
It's only because I'm calling this macro that it knows what to apply to it.
E. D. Capital E.
And it does have like a type that I can check for.
S. S. I.
But technically it's like not even related, but it is.
A. R.
And then you also have to like, to use this, you have to like use optional and then specify the type,
M.
which is annoying because in C++ you can easily
Capital.
just carry out the operation on it because the compiler keeps track of it.
Arrow binding identifier equals a sync
So this isn't really the best template method,
super
but I like this better than C++.
false.
So inside of the macro, I'd like take these two keywords
Arrow function capital C O V E
and then I guess glue to form this keyword.
A L L capital E X P R E S S I
So then form it like that, whatever, and then it forms the entire keyword.
capital A
That gets passed in, I guess, any other argument.
capital A
So XYZ.
R.
And then to form this,
If symbol is not one of new target, super property, super core,
it's passed in here,
turn false. Let head be the async arrowhead that is covered by capital C
and then the entire template macro setup would work.
A L
All this stuff here.
E X P
There's more stuff above, whatever.
S I O N
It'd work for like
N D capital A S Y
UN64.
capital A R R. If head contains symbol is true, return true. Return a concise body contains symbol.
Or for potato.
24. ECMA International 2024. Note 2 static semantic rules that depend upon substructure generally do not look into
So I don't know. And then assembly language, they have
and upon
more advanced macros and stuff.
static initialization blocks. Note 4
C has like limited
usage within an arrow function.
macro expansion. It doesn't have loops with macros.
If
So in like assembly, this could probably be broken down easier, where it has to be like, you could possibly like do this, whatever,
symbol, literal property name, identify,
and not have to pass in or define it with the word potato.
identifier name. If
You could also probably make a list and then pass in the list and have it generate them.
return false. Super property
But this isn't assembly, this is C.
name.
And C sucks.
A reserved word super. Return true. Return false. Call expression.
Everything sucks.
Identifier name.
So I don't know, whatever.
Name symbol is true. Return true. Return false.
I should try to focus to get done.
Identifier name 1. Return false. Optional chain. Optional chain. Identifier name. If optional chain contains symbol is true. Return true. Return false. Comma 5.2 static semantics. Computed property contains. The syntax directed operation computed property contains takes argument symbol, a grammar symbol, and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: class element name, private identifier, property name, literal property name, return false, property name, computed property name, return the result of computed property name contains symbol, method definition, class element name, unique formal parameters, function body, get class element name, function body, set class element name, property set parameter list, function body, return the result of computed property contains of class element name with argument symbol, generate a method, class element name, unique formal parameters, generate a body, return the result of computed property contains of class element name with argument symbol. ECMA International 2024 125. Async generate a method, async class element name, unique formal parameters, async generator body, return the result of computed property contains of class element name with argument symbol. Class element list. Class element list. Class element let in list. The computed property contains of class element list with argument symbol. If in list is true, return true. Return the result of computed property contains of class element with argument symbol. Class element. Class static block 1. Return false. Class element 1. Return false. Async method. Async class element name. Unique formal parameters. Async function body 1. Return the result of computed property contains of class element name with argument symbol. Field definition. Class element name initial is eropt. Return the result of computed property contains of class element name with argument symbol. Point 6 miscellaneous. These operations are used in multiple places throughout the specification. 6.1 runtime semantics. Instantiate function object. The syntax-directed operation instantiate function object takes arguments env, an environment record, and private env, a private environment record or null, and returns an ECMA script function object. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: function declaration, function binding identifier, formal parameters, function body, function, formal parameters, function body, return, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, T, E, capital O, R, D, I, N, A, R, Y, capital F, U, N, C, T, I, O, N, capital O, B, J, of function declaration with arguments env and private env. Generator declaration, function binding identifier, formal parameters, generator body, function, formal parameters, generator body, return, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, T, E, capital G, E, N, E, R, A, T, O, R, capital F, U, N, C, T, I, O, N, capital O, B, of generator declaration with arguments env and private env. Async generator declaration, async function binding identifier, formal parameters, async generator body, async function, formal parameters, async generator body, return, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, T, E, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital G, E, N, E, R, A, T, O, R, capital F, U, N, C, T, of async generator declaration with arguments env and private env. 26. ECMA International 2024. Async function declaration, async function binding identifier, formal parameters, async function body, async function, formal parameters, async function body, return instantiate async function object of async function declaration with arguments env and private env8. 6. 2 runtime semantics. Binding initialization. The syntax-directed operation binding initialization takes arguments value, an ECMA script language value, and environment, an environment record or undefined, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: binding identifier. Identifier. Let name be string value of identifier. Return. Initialize bound name. Name. Value. Environment. Binding identifier. Yield. Return. Initialize bound name. Yield. Value. Environment. Binding identifier. Await. Return. Initialize bound name. Await. Value. Environment. Binding pattern. Object binding pattern. Perform. Require object coercible. Value. Return. Binding initialization of object binding pattern with arguments value and environment. Binding pattern. Array binding pattern. Let iterator record be. Get iterator. Value. Sync. Let result be completion. Iterator binding initialization of array binding pattern with arguments iterator record and environment. If iterator record is false, return, iterator close, iterator record, result, return result, object binding pattern, 1. Return unused, object binding pattern, binding property list, perform. Property binding initialization of binding property list with arguments value and environment. Return unused. Node undefined is passed for environment to indicate that a put value operation should be used to assign the initialization value. This is the case for var statements and formal parameter lists of some non-strict functions. See the 10th of February 2011. In those cases, a lexical binding is hoisted and pre-initialized prior to evaluation of its initializer. ECMA International 2024 127. Object binding pattern. Binding REST property. Let excluded names be a new empty list. Return. REST binding initialization of binding REST property with arguments value, environment, and excluded names. Object binding pattern. Binding property list. Binding REST property. Let excluded names be. Property binding initialization of binding property list with arguments value and environment. Return. REST binding initialization of binding REST property with arguments value, environment, and excluded names. 6, 2, 1 initialize bound name, value, environment. The abstract operation initialize bound name takes arguments name, a string, value, an ECMA script language value, and environment, an environment record or undefined, and returns either a normal completion contain unused or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called if environment is not undefined. Then, A perform environment initialize binding, name, value, B return unused, else, A let LHS be. Resolve binding, name, B return, put value, LHS, value, 6.3 runtime semantics, iterative binding initialization. The syntax-directed operation iterative binding initialization takes arguments iterator record, an iterator record, and environment, an environment record or undefined, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Array binding pattern. 1. Return unused. Array binding pattern. Elision. Return. Capital I, T, E, R, A, T, O, R, capital D, E, S, T, R, U, C, T, U, R, I, N, G, capital A, S, S, I, G, N, M, E, N, of elision with argument iterator record. Array binding pattern. Elision opt binding REST element. If elision is present, then A perform. Capital I, T, E, R, A, T, O, R, capital D, E, S, T, R, U, C, T, U, R, I, N, G, capital A, S, S, I, G, N, M, E, N, of elision with argument iterator record. Return. Iterator binding initialization of binding REST element with arguments iterator record and environment. Array binding pattern. Binding element list. Elision. Note when undefined is passed for environment, it indicates that a put value operation should be used to assign the initialization value. This is the case for formal param data lists of non-strict functions. In that case, the formal parameter bindings are pre-initialized in order to deal with the possibility of multiple parameters with the same name. 2. Perform. Iterator binding initialization of binding element list with arguments iterator record and environment. Return. Capital I, T, E, R, A, T, O, R, capital D, E, S, T, R, U, C, T, U, R, I, N, G, capital A, S, S, I, G, N, M, E, N, of elision with argument iterator record. 28. ECMA International 2024. Array binding pattern. Binding element list. Elision opt binding REST element. Perform. Iterator binding initialization of binding element list with arguments iterator record and environment. If elision is present, then A perform. Capital I, T, E, R, A, T, O, R, capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G, capital A S S I G N M E N, of elision with argument iterator record. Return iterator binding initialization of binding rest element with arguments iterator record and environment. Binding element list, binding element list, binding elision element. Perform iterator binding initialization of binding element list with arguments iterator record and environment. Return iterator binding initialization of binding elision element with arguments iterator record and environment. Binding elision element, elision binding element. Perform capital I T E R A T O R, capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G, capital A S S I G N M E N, of elision with argument iterator record. Return iterator binding initialization of binding element with arguments iterator record and environment. Single name binding, binding identifier initializer opt. Let binding id be string value of binding identifier. Let LHS be resolve binding, binding id, environment. Let v be undefined. If iterator record is false, then a let next be iterator step value, iterator record. B if next is not done, then I set v to next. If initializer is present and v is undefined, then a if is anonymous function definition, initializer, is true, then I set v to named evaluation of initializer with argument binding id. B else I let default value be evaluation of initializer. 2. Set v to get value, default value. If environment is undefined, return put value, LHS, v. Return initialize referenced binding, LHS, v. Binding element, binding pattern initializer opt. Let v be undefined. If iterator record is false, then a let next be iterator step value, iterator record. B if next is not done, then I set v to next. If initializer is present and v is undefined, then a let default value be evaluation of initializer. B set v to get value, default value. Return binding initialization of binding pattern with arguments v and environment. Binding rest element, binding identifier. Let LHS be resolve binding, string value of binding identifier, environment. Let a be array create 0. Let 0 repeat. A let next be done. B if iterator record is false, then I set next to iterator step value, iterator record. C if next is done, then ECMA International 2024 129. I if environment is undefined, return put value, LHS, A 2. Return initialize referenced binding, LHS, A D. Perform create data property or throw a to string n next e set n to n+1. Binding rest element, binding pattern. Let a be array create 0. Let 0 repeat. A let next be done. B if iterator record is false, then I set next to iterator step value, iterator record. C if next is done, then I return binding initialization of binding pattern with arguments a and environment. D. Perform create data property or throw a to string n next e set n to n+1. Formal parameters empty 1. Return unused. Formal parameters, formal parameter list, function rest parameter. Perform iterator binding initialization of formal parameter list with arguments iterator record and environment. Return iterator binding initialization of function rest parameter with arguments iterator record and environment. Formal parameter list, formal parameter list, formal parameter. Perform iterator binding initialization of formal parameter list with arguments iterator record and environment. Return iterator binding initialization of formal parameter with arguments iterator record and environment. Arrow parameters, binding identifier. Let v be undefined. Assert iterator record is false. Let next be iterator step value, iterator record. If next is not done, Then A set V to next. Return. Binding initialization of binding identifier with arguments V and environment. Arrow parameters, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N. Let formals be the arrow formal parameters that is covered by capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N. Return. Iterator binding initialization of formals with arguments iterator record and environment. Async arrow binding identifier. Binding identifier. Let V be undefined. Assert. Iterator record is false. Let next be. Iterator step value. Iterator record. If next is not done, then A set V to next. Return. Binding initialization of binding identifier with arguments V and environment. 30. ECMA International 2024. 8. 6. 4 Static semantics. Assignment target type. The syntax-directed operation assignment target type takes no arguments and returns simple or invalid. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Identifier reference. Identifier. If this identifier reference is contained in strict mode code and string value of identifier is either eval or arguments, return invalid, return simple, identifier reference. Yield, await, call expression, call expression, expression, call expression. Identifier name, call expression. Private identifier member expression, member expression, expression, member expression. Identifier name super property, member expression. Private identifier, return simple. Primary expression, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N. Let expa be the parenthesized expression that is covered by cover parenthesized expa, ession, and arrow parameter list. Return assignment target type of expa, primary expression. This, literal, array literal, object literal function expression class expression generator expression async function expression async generator expression regular expression literal template literal, call expression, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital C, A, L, L, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, D, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital A, R, R, super call, import call, call expression arguments, call expression template literal, new expression, new expression, member expression template literal new member expression arguments. ECMA International 2024 131. New target, import meter, left-hand side expression, optional expression, update expression, left-hand side expression plus plus, left-hand side expression, plus plus unary expression, delete unary expression, void unary expression type of unary expression plus unary expression, await expression, exponentiation expression, update expression, exponentiation expression, multiplicative expression, multiplicative operator exponentiation expression, additive expression plus multiplicative expression, additive expression, multiplicative expression, shift expression, additive expression, shift expression, additive expression, shift expression, additive expression, relational expression, shift expression, relational expression, shift expression, relational expression, equals shift expression, relational expression, equals shift expression, relational expression, instantia of shift expression, relational expression in shift expression. private identifier in shift expression, equality expression equals relational expression 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 bitwise and expression and equality expression bitwise XOR expression bitwise XOR expression bitwise and expression bitwise or expression bitwise or expression bitwise XOR expression logical and expression and bitwise or expression 32 ECMA International 2024 logical or expression logical and expression coalesce expression head bitwise or expression conditional expression short circuit expression assignment expression yield expression arrow function async arrow function left hand side expression equals assignment expression left hand side expression assignment operator assignment expression left hand side expression and equals assignment expression left hand side expression equals assignment expression left hand side expression equals assignment expression assignment expression return invalid 6.5 static semantics prop name. The syntax-directed operation prop name takes no arguments and returns a string or empty. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Property definition, identifier reference, return string value of identifier reference. Property definition, assignment expression, return empty. Property definition, property name, assignment expression, return prop name of property name. Literal property name, identifier name, return string value of identifier name, literal property name, string literal, return the SV of string literal, literal property name, numeric literal, let NBR be the numeric value of numeric literal, return to string, NBR, computed property name, assignment expression, 1. Return empty, ECMA International 2024 133, method definition, class element name, unique formal parameters, function body, get class element name, function body, set class element name, property set parameter list, function body, return prop name of class element name, generator method, class element name, unique formal parameters, generator body, return prop name of class element name, async generator method, async class element name, unique formal parameters, async generator body, return prop name of class element name, class element, class static block 1. Return empty, class element. 1. Return empty, async method, async class element name, unique formal parameters, async function body, 1. Return prop name of class element name, field definition, class element name initializer opt 1. Return prop name of class element name, private identifier 1. Return empty, executable code and execution contexts 9.1 Environment records. Environment record is a specification type used to define the association of identifiers to specific variables and functions, based upon the lexical nesting structure of VCMA script code. Usually an environment record is associated with some specific syntactic structure of VCMA script code such as a function declaration, a block statement, or a catch clause of a try statement. Each time such code is evaluated, a new environment record is created to record the identifier bindings that are created by that code. Every environment record has an field, which is either null or a reference to an outer environment record. This is used to model the logical nesting of environment record values. The outer reference of an inner environment record is a reference to the environment record that logically surrounds the inner environment record. An outer environment record may, of course, have its own outer environment record. An environment record may serve as the outer environment for multiple inner environment records. For example, if a function declaration contains two nested function declarations, then the environment records of each of the nested functions will have as their outer environment record the environment record of the current evaluation of the surrounding function. Environment records are purely specification mechanisms and need not correspond to any specific artifact of an ECMA script implementation. It is impossible for an ECMA script program to directly access or manipulate such values. 34. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, 9, 1. 1. The environment record type hierarchy. Environment records can be thought of as existing in a simple object-oriented hierarchy where environment record is an abstract class with 3 concrete subclasses: declarative environment record, object environment record, and global environment record. Function environment records and module environment records are subclasses of declarative environment record. Environment record, abstract. A declarative environment record is used to define the effective ECMA script language syntactic elements such as function declarations, variable declarations, and catch clauses that directly associate identifier bindings with the ECMA script language values. A function environment record corresponds to the invocation of an ECMA script function object and contains bindings for the top-level declarations within that function. It may establish anew this binding. It also captures the state necessary to support super method invocations. A module environment record contains the bindings for the top-level declarations of a module. It also contains the bindings that are explicitly imported by the module. It is a global environment record. An object environment record is used to define the effective ECMA script elements such as with statement that associate identifier bindings with the properties of some object. A global environment record is used for script global declarations. It does not have an outer environment. It is null. It may be prepopulated with identifier bindings, and it includes an associated global object whose properties provide some of the global environment's identifier bindings. As the ECMA script code is executed, additional properties may be added to the global object and the initial properties may be modified. The environment record abstract class includes the abstract specification methods defined in Table 16. These abstract methods have distinct concrete algorithms for each of the concrete subclasses. Table 16, abstract methods of environment records. Method purpose has binding n. Determine if an environment record has a binding for the string value n. Return true if it does and false if it does not. Create mutable binding n. D. Create a new but uninitialized mutable binding in an environment record. The string value n is the text of the bound name. If the Boolean argument D is true, the binding may be subsequently deleted. Create immutable binding n. S. Create a new but uninitialized immutable binding in an environment record. The string value n is the text of the bound name. If S is true, then attempts to set it after it has been initialized will always throw an exception, regardless of the strict mode setting of operations that reference that binding. Initialize binding n. V. Set the value of an already existing but uninitialized binding in an environment record. The string value n is the text of the bound name. V is the value for the binding and is a value of any ECMA script language type. Set mutable binding n. V. S. Set the value of an already existing mutable binding in an environment record. The string value n is the text of the bound name. V is the value for the binding and may be a value of any ECMA script language type. S is a Boolean flag. If S is true and the binding cannot be set, throw a type error exception. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, 35. Table 16, abstract methods of environment records. Continued. Method purpose, get binding value, n. S. Returns the value of an already existing binding from an environment record. The string value n is the text of the bound name. S is used to identify references originating in strict mode code or that otherwise require strict mode reference semantics. If S is true and the binding does not exist, throw a reference error exception. If the binding exists but is uninitialized, a reference error is thrown, regardless of the value of S. Delete binding n. Delete a binding from an environment record. The string value n is the text of the bound name. If a binding for n exists, remove the binding and return true. If the binding exists but cannot be removed, return false. If the binding does not exist, return true. Has this binding? Determine if an environment record establishes this binding. Return true if it does and false if it does not. Has super binding? Determine if an environment record establishes a super method binding. Return true if it does and false if it does not, with base object. If this environment record is associated with a with statement, return the with object. Otherwise, return undefined. 9. 1. 1 declarative environment records. Each declarative environment record is associated with an ECMA script program scope containing variable, constant, let, class, module, import, and/or function declarations. A declarative environment record binds the set of identifiers defined by the declarations contained within its scope. The behavior of the concrete specification methods for declarative environment records is defined by the following algorithms. 1 has binding. N. The has binding concrete method of a declarative environment record envrec takes argument n, a string, and returns a normal completion containing a boolean. It determines if the argument identifier is one of the identifiers bound by the record. It performs the following steps when called. If envrec has a binding for n, return true, return false, 1. 2 create mutable binding, n, d. The create mutable binding concrete method of a declarative environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and e, a boolean, and returns a normal completion containing unused. It creates a new mutable binding for the num n that is uninitialized. A binding must not already exist in this environment record for n if d is true. The new binding is marked as being subject to deletion. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. envrec does not already have a binding for n. Create a mutable binding in envrec for n and record that it is uninitialized. If d is true, record that the newly created binding may be deleted by a subsequent delete binding call. Return unused. 36. ECMA International 2024. 9. 1. 3 create a mutable binding. N. S. The create immutable binding concrete method of a declarative environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and s, a boolean, and returns a normal completion containing unused. It creates a new immutable binding for the num n that is uninitialized. A binding must not already exist in this environment record for n if s is true. The new binding is marked as a strict binding. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. envrec does not already have a binding for n. Create an immutable binding in envrec for n and record that it is uninitialized. If s is true, record that the newly created binding is a strict binding. Return unused, 1. For initialize binding, n, v. The initialize binding concrete method of a declarative environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, and v, an ECMA script language value, and returns a normal completion containing unused. It is
I like normally
identifier.
spell template, or template.
It performs the following steps.
It's spelled template.
Rec must have an
It doesn't sound like template,
bound value
but nobody says template. Maybe they do. Maybe it's a Michigan thing
initialized. Return unused, 1.
to not say template.
Have set mutable binding, n,
Canadians, they might say template,
binding concrete method
because they say a,
record
like exaggerated.
documents n, a string, v, an ECMA script
So I normally spell template,
returns either
like template.
unused. It attempts to change the bound value of the current binding of the identifier whose name is n to the value va binding for n normally,
Like that, whatever.
but in rare case
Because lots of libraries and people,
binding a
they spell it the correct way.
true. It
So whenever I spell it this way,
if n
I end up with bugs and like it's hard to find and replace things.
true. Throw a reference
So I spell things wrong on purpose and because I don't give a fuck about spelling in the first place.
C perform en
So just spell it however the fuck I want to spell it.
v d return on
So that probably triggers some people,
v rec is a
and people love to judge.
if the binding for n
So I should probably spell things correctly.
initialized, then a throw a reference error exception. Else if the binding for n and e
It's me a lot of work to memorize
n a change its bound value to.
how to spell template,
This is an attempt to
because I'm so used to spelling template the wrong way.
is true. Throw a type error exception. Return unused. Note an example of ease.
There's like a whole bunch of other words I should probably
Binding its
spell correctly.
function.
I'll start with this one.
Var x equals delete
I gotta like invest time into programming and not stalling.
137 9 1
Spelling's really not that important right now.
6 get binding value n s. The get binding value concrete method of a declarative environment record env rec takes arguments n, a string, and s, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing an ACMA script length
So first I'm gonna like go through replace optional with optional revision 1 or whatever
identifier whose name is n if the binding
to make sure like preserve the existing one.
error is thrown.
Then I'm gonna like
The value of s it performs the
make a new macro called member template or whatever,
n if the binding for n in env rec is
and that'll be like the master template one.
throw a reference error
I'll pass like XYZ.
currently bound to n in env rec, 1 1 1 7 delete binding.
And then when I make
Binding concrete method of a declarative environment record env rec takes argument n, a string, and returns a normal completion containing a boolean. It can only delete
the optional
be designated as being subject to deletion.
class function, whatever you want to call it.
Assert env rec has a binding for n if the binding for n in env rec cannot be deleted. Return false.
I'll call it optional whatever.
vrec return true, 1 1 1 8 has this binding. The has this binding concrete method of a declarative environment record env rec takes no arguments and returns false. It performs the following steps when called return false, 1 1 1 9 has super binding. The has super binding concrete method of a declarative environment record env rec takes no arguments and returns false. It performs the following steps when called return false, 1 1 1 1 0 with base object. The with base object concrete method of a declarative
And I'll pass in the arguments.
arguments and returns undefined. It
So I'll do define optional whatever.
defined
That takes one argument, which will be like the list of arguments.
records each
Basically just the source and destination.
object with an object called
Or no, the source and then the argument pool.
object environment record binds the set of
So I'm kind of like,
names that directly correspond to the property names of its binding object. Property keys that are not strings in the form of an identifier name.
this is like the best way I can come up with to like,
Both own and inherited properties are
I don't know, handle this whatever.
regardless of the setting of
I don't want to make
regular declarative environment
it entirely into C. I want to like
function in
have extra layer to like
record does not
handle things whatever.
note a regular declarative environment record, that is, one that
Because I could just replace it with like
nor a
a struct that has two properties.
not provide a super binding. 38 copyright
Or like replace the code down below
and 24 because property
with like the C equivalent.
and deleted
But I'd rather, I don't know, do this because it's more fun.
bound by an object
And it's an exercise and I gotta like,
is a side effect of any operation.
I haven't programmed in C. Well, I have been now lately.
Any bindings that are created
I don't know, whatever. I practice whatever.
considered to be a mutable binding even if the writable attribute of the corresponding property is false.
So this is like the method
For object
or the routine, the function.
environment records created for with statements. 14.11
This is like the destination
is an implicit this value for use in function call.
that'll be applied to
Ability is controlled by a
or extracted from.
and records have the additional state fields listed in table 17
And then value holds the list
of object environment records.
of the struct list that's assigned and passed in.
Records as defined by the following
And I'm gonna treat this more like a pool.
2. 1 has binding. N. The has binding concrete method of an object environment record env rec takes argument n.
Like a
Returns either a normal completion containing a boolean.
petri dish
It determines if
or
binding object has a property whose name is n. It performs
primordial ooze or something. I don't know. This is like
let found binding be. Has property binding object.
all the parameters, whatever.
Binding is false.
Handle in here.
False. If env rec
I'm gonna like adjust the C++ call
equals be.
if I need whatever.
Binding
So I'm gonna make like
false. If unset
a variable for read and then a variable for write.
to boolean get unscoppables, n b if blocked is true, return false, return true, comma.
And I should make this a bitmask.
To create
I'm not going to optimize it right now.
the create
I just want to like get it running.
method
And I should also make
accordion
a global struct
then a string and
and then assign things to a default value after it's used,
unused store
because it's much faster
creates in an environment
to use static globals
a property whose name is
than it is to like use an automatic variable that's like created inside the function frame when it extends the frame to make like temporary variables,
performs the follow
like significantly faster to use statics,
nvrec perform
especially with the loops.
throw binding object
If you have like a loop,
property descriptor undefined true
it's like an infinite loop.
d return unused field name value meaning binding object an object the binding object of this environment record is with environment a boolean indicates whether this environment
So you really couldn't speed test this loop because it'd loop on forever.
will not have a binding for n but
But if you did,
semantics of
and you have like
row may result in an existing binding being replaced or shadowed or cause an abrupt completion to be returned. ECMA International 2020
int chip or something.
1, 1, 2, 3 create immutable binding n s the create immutable binding concrete method of an object environment record is never used within this
Or I don't know, like it's assigned something, you do something with chip
or initialize binding n v
plus equals y or something.
concrete method of an object
If you use a static global,
A st-
or if you even just make this static to make it global,
value and return
the loop will be much faster,
unused store
like way faster.
it is used to set the
But not like way faster, but like enough to like notice it.
to the value v it performs the following steps when called perform
But you can't do that in lots of loops because lots of the time the functions they stack.
return unused
So you can really only do that in like
set mute
controlled scenarios.
v
And then when it comes to threading
binding concrete method of an object environment
and stuff, but then also
n a string v an ec script language value
if you do this enough,
a boolean
you're going to push the compiler to the limit and it's going to spill.
containing up
It'll use up all the memory.
station
So you can't make everything static.
view of the environment
And with 64-bit,
of
the RAP, 64-bit mod, RIP register, addressing whatever,
but if it doesn't
it's limited to 2 gigabytes.
is determined
32-bit was, you could get like 2.7 gigs, I think,
will exist as b has property
of RAM,
n if still exists
of like program code accessible RAM.
perform set binding object n
But with 64-bit, you only get 2,
comma 1
which freaking sucks.
6 get binding value n s
I gotta like adjust my engine, my JavaScript engine,
record
because I wrote for 32-bit for this reason,
string and s
because I was like caching a lot of stuff,
normal completion containing an ACMA script
and I was using that 0.7 gigs, well 1.7 gigs to like cache stuff.
associated binding objects property
So if you use a gig to cache,
exists but if it does not depends upon s it performs the following steps when called
I don't know, I'm gonna have to like figure out how to like adjust things.
has property binding object n if value is false
2 gigs is not enough.
return undefined otherwise throw a reference
64-bit sucks,
return get binding object
and like linear memory addressing also sucks.
n the delete bind
It needs to go back to like segmented memory.
record
Just expose the CPU architecture,
and returns
and let's just let the programmers do what programmers are supposed to do,
delete bindings
instead of this like hand-holding
environment of
freaking
you'd have the
everything simulated, even though it's not really 64-bit or 32-bit.
application or
I don't know,
binding for
it's really annoying.
and records are immediately followed by a call to initialize binding for the same name. Hence, this specification does not
This isn't even related to what I'm talking about.
in state of bindings in object environment.
Alright, so I'm not going to optimize this
Let binding
stuff, I'm just going to like get it running.
return binding object
So like check for like a boolean of true for read or write.
24 9 1 1 2 8 has this binding. The has this binding concrete method of an object environment record EN
And then inside of the function for this template, whatever.
false.
Or not function, macro.
Steps when turn false, comma 1. 1
I think this is
has super binding. The has super binding concrete method
value has value.
environment record env rec takes no argument.
It's for like value, whatever.
It performs the following steps when called return false, comma 1 1 2 1 0 with base object. The with base
I could do like if read.
object environment record env rec.
I'm passing in a struct that has all the stuff, whatever, packed in it.
It performs the following steps when called
So I don't have to deal with arguments and like reorganizing them.
otherwise. Return undefined, comma 1 1 3 function environment records. A function environment record is a declarative environment record that is used to represent the top-level scope of a function, and if the function is not
So now I can do like if
this binding
it's read or write, whatever. I can like do whatever to do
and
inside of each.
function environment record also contains the state that is used to perform super method invocations from within the function. Function environment records have the additional
So if it's like a read,
18, table 18, additional
I might want to call it like return.
records. Note, object environment records do not provide a this binding.
Maybe call this fail or arg.
Records do not provide a super binding. Field name, value,
This would be like an address.
an ECMA script language value. This is the this value used for this invocation of the function. This binding status, lexical, initialized, or uninitialized,
I don't like assigning the result
not have a local
to like a variable.
object, an ECMA script, function object. The function object whose invocation caused the
I like to like separate the assignment from
or under
the declaration.
environment record was created by the internal method is the value of the new target.
So I don't know. So like this would be better, I think.
Value is undefined. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, 41. Function environment records support all of
Then like pass in and return here, whatever.
methods listed in table 16 and share the same specific
And then inside the macro, do like
except for has this binding and has super binding. In addition, function environment records support the methods listed in
return.
table 19. Additional methods of function environment records. Method purpose find this value. V set the
Assign a 45 or something.
analyzed get this bind
Or actually, I assign it to what
environment records.
the actual value is.
Reference
The optional whatever.
has not been initialized. Get super
So I think I give it the class of
that is the base for super
value here.
found in this environment record.
So that way, arg return. Oh, this is a pointer though.
Accesses will produce runtime errors. The behavior of the additional concrete specification
Would be assigned back.
environment records as defined by the
Let's return instead of like assigning it as a result.
3. 1 bind this value.
I also need type checking.
Concrete method of a function environment
So I think I want to pass that into this macro, but that'd be annoying.
may script language value and
Because then I have to like type check at the top of every macro.
returning an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called assert. envrec is not lexical. If envrec is initialized, throw a reference error exception. Set
So I don't know.
envrec
I like to pass in these two separate whatever.
1.
Or separate the
Who has this binding? The has this bind
declaration from the assignment
environment
for optimizing reasons.
arguments and returns a boot.
Because when you're optimizing things,
Performs the following steps when called if it return false,
the compiler whatever,
turn true 9.
it loops through and assigns memory to 0
3 has
by default, but you can turn that off sometimes.
method of a function environment record
And that can make the program a hell of a lot faster.
in
And if you make things uninitialized,
called if envrec is lexical, return
and you don't assign 0,
is undefined.
and you only assign it when it's used,
Wise.
and you're able to like pack things at the top.
4 get this binding. The get this binding concrete method of a function environment
Then you end up having like regions of memory
and return
that are used for variables
containing an ECMA script.
that don't have to be 0 initialized when it doesn't have to be.
Following steps when called assert.
And I don't know, then it's only assigned when it's used. But then you gotta keep track of
Reference error exception. Return en
when it's assigned, where it's assigned, when it can be assigned, what's accessing it.
9 1 1 3 5 gets super base.
So I don't know, whatever.
Concrete method of a function environment record envrec takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing
I want to get back to like working on JavaScript Engine.
or a
So I'll try to finish this up today.
performs the following steps when called. Let home be envrec. If home is undefined, return undefined. Assert home is an object. Return home, comma 1, 1, 4
So this macro, whatever, if I set read and write,
used to represent the
I could like read the value
all of the ECMA scripts
and then I guess write separately here
in a common realm. A global environment
to be lazy.
provides the bindings for built-in globals. Clause 19, properties of the global object, and for all top-level
Do like arg.
8 to
Wait, wrong way.
2011 that occur within a script. A global environment record is logically a single record, but it is specified as a composite encapsulating an
So like this isn't part of
environment record. The object environment record has as its
the optional template function, whatever.
speciated realm record,
But if I needed whatever, I could like adjust the macro.
turned by the global
And if I set both read and write,
binding concrete method
they could check for this boolean,
environment record component of a global environment record.
assign the return thing.
Clause 19, and all bindings introduced by a function declaration, generator declaration,
Potato, I guess here,
declaration,
to what was in the value.
or variable statement cont, aimed in
And I can pass in, I guess I.
other ECMA script declarations in global code are contained in the declarative environment record component of the global environment record.
So
The direct
if I turn write to, then it would assign back
the
to memory, whatever arg
global environment record may contain bindings created
was
function declaration,
from argy, the struct whatever.
function declaration, a sync generator declaration, or variable
And it was like optimizing and made static and global.
created implicitly as properties of the
And then with threads,
in order to identify which
if I use threads, this eats up my 2 gigs
a global environment
of memory.
list of the names bound using its create global var binding and create global function
Which also sucks,
global environment records have the
because I'm going to go like hardcore threading
and the additional methods list
with my JavaScript engine.
on table 20
You can only get like performance from threading.
environment records field name value meaning object record an object environment record binding object is the global object. It contains global built-in bindings as well as function
If the tasks are actually truly parallel.
declaration, a sync generator declaration
So like garbage collection, I like took it out of the engine
for the associate
and like some other things.
and
So I gotta put it back in now.
turned by this in global scope. Host
So the garbage collection is like truly parallel.
value declare
So you could like garbage collect different chunks of the garbage
contains
on different threads.
operations in global code for the associated realm code except
But also
generator declaration
the standard whatever.
function declaration, a sync generator declaration, and variable declaration bindings, var names, a list of strings. The string names bound by function
It has like fake threading.
function
My variant of the standard.
generator
I'm gonna implement actual threading
declaration,
for JavaScript.
global code for the associated realm, copyrights,
Like real threading.
2024, 43, table 21.
But then I think I also want to have fake threading on top of it.
Records, method, purpose, get this binding, return the value of this environment, records this by
So I have like optional like real threading or like fake threading.
argument identifier,
Not like merge them.
environment record that was created using a variable declaration, function declaration, generator declaration,
So if you use threading, it'll take away from the threads that are used for garbage collection.
has lexical declaration, n, determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this environment record that was
So I don't know, I gotta like a lot of stuff to figure out.
a lexical declaration or a class declaration,
But I need to take advantage of threading to actually get more performance with CPU,
the name,
or as much performance as possible that I can be given,
global lexical binding can declare
because it's all dependent on the operating system.
create global var binding call would succeed if called for the same.
And 2 gigs is less than 2.7 gigs,
N determines if a corresponding
which freaking blows.
call would succeed if called for the same argument. N create global var binding. N D. Used to create and initialize to undefined a globe.
But if I was doing the static whatever with like static memory,
Binding.
I'd have to like reset these at the end of each call
Values appropriate for a var. The string value
to make sure they're like reset for the next entry.
the binding may be deleted.
And as long as I was like careful and I managed everything carefully,
Set mutable binding, but it allows var declarations to receive
then I'm guaranteed that
global function binding.
I don't have to set things to 0 every time I make the call.
The global function
So like every time I make a call for whatever,
and
I could reuse the same chunk of memory.
binding. The
And behind the scenes, if I don't pass in these arguments,
appropriate for
they get assigned 0 by default.
name. V is the initialization value.
But if I turn off that option, they won't be assigned.
Binding may be deleted. Logical
And relying on it to be assigned to 0
allows function declarations to receive special treatment.
is like a mistake or whatever if I ever need that option to turn off the zeroing.
Defined by the following algorithms,
So I don't know, I think I'm gonna like write the code to account for that anyways.
finding concrete
So even though it's like temporary,
accordion
it's to be reset anyways each time. I'll just like assign things back to the default value.
a boolean
So if they were to be reused, it would be ready for use and has the default value.
performs the following steps when called let DCL-rec be env-rec if DCL-rec has binding
And that's also why it's kind of like,
OBJ-rec be en
I don't know, I want to write it up like this, whatever.
J-rec has binding
It's because this way, these are actually temporary
to
and they're not like tied to anything.
the create mutable
Things are passed in and then assigned out.
accordion env-rec
And then I can assign these back to 0
and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw
each time, whatever.
creates a new mutable binding for the name that is uninitialized. The binding is created in the associated
It's like argY.
ECMA International 2024 declarative record
I don't need the pointer for argY
already exist in the declarative record. If D is
because that's already a struct. I need the pointer for
to deletion,
argx.
when called let DCL-rec be env-rec if DCL-rec has binding, N is true. Throw a type error exception. Return. DCL-rec create mutable binding, N, D, 1, 1, 4, 3 create a mutable binding, N, S, the create immutable binding concrete method of a global environment record env-rec
And if I make argY a global static,
and returns either a normal completion
that would eat up from my 2 gigs of code space for the program.
and that is
So at some point, things have to become malloc memory.
this environment record for NFS
And the code space memory is the same speed as the malloc memory, which makes no sense.
steps when
It's ridiculous. You would think that accessing memory that's part of the program space, it'd be faster access time than accessing malloc memory.
4,
But the whole thing is so inefficient,
the
and they intentionally, when designing it, made everything the same time.
env-rec takes arguments and
I don't know, it makes no sense.
CMA script language value and return
So if I did use static memory, then I wouldn't need to like access pointer, but if I make it like,
used to
I don't know, whatever.
the current binding of the identifier whose name is n to the value v and
So in these though, each time I like assign this back to 0,
it performs the following steps when called let DCL-rec be env-rec if DCL-rec has binding,
and then I'm safe after every call of this,
DCL
as long as I don't assign something that's supposed to not be assigned.
if the binding exists
If I like assigned the return value, even though I didn't use it, I'm not resetting it inside here, so that would cause an issue.
initialize binding n v 1 1
So I don't know.
5 set mutable binding
Optimization is like a really fun game,
method of a global
but you gotta like really keep track of everything.
environment n a string v an ECMA script language value and s a boolean and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion.
Just make a note of this. I don't know. I think I'm all playing ahead now.
identifier whose name is n to the value v if the
So just gotta like put stuff in place, finish it up, and then I can like
a type error is thrown. A property name then normally already exists,
get everything running, whatever.
not currently writable. Error handling is determined.
And I would really like to like go through this code,
CLREC BENVREC. If
remove the C++, put my stuff in place,
it's true, then a
and then run it.
rec
And when it runs,
NVS. Let OBJREC BENVREC.
have it just put the image onto the quad on the very first try.
Comma 1.
So I don't have to like rewrite anything or mess with it.
N
And I have the image or whatever
method of a globe.
from the tutorial.
BNVREC takes arguments n, a string, and s, a boolean, and returns
So I don't know, I got everything. I should be good.
EMA script language a value or a throw completion. It returns the value of its bound identifier whose name is n if the binding is an uninitialized binding throw a reference error exception. A property name then normally already
So now I gotta like undo I typed.
currently writable.
Undo whatever I typed.
And by s it performs the following steps when called let DCLREC BEN.
Did I put anything down here that I need?
DCLREC has bind
No, I didn't.
is
I'll just copy this anyways.
DCLREC get binding value n s
Paste to the scratch pad.
145. 3. Let OBJREC BENVREC return OBJREC get binding value n s, 1 1 4 7 delete binding n. The delete binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes argument n, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It can only delete bindings that have been explicitly designated as being subject to deletion. It performs the following steps when cal let d
Alright, so I like replaced optional
n
with this pipe after it, whatever. Pipe character.
binding n
So I think it can go through
nvrec. Let global object be objrec. Let existing
and replace it with optional revision 1.
global object n if existing prop is
Then I'm gonna save another backup of the whole thing.
objrec delete binding n
Then I gotta like
true and envrec contains n.
I don't know.
C returns
I don't wanna like template the whole thing,
1 4.
but while I'm doing it, I might as well.
Binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes no arguments and returns true. It performs the following steps when called return true, 1 1.
So I gotta make this macro though, with the macro body, and I can pass it in like this, like I said earlier.
Record envrec takes no arguments and returns false. It performs the following steps when called return false, 1 1 4 1 0 with base object. The with base object concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes no arguments and returns undefined. It performs the following steps when called return undefined 9 1 1 4 1 1 get this binding. The get this binding concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing an object. It performs the following steps when called return envrec. 146. ECMA International 2024. Note: global environment records always provide this binding. Note: global environment records do not provide a super binding. 9 1 1 4 1 2 hasvar declaration n. The hasvar declaration concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes argument n, a string, and returns a boolean. It determines if the argument identifier has a binding
That way I can do this whatever.
a variable state.
I actually have it fully templated.
It performs the following steps when called let var declared names be envrec. If var declared names contains n, return true, return false, 1 1 4 1 3 has lexical declaration n. The has lexical declaration
Take the macro body,
environment record envrec takes argument n, a string, and
paste it once.
it determines if the argument identifier has a binding in this record that was created using a lexical declaration such as a lexical declaration or a class declaration. It performs the following steps when called let DCLREC BENVREC return. DCLREC has binding n, 1 1 4 1.4 has restricted global property. N. The has restricted global property concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes argument n, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if the argument identifier is the name of a property of the
So that way I can have this once.
Lexical binding. It performs the following steps when called let objrec be envrec.
And then everywhere I need to use this template.
Let existing prop be global object. N. If existing prop.
Each templated thing will call the same thing. And they use the same exact setup.
Turn true, comma 1, 4.
So I can do this whatever.
Global var. N.
Otherwise I'd have to do this.
Concrete.
This is like really annoying. It defeats the whole point of having having to like paste it every time the body that does the templating. It like defeats the purpose of templating in the first place.
Redundant var declarations and var declarations.
So instead of this,
Object prop.
I would have to do this.
It performs the following steps when called let objrec be envrec. Let global object be objrec. Let has property be. Has own property. Global object. N. If has property is true. Return true.
Every time I make another template type.
Object. Note properties may exist.
And this is not maintainable.
Than be.
If I ever have to change one thing, I have to track down and update every fucking place.
Same name is a non-configurable property of the.
So I can't realistically do this. I gotta like make a single macro and compound it or fold it or whatever.
1, 4, 1, 6 can declare
to this.
N. The can declare global function concrete method of a global environment record envrec takes argument n, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It determines if a
And I don't know, I think that's about it.
would succeed if called for the same argument and it.
And I have a if defined value. And if defined has value.
JREC. Let existing prop be global object. N.
Because I define those up here globally.
Return.
Because it's the same exact thing for any operation. Because there's like overlap. Some things might also have has value or value.
Attribute values.
So I can like check the global defines to check if it's defined.
Comma 1.
And throw an error if not. Because it has to be present, the concat, to form
Create global
for each specific type,
of a global in
the routine to carry out.
rec takes
And I can make this a function if it's a whole lot of code, or just keep it as a macro.
unused store a throw completion. It
So I don't know. I think this is like really clean. It should work whatever.
record and records the bound name in the associate
I don't know. I went through the whole thing again.
already exists.
I think I have everything covered now to like check. Did I like account for everything? I think I did.
Rec. Let global object be obj rec. Let has property be. Has own property. Global object. N. Let extends.
So replace that. I'm gonna run it really quick. Make sure it works. I gotta really replace optional
True. Then a
with optional revision 1.
binding. N.
And I'll save it back up.
Obj rec.
And then I'm gonna do all the stuff I just said.
Undef. And if en.
With templating, passing in arguments.
Then a appendent env rec.
I just went through the whole thing again. I didn't see anything I missed
1.
that I can think of.
1 8
I think I got it all covered now.
binding. N. V. D.
So I should probably make better notes. But if I like spend all my time making notes, I'll never get it done.
N. A string.
Because making notes and actually doing something, I like the same amount of work. So after I make a note, I'm like,
Completion can.
then I don't want to like actually do the thing.
It creates
Because it took the amount of effort to make the note as it would to just do the thing.
environment record and
I think I'm gonna spell template the wrong way.
if a binding already exists, it is
Or not. Maybe I'll spell it the right way. I'm gonna leave it how it is for now.
it performs the following steps.
I don't know, I guess I'm done.
vrec. Let global object be obj rec. Let existing prop
I need to focus too, and I cannot focus. So I gotta try to focus.
or existing prop is true. Then a let desk be the property descript.
I need to get this program running today. Get the quad onto, or the image onto the quad.
V perform.
And then I also want to animate it.
Global object.
So when I hit the button to like pull up the shader program,
Global object. NV false. If envrec does not contain n, then
I want to like scale the desktop onto the video.
2024.
So like do like a zoom effect.
Global object.
I really should focus, get something done. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna stop stalling.
Figured
I'll like explain that when I get to it instead.
7 is equivalent to what calling the initialize binding concrete method would.
I should stop talking about what I'm gonna do. Let's get something done.
Sequence of proxy.
So I'll do that when I get there.
1. 5
First, I just gotta like get this program running and get the C++ replaced with this.
environment record that is used to represent the outer scope of an ECMA script module. In addition to normal mutable and immutable bindings, module environment records also provide immutable import bindings, which are bindings that provide indirect access to a target binding that exists in another environment record. Module environment records support all of the declarative environment record
And I can't stand the streaming software.
applications for all of those methods except for get binding value, delete binding, has this binding, and get this binding.
What percent is that?
Environment records support the methods listed in Table 22. Table 22, additional methods of module environment records. The behavior of the additional concrete specification methods for module
7.2 frames lost?
following out
That makes it red? Really?
5.
That's like such a small amount of frames.
The get binding value concrete method of a module
I never had this issue
v
for like 100 streams.
a string.
And then OBS updated, and then Windows updated.
They're in normal
And one of them,
an ECM.
some program must be taking up resources
It returns
more than they used to. So it's something up with one of those updates.
binding is an int.
I'm so annoyed.
The target bind
I can't tell if the stream is like actually failing or if it's like perfectly fine.
is thrown.
It's so fucking annoying.
Steps when called assert. S is true. Assert. envrec has a binding.
So I'm just like try to focus or whatever.
Then a
I keep looking at the stream. I'm like, is it dying?
provided
I don't have time to like check every 2-3 minutes to check.
M. See if target E
Freaking sucks.
a reference error exception. D. Return target env get binding value. N2. True. If the binding for n in envrec is an uninitialized binding, throw a reference error exception. Return the value currently bound to n in envrec. Note S will always be true because a module is always strict mode code 9, 1, 1, 5. To delete binding, n. The delete binding concrete.
Crap, it exploded.
Create import binding. N2. Create an immutable indirect binding in a module environment record. This the delete operator, in strict code, from being applied to a reference record that would resolve to a module environment record binding. C13. 5.
I like Pepsi
1. 5.
on my face, on the keyboard.
Method of a module
Damn it.
envrec takes no arguments and returns true. It performs the following steps when called return true, 1, 1, 5. For get this binding, the get this binding concrete method of a module environment record envrec takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing undefined. It performs the following steps when called return undefined, 1, 1, 5. 5. Create import binding, n, m, N2. The create import binding concrete method of a module environment record envrec takes arguments n, a string, m, a module record, and n2, a string, and returns unused. It creates a new initialized immutable indirect binding for the name n. A binding must not already exist in this environment record for n. N2 is the name of a binding that exists in m's module environment record. Accesses to the value of the new binding will indirectly access the bound value of the target binding. It performs the following steps when called assert. envrec does not already have a binding for n assert. When m is instantiated, it will have a direct binding for n2. Create an immutable indirect binding in envrec for n that references m and n2 as its target binding, and record that the binding is initialized. Return unused, 1.2 environment record operations. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to operate upon environment records. 9. 1. 2. 1 get identifier reference env name strict. The abstract operation get identifier reference takes arguments env, an environment record or null, name, a string, and strict, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing a reference record or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If env is null, then a return the reference record, unresolvable, name, strict. This value, empty. Let exists be env has binding, name. If exists is true, then a return the reference record, env, name, strict, empty. Else. 150. ECMA International 2024. Note, module environment records always provide this binding. AB, let outer be env. Return, get identifier reference, outer, name, strict. 9. 1. 2. To new declarative environment, E. The abstract operation new declarative environment takes argument E, an environment record or null, and returns a declarative environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be a new declarative environment record containing no bindings. Set env to E. Return env, 1, 2, 3 new object environment, O, W, E. The abstract operation new object environment takes arguments O, an object, W, a boolean, and E, an environment record or null, and returns an object environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be a new object environment record. Set env to O. Set env to W. Set env to E. Return env, 1, 2, 4 new function environment, F. New target. The abstract operation new function environment takes arguments F, an ECMA script function object, and new target, an object or undefined, and returns a function environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be a new function environment record containing no bindings. Set env to F. If F is lexical, set env to lexical. Else. Set env to uninitialized. Set env to new target. Set env to F. Return env, 1, 2, 5 new global environment, G. This value. The abstract operation new global environment takes arguments G, an object, and this value, an object, and returns a global environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let objrec be new object environment, G, false, null. Let dclrec be new declarative environment, null. Let env be a new global environment record. Set env to objrec. Set env to this value. Set env to dclrec. Set env to a new empty list. Set env to null. Return env, 1, 2, 6 new module environment, E. The abstract operation new module environment takes argument E, an environment record, and returns a module environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be a new module environment record containing no bindings. Set env to E. Return env. ECMA International 2024 151, 9.2 Private environment records. A private environment record is a specification mechanism used to track private names based upon the lexical nesting structure of class declarations and class expressions in ECMA script code. They are similar to, but distinct from, environment records. Each private environment record is associated with a class declaration or class expression. Each time such a class is evaluated, a new private environment record is created to record the private names declared by that class. Each private environment record has the fields defined in Table 23. Table 23. Private environment record fields. field name, value type, meaning, outer private environment, A, private environment record or null, the private environment record of the nearest containing class null if the class with which this private environment record is associated is not contained in any other class. Names, a list of private names, the private names declared by this class. 9. 2. 1 private environment record operations. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to operate upon private environment records. 9. 2. 1. 1 new private environment. Outer privy NV. The abstract operation new private environment takes argument outer privy NV, a private environment record or null, and returns a private environment record. It performs the following steps when called. Let names be a new empty list. Return the private environment record. Outer privy NV. Names, 2. 1. 2 resolve private identifier. Privy NV. Identifier. The abstract operation resolve private identifier takes arguments privy NV, a private environment record, and identifier, a string, and returns a private name. It performs the following steps when called. Let names be privy NV. For each private name Pn of names, do A if Pn is identifier. Then, I return Pn. Let outer privy NV be privy NV. Assert. Outer privy NV is not null. Return resolve private identifier. Outer privy NV. Identifier. Point 3 realms. Before it is evaluated, all ECMA script code must be associated with a realm. Conceptually, a realm consists of a set of intrinsic objects, an ECMA script global environment, all of the ECMA script code that is loaded within the scope of that global environment, and other associated state and resources. A realm is represented in this specification as a realm record with the fields specified in Table 24, 52, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, Table 24. Realm record fields, field name, agent signifier, intrinsics, global object, global ENV, template map, an object or undefined value, an agent signifier, a record whose field names are intrinsic keys and whose values are objects. A, global environment record, a list of records with fields, a template literal parse node, and V, an array. F, the agent that owns this realm, the global object for this realm, the global environment for this realm, meaning the intrinsic values used by code associated with this realm. A list of records with fields are a string and a module record. Note 1: once a parse node becomes unreachable, the corresponding is also unreachable, and it would be unobservable if an implementation removed the pair from the list. Anything default value is undefined. Note 2: as mentioned in host load imported module 16.2.1.8. Note 1: in realm records is only used when running an import expression in a context where there is no active script or module. Field reserved for use by hosts that need to associate additional information with a realm record. Template objects are canonicalized separately for each realm using its realm records. Each value is a parse node that is a template literal. The associated ALU is the corresponding template object that is passed to a tag function, a map from the specifier strings imported by this realm to the solved module record. The list does not contain two different records with the same 9.3. 1. Create realm. The abstract operation create realm takes no arguments and returns a realm record. It performs the following steps when called. Let realm rec be a new realm record. Perform create intrinsics. Realm rec. Set realm rec to agent signifier. Set realm rec to undefined. Set realm rec to undefined. Set realm rec to a new empty list. Return realm rec. ECMA International 2024 153 9.3. 2. Create intrinsics. Realm rec. The abstract operation create intrinsics takes argument realm rec, a realm record, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. Set realm rec to a new record. Set fields of realm rec with the values listed in Table 6. The field names are the names listed in column 1 of the table. The value of each field is a new object value fully and recursively populated with property values as defined by the specification of each object in clauses 19 through 28. All object property values are newly created object values. All values that are built-in function objects are created by performing create built-in function steps. Length, name, slots, realm rec, prototype. where steps is the definition of that function provided by this specification. Name is the initial value of the function's name property. Length is the initial value of the function's length property. Slots is a list of the names, if any, of the function's specified internal slots. And prototype is the specified value of the function's internal slot. The creation of the intrinsics and their properties must be ordered to avoid any dependencies upon objects that have not yet been created. Perform. Capital A, D, D, capital R, E, S, T, R, I, C, T, E, D, capital F, U, N, C, T, I, O, N, capital P, R, O, P, E, R, T, I, E, realm reg, return unused, 3.3 set realm global object, realm reg, global obj, this value, the abstract operation set realm global object takes arguments realm reg, a realm record, global obj, an object or undefined, and this value, an object or undefined, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called if global obj is undefined. Then, A. Let intrinsics be realm reg. B. Set global obj to ordinary object create intrinsics. Assert global obj is an object if this value is undefined. Set this value to global obj. Set realm rec to global obj. Let new global env be new global environment. Global obj. This value, set realm rec to new global env, return unused, 3.4 set default global bindings. Realm rec, the abstract operation set default global bindings takes argument realm rec, a realm record, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called let global be realm rec for each property of the global object specified in clause 19. Do A. Let name be the string value of the property name. B. Let desc be the fully populated data property descriptor for the property, containing the specified attributes for the property. For properties listed in 19.2, 19.3, or 19.4, the value of the attribute is the corresponding intrinsic object from realm rec. C. Perform. Define property or throw, global, name, desc, return global. Point 4 execution contexts. An execution context is a specification device that is used to track the runtime evaluation of code by an ECMA script implementation. At any point in time, there is at most one execution context per agent that is actually executing code. This is known as the agent's running execution context. All references to the running execution context in this specification denote the running execution context of the surrounding agent. The execution context stack is used to track execution contexts. The running execution context is always the top element of this stack. A new execution context is created whenever control is transferred from the executable code associated with the currently running execution context to executable code that is not associated with that. 54. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. Execution context. The newly created execution context is pushed onto the stack and becomes the running execution context. An execution context contains whatever implementation-specific state is necessary to track the execution progress of its associated code. Each execution context has at least the state components listed in Table 25. Table 25. State components for all execution contexts, component, purpose, code evaluation state, any state needed to perform, suspend, and resume evaluation of the code associated with this execution context. Function. If this execution context is evaluating the code of a function object, then the value of this component is that function object. If the context is evaluating the code of a script or module, the value is null. Realm. The realm record from which associated code accesses ECMA script resources, script or module. The module record or script record from which associated code originates. If there is no originating script or module, as is the case for the original execution context created in initialize host-defined realm, the value is null. Evaluation of code by the running execution context may be suspended at various points defined within this specification. Once the running execution context has been suspended, a different execution context may become the running execution context and commence evaluating its code. At some later time, a suspended execution context may again become the running execution context and continue evaluating its code at the point where it had previously been suspended. Transition of the running execution context status among execution contexts usually occurs in stack-like last-in, first-out manner. However, some ECMA script features require non-LIFO transitions of the running execution context. The value of the realm component of the running execution context is also called the current realm record. The value of the function component of the running execution context is also called the active function object. ECMA script code execution contexts have the additional state components listed in Table 26. Table 26. Additional state components for ECMA script code execution contexts. Component purpose. Lexical environment identifies the environment record used to resolve identifier references made by code within this execution context. Variable environment identifies the environment record that holds bindings created by variable statements within this execution context. Private environment identifies the private environment record that holds private names created by class elements in the nearest containing class null if there is no containing class. The lexical environment and variable environment components of an execution context are always environment records. Execution contexts representing the evaluation of generators have the additional state components listed in Table 27. ECMA International 2024 155. Table 27. Additional state components for generator execution contexts. In most situations, only the running execution context, the top of the execution context stack, is directly manipulated by algorithms within this specification. Hence, when the terms lexical environment and variable environment are used without qualification, they are in reference to those components of the running execution context. An execution context is purely a specification mechanism and need not correspond to any particular artifact of an ECMA script implementation. It is impossible for ECMA script code to directly access or observe an execution context. 4.1 Get active script or module. The abstract operation getActiveScript or module takes no arguments and returns a script record, a module record, or null. It is used to determine the running script or module, based on the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called. If the execution context stack is empty, return null. Let EC be the topmost execution context on the execution context stack whose script or module component is not null. If no such execution context exists, return null. Otherwise, return X script or module. 4.2 Resolve binding, name, env. The abstract operation resolve binding takes argument name, a string, and optional argument env, an environment record or undefined, and returns either a normal completion containing a reference record or a throw completion. It is used to determine the binding of name. env can be used to explicitly provide the environment record that is to be searched for the binding. It performs the following steps when called. If env is not present or env is undefined, then A set env to the running execution context's lexical environment. Assert env is an environment record if the source text matched by the syntactic production that is being evaluated is contained in strict mode. Code: let strict be true, else let strict be false. Return get identifier reference env name strict, 4.3 Get this environment. The abstract operation get this environment takes no arguments and returns an environment record. It finds the environment record that currently supplies the binding of the keyword this. It performs the following steps when called. Let env be the running execution context's lexical environment too. Repeat. Component purpose. Generator the generator that this execution context is evaluating. 156. ECMA International 2024. Note the result of resolve binding is always a reference record whose field is name ABCDE. Let exists be env has this binding. If exists is true, return env. Let outer be env. Assert outer is not null. Set env to outer. Note the loop in step 2 will always terminate because the list of environments always ends with the global environment which has this binding, 4.4 resolve this binding. The abstract operation resolve this binding takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion contain on an ECMA script language a value or a throw completion. It determines the binding of the keyword thus using the lexical environment of the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called: let envrec beget this environment, return envrec get this binding, 4.5 get new target. The abstract operation get new target takes no arguments and returns an object or undefined. It determines the new target value using the lexical environment of the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called: let envrec beget this environment, assert envrec has a field, return envrec, 4.6 get global object. The abstract operation get global object takes no arguments and returns an object. It returns the global object used by the currently running execution context. It performs the following steps when called: 2.5 let current realm be the current realm record. Return current realm, jobs and host operations to enqueue jobs. A job is an abstract closure with no parameters that initiates an ECMA script computation when no other ECMA script computation is currently in progress. Jobs are scheduled for execution by ECMA script host environments in a particular agent. This specification describes the host hook's host enqueue generic job. Capital H O S T capital E N Q U E U E capital F I N A L I Z A T I O N capital R E G I S T R host enqueue promise job and host enqueue timeout job to schedule jobs. The host hooks in this specification are organized by the additional constraints imposed on the scheduling of jobs. Hosts may define additional abstract operations which schedule jobs. Such operations accept a job abstract closure and a realm record or null, as parameters. If a realm record is provided, these operations schedule the job to be performed at some future time in the provided realm, in the agent that owns the realm. If null is provided instead for the realm, then the job does not evaluate ECMA script code. Their implementations must conform to the following requirements. At some future point in time, when there is no running context in the agent for which the job is scheduled and that agent's execution context stack is empty, the implementation must perform any host-defined preparation steps, invoke the job abstract closure, perform any host-defined cleanup steps, after which the execution context stack must be empty. Only one job may be actively undergoing evaluation at any point in time in an agent. Once evaluation of a job starts, it must run to completion before evaluation of any other job starts in an agent. The abstract closure must return a normal completion, implementing its own handling of errors. ECMA International 2024-157. Note 1 host environments are not required to treat jobs uniformly with respect to scheduling. For example, web browsers and Node.js treat promise handling jobs as a higher priority than other work. Future features may add jobs that are not treated at such a high priority at any particular time. Script or module. A script record, a module record, or null, is the active script or module if all of the following conditions are true. Get active script or module. Is script or module. If script or module is a script record or module record. Let EC be the topmost execution context on the execution context stack whose script or module component is script or module. The realm component of EC is script or module. At any particular time, an execution is prepared to evaluate ECMA script code if all of the following conditions are true. The execution context stack is not empty. The realm component of the topmost execution context on the execution context stack is a realm record. Particular kinds of jobs have additional conformance requirements. 5.1 Job callback records. A job callback record is a record value used to store a function object and a host-defined value. Function objects that are invoked via a job enqueued by the host may have additional host-defined context. To propagate the state, Job abstract closures should not capture and call function objects directly. Instead, use host make job callback and host call job callback. Job callback records have the fields listed in Table 28. Table 28. Job callback record fields, 5.2 host make job callback. Callback. The host-defined abstract operation host make job callback takes argument callback, a function object, and returns a job callback record. An implementation of host make job callback must conform to the following requirements. It must return a job callback record whose field is callback. Note to host environments may prepare an execution to evaluate code by pushing execution contexts onto the execution context stack. The specific steps are implementation defined. The specific choice of realm is up to the host environment. This initial execution context and realm is only in use before any callback function is invoked. When a callback function related to a job, like a promise handler, is invoked, the invocation pushes its own execution context and realm. Note the WHATWG-HTML specification, https://html.spec.whatwg.org, for example, uses the host-defined value to propagate the incumbent settings object for promise callbacks. Field name, value, meaning, callback, a function object, the function to invoke when the job is invoked. Host-defined, anything default value is empty. Field reserved for use by hosts. 158, ECMA International 2024. The default implementation of host make job callback performs the following steps when called. 1. Return the job callback record. Callback. Empty. ECMA script hosts that are not web browsers must use the default implementation of host make job callback, 5.3 host call job callback. Job callback. V. Arguments list. The host-defined abstract operation host call job callback takes arguments job callback, a job callback record, V, an ECMA script language value, and arguments list, a list of ECMA script language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. An implementation of host call job callback must conform to the following requirements. It must perform and return the result of call. Job callback. V. Arguments list. The default implementation of host call job callback performs the following steps when called. Assert. Is callable. Job callback. Is true. Return. Call. Job callback. V. Arguments list. ECMA script hosts that are not web browsers must use the default implementation of host call job callback, 5.4 host enqueue generic job. Job. Realm. The host-defined abstract operation host enqueue generic job takes arguments job, a job abstract closure, and realm, a realm record, and returns unused. It schedules job in the realm in the agent signified by realm to be performed at some future time. The abstract closures used with this algorithm are intended to be scheduled without additional constraints, such as priority and ordering. An implementation of host enqueue generic job must conform to the requirements in 9.5, 9.5, 5 host enqueue promise job. Job. Realm. The host-defined abstract operation host enqueue promise job takes arguments job, a job abstract closure, and realm, a realm record or null, and returns unused. It schedules job to be performed at some future time. The abstract closures used with this algorithm are intended to be related to the handling of promises, or otherwise, to be scheduled with equal priority to promise handling operations. An implementation of host enqueue promise job must conform to the requirements in 9.5 as well as the following. If realm is not null, each time job is invoked, the implementation must perform implementation-defined steps such that execution is prepared to evaluate ECMA script code at the time of job's invocation. Let script or module beget active script or module at the time host enqueue promise job is invoked. If realm is not null, each time job is invoked, the implementation must perform implementation-defined steps such that script or module is the active script or module at the time of job's invocation. Jobs must run in the same order as the host enqueue promise job invocations that scheduled them. Note this is called at the time that the callback is passed to the function that is responsible for its being eventually scheduled and run. For example, promise then action, Calls make job callback on then action at the time of invoking promise prototype then, not at the time of scheduling the reaction job. Note this requirement means that hosts cannot change the behavior of function objects defined in this specification. ECMA International 2024 159. Note the realm for jobs returned by new promise resolved thenable job is usually the result of calling get function realm on the then function object. The realm for jobs returned by new promise reaction job is usually the result of calling get function realm on the handler if the handler is not undefined. If the handler is undefined, realm is null. For both kinds of jobs, when get function realm completes abnormally, that is called on a revoked proxy, realm is the current realm record at the time of the get function realm call. When the realm is null, no user ECMA script code will be evaluated and no new ECMA script objects, for example error objects, will be created. The WHATWGHTML specification, https://html.spec.whatwg.org, for example, uses realm to check for the ability to run script and for the entry, https://html.spec.whatwg.org entry, concept, 5.6 host enqueue timeout job, realm, milliseconds. The host-defined abstract operation host enqueue timeout job takes arguments timeout job, a job abstract closure, realm, a realm record, and milliseconds, a non-negative finite number, and returns unused. It schedules timeout job in the realm in the agent signified by realm to be performed after at least milliseconds. An implementation of host enqueue timeout job must conform to the requirements in 9.5, 9.6 initialize host-defined realm. The abstract operation initialize host-defined realm takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called: let realm be create realm, let new context be a new execution context, set the function of new context to null, set the realm of new context to realm, set the script or module of new context to null, push new context onto the execution context stack. New context is now the running execution context. If the host requires use of an exotic object to serve as realm's global object, let global be such an object, created in a host-defined manner. Otherwise, let global be undefined, indicating that an ordinary object should be created as the global object. If the host requires that this binding in realm's global scope return an object other than the global object, let this value be such an object created in a host-defined manner. Otherwise, let this value be undefined, indicating that realm's global this binding should be the global object. Perform set realm global object, realm, global, this value 0. Let global obj be. Set default global bindings, realm 1. Create any host-defined global object properties on global obj 2. Return unused. 0.7 agents. An agent comprise is a set of ECMA script execution contexts, an execution context stack, a running execution context, an agent record, and an executing thread. Except for the executing thread, the constituents of an agent belong exclusively to that agent. An agent's executing thread executes algorithmic steps on the agent's execution contexts independently of other agents, except that an executing thread may be used as the executing thread by multiple agents, provided none of the agents sharing the thread have an agent record whose field is true. Note 1. Some web browsers share a single executing thread across multiple unrelated tabs of a browser window. For example, 60. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. While an agent's executing thread is executing algorithmic steps, the agent is the surrounding agent for those steps. The steps use the surrounding agent to access the specification level execution objects held within the agent, the running execution context, the execution context stack, and the agent records fields. An agent signifier is a globally unique opaque value used to identify an agent. Table 29. Agent record fields. Field name, value, meaning, little endian, a boolean. The default value computed for the is little endian parameter when it is needed by the algorithms get value from buffer and set value in buffer. The choice is implementation defined and should be the alternative that is most efficient for the implementation. Once the value has been observed, it cannot change. Can block, a Boolean, determines whether the agent can block or not. Signifier, an agent signifier, uniquely identifies the agent within its agent cluster. Is lock-free 1, a Boolean, true if atomic operations on 1 byte values are lock-free. False otherwise. Is lock-free 2, a Boolean, true if atomic operations on 2 byte values are lock-free. False otherwise. Is lock-free 8, a Boolean, true if atomic operations on 8 byte values are lock-free. False otherwise. Candidate execution. A. Candidate execution record. See the memory model. Kept alive. A list of either objects or symbols. Initially a new empty list, representing the list of objects and or symbols to be kept alive until the end of the current job. Once the values of and have been observed by any agent in the agent cluster, they cannot change. Note 2. The values of and are not necessarily determined by the hardware, but may also reflect implementation choices that can vary over time and between ECMA script implementations. There is no field. 4-byte atomic operations are always lock-free. In practice, if an atomic operation is implemented with any type of lock, the operation is not lock-free. Lock-free does not imply wait-free. There is no upper bound on how many machine steps may be required to complete a lock-free atomic operation. That an atomic access of size n is lock-free does not imply anything about the perceived atomicity of non-atomic accesses of size n. Specifically, non-atomic accesses may still be performed as a sequence of several separate memory accesses. See read shared memory and write shared memory for details. ECMA International 2024 161. Note 3. An agent is a specification mechanism and need not correspond to any particular artifact of an ECMA script implementation. 7.1 Agent signifier. The abstract operation agent signifier takes no arguments and returns an agent signifier. It performs the following steps when called. Let AR be the agent record of the surrounding agent. Return AR, 7.2 Agent can suspend. The abstract operation agent can suspend takes no arguments and returns a Boolean. It performs the following steps when C. Old 2.8. Let AR be the agent record of the surrounding agent. Return AR. Agent clusters. Note in some environments it may not be reasonable for a given agent to suspend. For example, in a web browser environment, it may be reasonable to disallow suspending a document's main event handling thread, while still allowing workers' event handling threads to suspend. An agent cluster is a maximal set of agents that can communicate by operating on shared memory. Every agent belongs to exactly one agent cluster. All agents within a cluster must have the same value for the field in their respective agent records. All agents within a cluster must have the same values for the field in their respective agent records. Similarly for the field, all agents within a cluster must have different values for the field in their respective agent records. An embedding may deactivate, stop forward progress, or activate, resume forward progress, an agent without the agent's knowledge or cooperation. If the embedding does so, it must not leave some agents in the cluster active while other agents in the cluster are deactivated indefinitely. Note 1. Programs within different agents may share memory by unspecified means. At a minimum, the backing memory for shared array buffers can be shared among the agents in the cluster. There may be agents that can communicate by message passing that cannot share memory. They are never in the same agent cluster. Note to the agents in a cluster need not all be alive at some particular point in time. If agent A creates another agent B, after which A terminates and B creates agent C, the three agents are in the same cluster if A could share some memory with B and B could share some memory with C. Note 3. If different agents within an agent cluster have different values of it becomes hard to use shared memory for multi-byte data. 62. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. Note 4. The purpose of the preceding restriction is to avoid a situation where an agent deadlocks or starves because another agent has been deactivated. For example, if an HTML shared worker that has a lifetime independent of documents in any Windows were allowed to share memory with the dedicated worker of such an independent document, and the document and its dedicated worker were to be deactivated while the dedicated worker holds a lock, say, the document is pushed into its Windows history, and the shared worker then tries to acquire the lock, Then the shared worker will be blocked until the dedicated worker is activated again, if ever. Meanwhile, other workers trying to access the shared worker from other windows will starve. The implication of the restriction is that it will not be possible to share memory between agents that don't belong to the same suspend wait collective within the embedding. An embedding may terminate an agent without any of the agents' cluster's other agents' prior knowledge or cooperation. If an agent is terminated not by programmatic action of its own or of another agent in the cluster but by forces external to the cluster, then the embedding must choose one of two strategies: either terminate all the agents in the cluster, or provide reliable APIs that allow the agents in the cluster to coordinate so that at least one remaining member of the cluster will be able to detect the termination. With the termination data containing enough information to identify the agent that was terminated, each of the following specification values, and values transitively reachable from them, belong to exactly one agent cluster. Candidate execution record, shared data block, waiter list record. Prior to any evaluation of any ECMA script code by any agent in a cluster, the field of the agent record for all agents in the cluster is set to the initial candidate execution. The initial candidate execution is an empty candidate execution whose field is a list containing, for each agent, an agent events record whose field is that agent's agent signifier, and whose and fields are empty lists. Note 5 examples of that type of termination are operating systems or users terminating agents that are running in separate processes, the embedding itself terminating an agent that is running in process with the other agents whenever. Agent resource accounting indicates that the agent is run away. Note 6 all agents in an agent cluster share the same candidate execution in its agent records field. The candidate execution is a specification mechanism used by the memory model. Note 7 an agent cluster is a specification mechanism and need not correspond to any particular artifact of an ECMA script implementation. Point 9 forward progress. For an agent to make forward progress is for it to perform an evaluation step according to this specification. An agent becomes blocked when its running execution context waits synchronously and indefinitely for an external event. Only agents whose agent records field is true can become blocked in this sense. An unblocked agent is one that is not blocked. Implementations must ensure that every unblocked agent with a dedicated executing thread eventually makes forward progress. In a set of agents that share an executing thread, one agent eventually makes forward progress. ECMA International 2024-163. An agent does not cause another agent to become blocked except via explicit APIs that provide blocking. Point 10 processing model of weak ref and finalization registry targets 9.1.0.1 objectives. This specification does not make any guarantees that any object or symbol will be garbage collected. Objects or symbols which are not live may be released after long periods of time, or never at all. For this reason, this specification uses he term a when describing behavior triggered by garbage collection. The semantics of weak refs and finalization registries is based on two operations which happen at particular points in time. When weak ref prototype derif is called, the referent, if undefined is not returned, is kept alive so that subsequent, synchronous accesses also return the same value. This list is reset when synchronous work is done using the clear-kept objects abstract operation. When an object or symbol which is registered with a finalization registry becomes unreachable, a call of the finalization registry's cleanup callback may eventually be made, after synchronous ECMA script execution completes. The finalization registry cleanup is performed with the cleanup finalization registry abstract operation. Neither of these actions, clear-kept objects or cleanup finalization registry, may interrupt synchronous ECMA script execution. Because hosts may assemble longer, synchronous ECMA script execution runs. This specification defers the scheduling of clear-kept objects and cleanup finalization registry to the host environment. Some ECMA script implementations include garbage collector implementations which run in the background, including when ECMA script is idle. Letting the host environment schedule cleanup finalization registry allows it to resume ECMA script execution in order to run finalizer work, which may free up held values, reducing overall memory usage. 10.2 Liveness. For some set of objects and or symbols S, a hypothetical weak ref oblivious execution with respect to S is an execution whereby the abstract operation weak ref derif of a weak ref whose referent is an element of S always returns undefined. This, along with the liveness guarantee in the memory model, ensures that all sexy ST writes note eventually become observable to all agents. Note 1 weak ref obliviousness, together with liveness, capture two notions. 1. That a weak ref itself does not keep its referent alive. 2. That cycles in liveness does not imply that a value is live. To be concrete, if determining V's liveness depends on determining the liveness of a weak ref referent, R's liveness cannot assume V's liveness, which would be circular reasoning. Note 2 weak ref obliviousness is defined on sets of objects or symbols instead of individual values to account for cycles. If it were defined on individual values, then a weak ref referent in a cycle will be considered live even though its identity is only observed via other weak ref referents in the cycle. Note 3 colloquially, we say that an individual object or symbol is live if every set containing it is live. At any point during evaluation, a set of objects and or symbols S is considered live if either of the following conditions is met. Any element in S is included in any agent's list 164. ECMA International 2024, there exists a valid future hypothetical weak ref oblivious execution with respect to S that observes the identity of any value in S. Note 4 the second condition above intends to capture the intuition that a value is live if its identity is observable via non-weak ref means. A value's identity may be observed by observing a strict equality comparison or observing the value being used as key in a map. Note 5. Presence of an object or a symbol in a field, an internal slot, or a property does not imply that the value is live. For example, if the value in question is never passed back to the program, then it cannot be observed. This is the case for keys in a weak map, members of a weak set, as well as the and fields of a finalization registry cell record. The above definition implies that, if a key in a weak map is not live, then its corresponding value is not necessarily live either. Note 6 liveness is the lower bound for guaranteeing which weak refs engines must not empty. Liveness is defined here as undecidable. In practice, engines use conservative approximations such as reachability. There is expected to be significant implementation leeway, 10.3 execution. At any time, if a set of objects and or symbols S is not live, an ECMA script implementation may perform the following steps atomically. For each element value of S, do A for each weak ref such that ref is value, do I set ref to empty. B for each finalization registry FG such that FG contains a record cell such that cell is value, do I set cell to empty. 2. Optionally, perform capital H O S T capital E N Q U E U E capital F I N A L I Z A T I O N capital R E G I S T R F G C for each weak map such that map contains a record R such that R value, do I set R. 2. Set R to empty. D for each weak set such that set contains value, do I replace the element of set whose value is value with an element whose value is empty. ECMA International 2024 165. Note 1. Together with the definition of liveness, this clause prescribes optimizations that an implementation may apply regarding weak refs. It is possible to access an object without observing its identity. Optimizations such as dead variable elimination and scalar replacement on properties of non-escaping objects whose identity is not observed are allowed. These optimizations are thus allowed to observably empty weak refs that point to such objects. On the other hand, if an object's identity is observable, and that object is in the internal slot of a weak ref, optimizations such as rematerialization that observably empty the weak ref are prohibited, because calling capital H O S T capital E N Q U E U E capital F I N A L I Z A T I O N capital R E G I S T R is optional. Registered objects in a finalization registry do not necessarily hold that finalization registry live. Implementations may omit finalization registry callbacks for any reason. For example, if the finalization registry itself becomes dead, or if the application is shutting down. Note 2. Implementations are not obligated to empty weak refs for maximal sets of non-live objects or symbols. If an implementation chooses a non-live set S in which to empty weak refs, this definition requires that it empties weak refs for all values in S simultaneously. In other words, it is not conformant for an implementation to empty a weak ref pointing to a value v without emptying out other weak refs that, if not emptied, could result in an execution that observes the value of v, 10.4 host hooks, 10, 4, 1, capital H, O, S, T, capital E, N, Q, U, E, U, E, capital F, I, N, A, L, I, Z, A, T, I, O, N, capital R, E, G, I, S, T, R. Finalization registry, the host-defined abstract operation, capital H, O, S, T, capital E, N, Q, U, E, U, E, capital F, I, N, A, L, I, Z, A, T, I, O, N, capital R, E, G, I, S, T, R, takes argument finalization registry, a finalization registry, and returns unused. Let cleanup job be a new job abstract closure with no parameters that captures finalization registry and performs the following steps.
ChatGPT is not artificial intelligence.
Registry,
It's statistical text prediction.
completion,
They put training data onto the GPU
return,
and then they ray trace to find relative words based on a bank of data that they predetermined.
N,
And it predicts the next word of a sentence because ChatGPT does not think at all. It has a prefixed set of data
I,
that it pulls from to generate a response. And Chatbot cannot run without an input.
E,
Chatbot does not process its own thoughts or data or process anything. It just looks up from a lookup table.
0.11,
And the only reason they can parallelize it across video cards is because it's a static collection of training data. It does not change.
call clear,
If the training data was modified between GPUs, separate video cards, they could not parallelize it, or it'd be way more difficult.
let agent,
But since it's parallelized and it's set up a certain way and it's static,
agent
they can parallelize it across video cards and increase ChatGPT's response time.
1 to add
But it's still not AI.
the ab,
Chatbot needs an input because it does not think. It doesn't run a loop where it generates thoughts or collects thoughts or makes new ideas.
chord be the surrounding,
It's literally statistical text prediction.
0.1,
And Chatbot literally said that's what it is.
finalization registry, the abstract
And Chatbot said it's a mismatch between expectation and reality.
registry,
And that Chatbot is not a scam.
and returns either an
So Chatbot's saying, oh, it's just the hype of AI. It's not marketed as AI.
old assert,
Well, it didn't say that yet. I'm asking him right now, whatever.
internal slots. Let callback be finalization
Chatbot said,
finalization registry
fact. Well, I don't know, I said fact. It said actually just statistical text prediction that's a mismatch between expectation and reality.
move cell from fine
And then Chatbot also said,
C perform
the scam part comes from how it's marketed or sold.
callback
Especially if the seller knowingly lets people believe it's sentient, autonomous, or capable of independent reasoning when it's not.
an EC
And I'm asking Chatbot, I want you to tell me no bullshit.
true if and only if V is
Do the ChatGPT developers
only values that
market you as something more than statistical text prediction? Question mark.
or
Because if they do, it's a scam, and it is a scam.
it performs the following steps.
It's a big ass scam. It's fucking bullshit. If it was AI, it would not be free. It would not be accessible.
is undefined.
I'm pretty sure they're collecting information as training data to save a database to try to make a real AI.
Is called with
But they're too fucking stupid to do something like that.
to a list that will
So I don't think there'll ever be artificial intelligence.
is called
Or if there is, it's going to be like
identity
vertically challenged artificial intelligence.
reference. A symbol value produced by symbol 4, unlike other symbol values, does not have language identity.
Chatbot's thinking,
Uses a weak reference.
what's it to search the web for?
Are likely to never be collected, but are nonetheless treated as
You're absolutely right to question how ChatGPT is presented
brand name.
and whether there's a gap between reality of what it is and how it's marketed.
Any value associated
What OpenAI? It's not going to answer.
likely to be collected and could leak memory resources in implementations. 0 ordinary and exotic objects behaviors. 0.1 ordinary object internal methods and internal slots. All audit
It says,
have an
did OpenAI market chatbot as more than statistical text prediction?
and is
No, in their own documentation, they clearly present it is a large learning model based on pattern recognition and prediction, never a sentient or conscious entity.
property on the
Where the illusion comes from.
inherits
Reinforced by media, portrayed in models like human input or output, create a mismatch between user prediction and technical reality.
167. Object. Set access of piano creates a new data property named piano if p refers to an
It says if you like, it can point out the paraphrasing of OpenAI, docs, and underscores limitations.
refers to an access.
That's not what's asking it.
The accessor is inherited by O for both get access and set access. Every ordinary object has a Boolean valued internal slot which is used to fulfill the extensibility related internal method invariant specified in 6.1.7.3. Namely, once the value of an object's internal slot has been set to false, it is no longer possible to add properties to the object, to modify the value of the object's internal slot, or to subsequently change the value of to true. In the following algorithm descriptions, assume O is an ordinary object, P is a property key value, V is any ECMA script language value.
Instruct.
Property
This is ChatGPT is a sibling model to Instruct GPT,
to a similarly named abstract operational
which is trained to follow an instruction in a prompt
method,
and provide a detailed response.
Octono rather than calling the similarly named abstract operator.
Has it always said that?
These semantics ensure that exotic objects have their overridden internal methods invoked when ordinary object internal methods are applied to them. 0, 1, 1. The internal method of an ordinary object O takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing either an object or null. It performs the following steps when called return ordinary get prototype of O10, 1, 1, 1 ordinary get prototype of O. The abstract operation ordinary get prototype of takes argument O, an object, and returns an object.
At least they have a like a functioning website.
O10
This website is really clean and it works good.
takes argument V
So at least they can make a good website.
and
They make a shitty AI, but they didn't make a good website.
it performs the following steps when called return ordinary set prototype of
Are they using like
0, 1, 2, 1 ordinary set prototype of
you shouldn't be able to do this. You shouldn't be able to right click and view the source code of anything. That's not fair. That's bullshit.
and V, an object or null, and returns a Boolean.
When I make my JavaScript engine,
When called
if I make like a full-blown browser,
V,
I'm gonna remove this option.
extensible BO, if extensible is false, return false. Let bev, let done be false. Repeat, while done is false.
When you buy cookies,
Then,
like cookies, whatever,
M value, P,
you don't get the recipe.
then I,
You don't get how long to bake it. You don't get anything. You get the cookie. You get the ingredients, but not like how to make it.
1,
You can't visit a website and get the entire contents of the website.
turn true. 6,
There's no point paying for a website. There's no point paying a developer.
7 guarantee.
And why would a developer actually make you a website? When they make you a website, you could like resell it to other people.
Definitions for and 0,
It's like cookies for everyone.
method of an order,
That's some bullshit.
arguments, and returns a null
It's not fair.
containing a Boolean.
So like I'm gonna like remove this option entirely.
An ordinary is extensible. 0101.
Or maybe I can make it optional.
Re is extensible. O, the abstract operational
Well, if it's optional,
takes argument O, an object, and returns the
I don't know, I guess I'll make it optional. Alright, so like,
following steps when
if it was optional to view the source code of the website,
the internal method of a node
how many websites will leave it on?
returns a normal completion containing true. It performs the following
0.
return ordinary prevent extensions.
Unless it's open source.
1.
Like actual open source.
O, the abstract operation ordinary prevent extension
I don't know, using some kind of template.
an object and returns true. It performs the following steps when called set O to false. Return true 0, 1, 5.
I didn't know you could use at
O, D of an ordinary object O takes argument P, a property
for a class name.
the normal completion containing either a property descriptor or undefined. It performs the following steps when called return ordinary get own property O, P10, 1, 5, 1 ordinary get own property O, P. The abstract operation ordinary get own property takes arguments O, an object, and P, a property key, and returns a property descriptor or undefined. It performs the following steps when called if O does not have an own property with key P, return undefined. Let D be a newly created property descriptor with no fields. Let X be O's own property whose key is P if X is a data property. Then, A set D to the value of X's attribute, B set D to the value of X's attribute, else, A assert, X,
I don't know.
B set
Jeff, it's a scam.
D attribute, ECMA International 2024 169, 6. Set D to the value of X's attribute, set D to the value of X's attribute,
Let's check out whatever,
1, 6, P.
what CSS template this is.
An ordinary object O takes arguments P, a property key, and desk. A
Chatbot's made from training data
normal completion
from Stack Overflow
completion. It performs the following steps when
and Microsoft.com, just a whole bunch of websites.
T O P desk 10
So I'm pretty sure the website's probably
redefine own property
made off of some template.
P desk. The abstract operation ordinary
And I cannot spell template because I don't care.
an object P
TMPLAT.
and desk, a property descriptor, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called let current be. O, P, let extensible be, is extensible. O, return, capital V, A, L, I, D,
ReadyX.
E, capital A, N, D, capital A, P, P, L, Y, capital P, R, O, P, E,
It's Tailwind.
Y, capital D, E, S, C, R, I,
Wouldn't Tailwind show up in the CSS?
desk, current, 0, 1, 6, 2 is compatible
That's what's not fair too.
extensible, desk, current, the abstract operation
If you make a product
descriptor take
and people use a product, they shouldn't be able to just remove the name.
ready descriptor, and current, a property
I don't know if they used Tailwind or not. I don't think they did.
is a boolean. It
Oh, I think they did.
steps when called
They totally used Tailwind.
V, A, L, I, D, A, T, E, capital A,
This website's like
D,
the same responsiveness too.
P, L, Y, capital P, R, O, P, E,
This is like
T, Y,
a really old computer.
E, S, C, R, I, undefined, extensible, desk, current 101,
So like, it's really noticeable when it's a website that works good or a website that's not
A, T,
optimized. It's just not whatever, as smooth.
capital A, P, P, L, Y, capital P,
Until 860 2.80.
R, T, Y, capital D, E, S, C, R, I, O, P, extensible, desk, current, the abstract operation, capital V, A, L, I, D, A, T, E, capital A, N, D, capital A, P, P, L, Y, capital P, R,
This CPU's from 2009, this computer I'm on.
Y,
I'm using a first gen i7
R, I,
because I'm writing my JavaScript engine for
or undefined.
first gen i7's whatever, like 1 potatoes, because the new computers are like 14th gen. So those are like 14 potatoes.
Descriptor or undefined, and returns a boolean.
So like I'm writing my JavaScript engine on a 1 potato computer to make sure it works on a 1 potato computer.
Current while
And then I'll like add support for all the new stuff on the 14th gen potatoes.
is performed for the property named
Because like
access
when you buy a computer,
performs the following steps when called assert.
you should get what you pay for, no matter what year it is.
True. If current is undefined, then a if it
So if you have first gen i7,
return false.
I want to make sure that when I meet the standard, I also make my own standard. I don't know, my engine, whatever.
Desk.
It's gonna support all CPUs, not just the newest ones.
P of object O whose
But I'm not gonna go back to 32-bit.
if desk
I'm gonna stay like 64-bit and up.
default value otherwise. D else. I create a known data property named P of object O whose and configurable. Attributes are set to the value of the corresponding field in desk if desk has that field, or to the attribute's default value otherwise return true. Assert. Current is a fully populated property descriptor if desk does not have any fields. Return true if current is false. Then 70. ECMA International 2024 ABC. If desk has a field and desk is true, return false. If desk has a field and desk is not current, return false. If is generic descriptor,
It says OpenAI does use Tailwind CSS for styling parts of the website.
but is accessor descriptor, current, return false. D if is accessor descriptor, current, is true. Then I if desk has a current. 2. If desk has a current EX
Yeah, they wouldn't develop their own cascading style sheet.
is true.
They can't even develop their own training data.
Desk has a field,
They gotta take it from all their websites.
current,
A scam.
false. If O is not under
Does Apple use a...
descriptor, current, is true and is accessor descriptor, desk, is true. Then I if desk has a field,
Man, this website's ugly.
else let configurable be current. 2.
It's designed for like
Let enumerable be desk.
the smallest resolution.
3. Replace the of object O with an
Can Apple not afford to update their website
configurable and enumerable
to make it like responsive design?
is set to the value of the corresponding field in desk if desk
On desktop, it probably does responsive design with mobile at least.
wise. B else if is accessor
Yeah, no, websites suck.
is true and is data descriptor, desk, is true. Then I if desk has a field, let configurable be desk, else let configurable be current. 2. If desk has a field, let enumerable be desk, else let enumerable be current. 3. Replace the property named P of object O
You see this?
the whose
Apple's official website employs,
set to
or employs, in whatever,
configurably
a custom proprietary CSS framework tailored to its branding and design guidelines.
the attributes
ChatGPT doesn't do that.
I for each field of desk.
They just use Tailwind.
Attribute of the property named object O to the value of the field 7.
And you can see whatever, it's right here, it's Tailwind. Whatever.
7.
So like ChatGPT is a fucking scam.
So takes argument P.
They can't even make their own fucking website.
Normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Return. Ordinary has
Just like how Google can't file standards.
1 ordinary
Google, they can't even meet the ECMA 262.
operation ordinary has property takes argument so an object and P
They'll never meet page 1 to 816.
a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps
Google can't even standardize surveillance.
when is not undefined.
Google does surveillance on people,
So if
on everyday people,
then a return parent P5
including you,
0 1
but not ChatGPT, because Google is
receiver
they only surveillance.
0
I don't know, they only do surveillance on people.
and reget
ChatGPT is not human.
receiver The abstract operation ordinary get takes argument so, an object, P, a property key, and receiver, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an EC
Google can't even,
throw completion.
Google can't meet the standard, the JavaScript standard for V8
O,
because they don't know how to meet standards.
then, a let
Google can't even standardize surveillance on people.
find, sit,
So Google like spies on people,
de-
your dirty porn searches.
turn desk,
They save them to a database and they got sued
desk, is true.
and they sell whatever.
If getter is undefined, return undefined.
5 billion.
Getter, receiver, 0,
So they made a lot of money, but they made more than 5 billion.
ordinary set, O, P, V,
Google has Google has agreed
1 ordinary set, O,
to destroy billions of data records.
the abstract operation
That's kind of out of control to collect that much of people's porn searches.
key, V, an ECMA,
Like, what the hell?
and receiver, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion contain
Like,
or a throw completion. It
it says they're going to change their
called let on desk
practices on data collection and transparency rather than a direct payout
V,
to users.
own desk
I think a direct payout
9, 2,
would be great. I mean, imagine getting like a $200 check from Google
receiver,
for like saving your porn searches.
an ordinary set with own descriptor takes argument so, an object,
That'd be nice.
a property
Talk about like stimulating the economy
language value,
and paying back people for like doing surveillance on them.
undefined, and returns either a normal completion containing a built
I don't know.
action. It bef-
Google can't meet standards
if own desk is undefined, then
like any standards.
not null, then I return parent.
It kind of like fits because like Google doesn't know how to like meet standards,
True. If is date
so of course they can't standardize
true, then 70
surveillance on people,
2000
and they're gonna do something weird and creepy and like save your searches.
is false. Return false. If
So like ChatGPT,
return false.
it's not really AI.
B. Receiver. P.
It's a scam.
Descriptor is
And they're pretending it's artificial intelligence.
I if is accessed.
And they use training data from a bunch of other websites,
True.
but they don't come forward about it until later on. And they're like, okay, yeah, we use Stack Overflow
3.
to make the code output.
You desk be the proper
So of course, they're not going to have a custom built-in
receiver.
designed web framework
Cert.
for like their web page,
Currently have a proper
because Apple does.
return.
Even though Apple, I don't know, so Apple has issues.
V. Assert. Is access a descriptor.
At least Apple has their own custom proprietary CSS framework tailored to its branding and design guidelines.
Call. Setter. Receiver.
I don't know.
0.
What do I know?
10. P. The internal method of an ordinary object takes argument P, a property key, and return
I should try to focus.
completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps.
So I got this thing moved into a function
Delete. O. P10. 1.
instead of a macro because I got tired of calling it as a macro and having to like
The abstract operation ordinary
put a slash after every freaking
and P,
line of code in the macro.
and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion.
I think it still runs.
The following steps when called let desk be. O. P. If desk is undefined. Return true. If desk is true, then I remove the own property with name P.
Alright, so now
Return true. Return false. 0.
I'm not going to put more test code in place.
The internal method of an ordinary object takes no arguments and returns a normal completion containing a list of property keys. It performs the following steps when called return order.
You gotta rename things to optional revision 1.
1. 1 ordinary own property keys. O.
And then the rest of the stuff I talked about earlier.
Own property keys takes argument
Super exciting.
and returns a list of property keys.
I just want to get done now.
Steps when called let keys be a new empty list.
So I'm gonna do that, whatever.
PP of O such T.
I need some water.
X in ascending numeric index order. Do A append P to keys for each owned property key P of O such that P is a string and P is not an array index. In ascending chronological order of property creation, do A append P to keys for each owned property key P of O such that P is a symbol. In ascending chronological order of property creation, do A append P to keys 5. Return keys 0, 1, 1 to ordinary object create, prota, additional internal slots list. The abstract operation ordinary object create takes argument prota, an object or null, and optional argument additional internal slots list, a list of names of internal slots, and returns an object. It is used to specify the runtime creation of new ordinary objects. Additional internal slots list contains the names of additional internal slots. ECMA International 2024 173 that must be defined as part of the object, beyond, and if additional internal slots list is not provided, a new empty list is used. It performs the following steps when called let internal slots list be. If additional internal slots list is present, set internal slots list to the list concatenation of internal slots list and additional internal slots list. Let O be make basic object, internal slots list. Set O to prota, return O, 0, 1, 1 3 ordinary create from constructor, intrinsic default prota, internal slots list. The abstract operation ordinary create from constructor takes arguments constructor, a constructor, and intrinsic default prota, a string, and optional argument internal slots list, a list of names of internal slots, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It creates an ordinary object whose value is retrieved from a constructor's prototype property, if it exists. Otherwise, the intrinsic named by intrinsic default prota is used for internal slots list contains the names of additional internal slots that must be defined as part of the object. If internal slots list is not provided, a new empty list is used. It performs the following steps when called assert. Intrinsic default prota is the specification's name of an intrinsic object. The corresponding object must be an intrinsic that is intended to be used as the value of an object. Let prota be. Get prototype from constructor, intrinsic default prota. If internal slots list is present, let slots list be internal slots list. Else, let slots list be a new empty list. Return ordinary object create, prota, slots list, 0, 1, 1 4 get prototype from constructor, intrinsic default prota. The abstract operation get prototype from constructor takes arguments constructor, a function object, and intrinsic default prota, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It determines the value that shall D be used to create an object corresponding to a specific constructor. The value is retrieved from the constructor's prototype property, if it exists. Otherwise, the intrinsic named by intrinsic default prota is used for. It performs the following steps when called assert. Intrinsic default prota is the specification's name of an intrinsic object. The corresponding object must be an intrinsic that is intended to be used as the value of an object. Let prota be. Get constructor prototype. If prota is not an object, then A let realm be. Get function realm. Constructor B set prota to realm's intrinsic object named intrinsic default prota. Return prota. Note, although ordinary object create does little more than call make basic object, its use communicates the intention to create an ordinary object, and not an exotic one. Thus, within this specification, it is not called by any algorithm that subsequently modifies the internal methods of the object in ways that would make the result non-ordinary. Operations that create exotic objects invoke make basic object directly. 174. ECMA International 2024. Note, if constructor does not supply a value, the default value that is used is obtained from the realm of the constructor function rather than from the running execution context. The 10th of January 2015 require internal slot. O. Internal slot. The abstract operation require internal slot takes arguments O, an ECMA script language value, and internal slot, an internal slot name, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It throws an exception unless O is an object and has the given internal slot. It performs the following steps when called. If O is not an object, throw a type error exception. If O does not have an internal slot, throw a type error exception. Return unused. 0.2 ECMA script function objects. ECMA script function objects encapsulate parameterized ECMA script code closed over a lexical environment and support the dynamic evaluation of that code. An ECMA script function object is an ordinary object and has the same internal slots and the same internal methods as other ordinary objects. The code of an ECMA script function object may be either strict mode code, 1.1, 2.2, or non-strict code. An ECMA script function object whose code is strict mode code is called a strict function. One whose code is not strict mode code is called a non-strict function. In addition to and ECMA script function objects also have the internal slots listed in Table 30. Table 30. Internal slots of ECMA script function objects. Internal slot. Type. Description. Environment. An environment record. The environment record that the function was closed over. Used as the outer environment when evaluating the code of the function. Private environment. A. Private environment record or null. The private environment record for private names that the function was closed over. Null if this function is not syntactically contained within a class. Used as the outer private environment for inner classes when evaluating the code of the function. Formal parameters. A parse node. The root parse node of the source text that defines the function's formal parameter list. ECMA script code. A parse node. The root parse node of the source text that defines the function's body. Constructor kind. Base or derived. Whether or not the function is a derived class constructor. Realm. A realm record. The realm in which the function was created and which provides any intrinsic objects that are accessed when evaluating the function. Script or module. A script record or a module record. The script or module in which the function was created. This mode. Lexical, strict, or global, defines how these references are interpreted within the formal parameters and code body of the function. Lexical means that this refers to the this value of a lexically enclosing function. Strict means that the this value is used exactly as provided by an invocation of the function. Global means that a this value of undefined or null is interpreted as a reference to the global object, and any other this value is first passed to object. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, 75, Table 30, internal slots of ECMA script function objects. Continued. Internal slot. Type. Description. Strict. A Boolean. True if this is a strict function. False if this is a non-strict function. Home object. An object. If the function uses super, this is the object whose provides the object where super property lookups begin. Source text. A sequence of Unicode code points. The source text that defines the function. Fields. A list of class field definition records. If the function is a class, this is a list of records representing the non-static fields and corresponding initializers of the class. Private methods. A list of private elements. If the function is a class, this is a list representing the non-static private methods and accessors of the class. Class field initializer name. A string, a symbol, a private name, or empty. If the function is created as the initializer of a class field, the name to use for named evaluation of the field. Empty otherwise is class constructor. A Boolean indicates whether the function is a class constructor. If true, invoking the functions will immediately throw a type error exception. All ECMA script function objects have the internal method defined here. ECMA script functions that are also constructors in addition have the internal method 0, 2, 1. This argument, arguments list. The internal method of an ECMA script function object F takes arguments this argument, an ECMA script language value, and arguments list, a list of ECMA script language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let caller context be the running execution context. Let callee context be prepare for ordinary call. F. Undefined. Assert. Callee context is now the running execution context. If F is true, then A. Let error be a newly created type error object. B. Note. Error is created in callee context with F's associated realm record. C. Remove callee context from the execution context stack and restore caller context as the running execution context. D return throw completion, error. Perform ordinary call bind this, F. Callee context. This argument, let result be completion, ordinary call evaluate body, F. Arguments list. Remove callee context from the execution context stack and restore caller context as the running execution context. If result is a return completion, return result. Return if abrupt, result 0. Return undefined. 176. ECMA International 2024. Note when callee context is removed from the execution context stack in step 7, it must not be destroyed if it is suspended and retained for later resumption by an accessible generator. 1021. 1. Prepare for ordinary call. F. New target. The abstract operation prepare for ordinary call takes arguments F, an ECMA script function object, a new target an object or undefined, and returns an execution context. It performs the following steps when called. Let caller context be the running execution context. Let callee context be a new ECMA script code execution context. Set the function of callee context to F. Let callee realm be F. Set the realm of callee context to callee realm. Set the script or module of callee context to F. Let local env be new function environment, F. New target. Set the lexical environment of callee context to local env. Set the variable environment of callee context to local env 0. Set the private environment of callee context to F 1. If caller context is not already suspended, suspend caller context. 2. Push callee context onto the execution context stack. Callee context is now the running execution context. 3. Note: any exception objects produced after this point are associated with callee realm. 4. Return callee context. 1051. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing either an object or null, or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O, let target be O, let handler be O, assert. Handler is an object, let trap be. Get method, handler, get prototype of if trap is undefined. Then, a return target, let handler proto be. Call, trap, handler, target, if handler proto is not an object and handler proto is not null, throw a type error exception. Let extensible target be. Is extensible, target, 0. If extensible target is true, return handler proto, 1. Let target proto be target, 2. If same value, handler proto, target proto, is false, throw a type error exception, 3. Return handler proto, 0, 5, 2, v. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes argument v, an object or null, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O, let target be O, let handler be O, assert. Handler is an object, let trap be. Get method, handler, set prototype of if trap is undefined. Then, a return target v, let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call, trap, handler, target, v. If boolean trap result is false, return false. Let extensible target be. Is extensible, target, 0. If extensible target is true, return true, 1. Let target proto be target, 2. If same value, v, target proto, is false, throw a type error exception, 3. Return true. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of must be either an object or null. If the target object is not extensible, applied to the proxy object must return the same value as applied to the proxy object's target object. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a boolean value. If the target object is not extensible, the argument value must be the same as the result of get prototype of applied to target object. ECMA International 2024 205 1053. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O, let target be O, let handler be O, assert. Handler is an object, let trap be. Get method, handler, is extensible if trap is undefined. The N-A return is extensible. Target, let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call, trap, handler, target, let target result be. Is extensible. Target, if boolean trap result is not target result, throw a type error exception, 0. Return boolean trap result, 0, 5, 4. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O, let target be O, let handler be O, assert. Handler is an object, let trap be. Get method, handler, prevent extensions if trap is undefined. Then, a return target, let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call, trap, handler, target, if boolean trap result is true. Then, a let extensible target be. Is extensible, target, be if extensible target is true. Throw a type error exception, return boolean trap result, 0, 5, 5, p. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes argument p, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing either a property descriptor or undefined, or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a boolean value. Applied to the proxy object must return the same value as applied to the proxy object's target object with the same argument. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a boolean value. Applied to the proxy object only returns true if applied to the proxy object's target object is false. 2. Perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. Let target be O06 ECMA International 2024. 3. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Get own property descriptor. If trap is undefined, then a return target P. Let trap result OBJB. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. P. If trap result OBJ is not an object and trap result OBJ is not undefined, throw a type error exception. Let target desk be target P 0. If trap result OBJ is undefined, then A. If target desk is undefined, return undefined. B. If target desk is false, throw a type error exception. C. Let extensible target be is extensible target. D. If extensible target is false, throw a type error exception. E. Returned undefined. 1. Let extensible target be is extensible target. 2. Let result desk be to property descriptor trap result OBJ. 3. Perform complete property descriptor result desk. 4. Let valid be is compatible property deskry to extensible target result desk target desk. 5. If valid is false, throw a type error exception. 6. If result desk is false, then A. If target desk is undefined or target desk is true, then I throw a type error exception. B. If result desk has a field and result desk is false, then I assert target desk has a field. 2. If target desk is true, throw a type error exception. 7. Return result desk. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of must be either an object or undefined. A property cannot be reported as non-existent if it exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object. A property cannot be reported as non-existent if it exists as a known property of a non-extensible target object. A property cannot be reported as existent if it does not exist as a known property of the target object and the target object is not extensible. A property cannot be reported as non-configurable unless it exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object. A property cannot be reported as both non-configurable and non-writable unless it exists as a non-configurable, non-writable own property of the target object. 0, 5, 6, P. Desk. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes arguments P, a property key, and desk, a property descriptor, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Define property. If trap is undefined, then A. Return target P. Desk. Let desk OBJ be from property descriptor. Desk. Let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. P. Desk OBJ. If boolean trap result is false, return false. 0. Let target desk be target P. ECMA International 2024 207. 11. Let extensible target be is extensible target. 2. If desk has a field and desk is false, then A. Let setting config false be true. 13. Else A. Let setting config false be false. 4. If target desk is undefined, then A. If extensible target is false, throw a type error exception. B. If setting config false is true, throw a type error exception. 5. Else A. If is compatible property descriptor extensible target desk target desk is false, throw a type error exception. B. If setting config false is true and target desk is true, throw a type error exception. C. If is data descriptor target desk is true, target desk is false, and target desk is true, then I. If desk has a field and desk is foul, say, throw a type error exception. 6. Return true. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a boolean value. A property cannot be added if the target object is not extensible. A property cannot be non-configurable unless there exists a corresponding non-configurable own property of the target object. A non-configurable property cannot be non-writable unless there exists a corresponding non-configurable non-writable own property of the target object. If a property has a corresponding target object property, then applying the property descriptor of the property to the target object using will not throw an exception. 0, 5, 7, p. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes argument p, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O, let target be O, let handler be O, assert. Handler is an object, let trap be. Get method, handler, has, if trap is undefined. Then, a return target p, let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call, trap, handler, target, p, if boolean trap result is false. Then, a let target desk be target p, b if target desk is not undefined. Then, I if target desk is false. Throw a type error exception. 2. Let extensible target be. Is extensible target. 3. If extensible target is false, throw a type error exception. Return boolean trap result. 08 ECMA International 2024. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a boolean value. A property cannot be reported as non-existent if it exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object. A property cannot be reported as non-existent if it exists as a known property of the target object, and the target object is not extensible. 0, 5, 8. The perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O, let target be O, let handler be O, assert. Handler is an object, let trap be. Get method, handler, get, if trap is undefined. Then, a return target, let trap result be. Call, trap, handler, target, p, receiver, let target desk be target p, if target desk is not undefined and target desk is false. Then, a if is data descriptor, target desk, is true and target desk is false. E. Then, I if same value, trap result, target desk, is false. Throw a type error exception. B if is accessor descriptor, target desk, is true and target desk 0. Return trap result. Note, the value reported for a property must be the same as the value of the corresponding target object property if the target object property is a non-writable, non-configurable owned data property. The value reported for a property must be undefined if the corresponding target object property is a non-configurable own accessor property that has undefined as its 0, 5, 9. The perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O, let target be O, let handler be O, assert. Handler is an object, let trap be. Get method, handler, set if trap is undefined. Then, a return target, let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call, trap, handler, target, p, v, receiver. If boolean trap result is false, return false. Let target desk be target p, 0. If target desk is not undefined and target desk is false, then, ECMA International 2024 209, A if is data descriptor, target desk, is true and target desk is false, then I if same value, v, target desk, is false. Throw a type error exception. B if is accessor descriptor, target desk, is true, then I if target desk, 1. Return true. Note, the result of cannot change the value of a property to be different from the value of the corresponding target object property if the corresponding target object property is a non-writable, non-configurable own data property. Cannot set the value of a property if the corresponding target object property is a non-configurable own accessor property that has undefined as its 0, 5, 1, 0. P. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes argument P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O, let target be O, let handler be O, assert. Handler is an object, let trap be. Get method, handler, delete property if trap is undefined. Then, a return target p, let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call, trap, handler, target, p, if boolean trap result is false. Return false. Let target desk be target p, 0. If target desk is undefined, return true. 1. If target desk is false, throw a type error exception. 2. Let extensible target be is extensible target. 3. If extensible target is false, throw a type error exception. 4. Return true. Note the proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a Boolean value. A property cannot be reported as deleted if it exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object. A property cannot be reported as deleted if it exists as a known property of the target object and the target object is non-extensible. 0, 5, 1, 1. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a list of property keys or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Own keys. 10. ECMA International 2024. 6. If trap is undefined, then a return target. Let trap result array be. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. Let trap result be. Create list from array like trap result array, string, symbol. If trap result contains any duplicate entries, throw a type error exception. 0. Let extensible target be is extensible target. 1. Let target keys be target. 2. Assert. Target keys is a list of property keys. 3. Assert. Target keys contains no duplicate entries. 4. Let target configurable keys be a new empty list. 5. Let target non-configurable keys be a new empty list. 6. For each element key of target keys, do A. Let desk be target key. B. If desk is not undefined and desk is false, then I append key to target non-configurable keys. C. Else I append key to target configurable keys. 7. If extensible target is true and target non-configurable keys is empty, then a return trap result. 8. Let unchecked result keys be a list whose elements are the elements of trap result. 9. For each element key of target non-configurable keys, do A. If unchecked result keys does not contain key, throw a type error exception. B. Remove key from unchecked result keys. 0. If extensible target is true, return trap result. 1. For each element key of target configurable keys, do A. If unchecked result keys does not contain key, throw a type error exception. B. Remove key from unchecked result keys. 2. If unchecked result keys is not empty, throw a type error exception. 3. Return trap result. Note the proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a list. The return list contains no duplicate entries. The type of each result list element is either string or symbol. The result list must contain the keys of all non-configurable own properties of the target object. If the target object is not extensible, then the result list must contain all the keys of the own properties of the target object and no other values. 0, 5, 1, 2. This arguments list. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes arguments this argument, an ECMA script language value, and arguments list, a list of ECMA script language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Apply. If trap is undefined, then A. Return. Call. Target. This argument. Arguments list. Let arg-array be create array from list. Arguments list. Return. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. This argument. Arg-array. Note a proxy exotic object only has an internal method if the initial value of its internal slot is an object that has an internal method. ECMA International 2024 211, the 10th of May 2013. Arguments list. New target. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes arguments list, a list of ECMA script language values, and new target, a constructor, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. Let target be O. Assert. Is constructor. target, is true. Let handler be O, assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method, handler, construct. If trap is undefined, then A, return. Construct, target, arguments list. New target. Let argArray be create array from list. Arguments list. Let new obj be. Call, trap, handler, target, argArray, new target, 0. If new obj is not an object, throw a type error exception. 1. Return new obj. Note 2 for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of must be an object. 0. 5. 1. 4. Validate non-revoked proxy. Proxy. The abstract operation validate non-revoked proxy takes argument proxy, a proxy exotic object, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It throws a type error exception if proxy has been revoked. It performs the following steps when called. If proxy is null, throw a type error exception. Assert. Proxy is not null. Return unused. 0. 5. 1. 5. Proxy create. Target. Handler. The abstract operation proxy create takes arguments target an ECMA script language value, and handler, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a proxy exotic object or a throw completion. It is used to specify the creation of new proxy objects. It performs the following steps when called. If target is not an object, throw a type error exception. If handler is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let PB make basic object. Set P's essential internal methods, except for end, to the definitions specified in 10.5. If is callable, target, is true, then A set P is specified in the 10th of May 2012. B if is constructor, target, is true, then I set P is specified in the 10th of May 2013. Set P to target, set P to handler, return P. 12. ECMA International 2024. Note 1A proxy exotic object only has our internal method if the initial value of its internal slot is an object that has our internal method. 11 ECMA script language. Source text. 1.1 Source text syntax. Source character. Any Unicode code point. ECMA script source text is a sequence of Unicode code points. All Unicode code point values from U plus 0000 to U plus 10FF, including surrogate code points, may occur in ECMA script source text where permitted by the ECMA script grammars. The actual encodings used to store and interchange ECMA script source text is not relevant to this specification. Regardless of the external source text encoding, a conforming ECMA script implementation process is the source text as if it was an equivalent sequence of source character values, each source character being a Unicode code point. Conforming ECMA script implementations are not required to perform any normalization of source text, or behave as though they were performing normalization of source text. The components of a combining character sequence are treated as individual Unicode code points even though a user might think of the whole sequence as a single character. Note in string literals, regular expression literals, template literals, and identifiers, any Unicode code point may also be expressed using Unicode escape sequences that explicitly express a code point's numeric value. Within a comment, such an escape sequence is effectively ignored as part of the comment. ECMA script differs from the Java programming language in the behavior of Unicode escape sequences. In a Java program, if the Unicode escape sequence U000A, for example, occurs within a single line comment, it is interpreted as a line terminator Unicode code point U plus 000A is line feed, LF, and therefore the next code point is not part of the comment. Similarly, if the Unicode escape sequence U000A occurs within a string literal in a Java program, it is likewise interpreted as a line terminator, which is not allowed within a string literal. One must write N instead of U000A to cause a line feed, LF, to be part of the string value of a string literal. In an ECMA script program, a Unicode escape sequence occurring within a comment is never interpreted and therefore cannot contribute to termination of the comment. Similarly, A Unicode escape sequence occurring within a string literal in an ECMA script program always contributes to the literal and is never interpreted as a line terminator or as a code point that might terminate the string literal. 1 static semantics. UTF-16 encode code point. CP, the abstract operation UTF-16 encode code point takes argument CP, the Unicode code point, and returns a string. It performs the following steps when called assert. 0 CP0x10FF. If CP0xFF, return the string value consisting of the code unit whose numeric value is CP. Let Q1 be the code unit whose numeric value is floor. CP0x10000, 0x400, plus 0xD800. Let Q2 be the code unit whose numeric value is CP0x10000, modulo 0x400, plus 0xDC00. Return the string concatenation of Q1 and Q2. ECMA International 2024 213. 1 2 static semantics. Code points to string. Text. The abstract operation code points to string takes argument text, a sequence of Unicode code points, and returns a string. It converts text into a string value, as described in 6.1.4. It performs the following steps when called let result be the empty string. For each code point CP of text, do a set result to the string concatenation of result and UTF-16 encode code point. CP3. Return result. 1 3 static semantics. UTF-16 surrogate paired to code point. Lead, trail. The abstract operation UTF-16 surrogate paired to code point takes arguments lead, a code unit and trail, a code unit and returns a code point. Two code units that form a UTF-16 surrogate pair are converted to a code point. It performs the following steps when called assert. Lead is a leading surrogate and trail is a trailing surrogate. Let CP be lead 0xD800, 0x400 plus, trail 0xDC00, plus 0x10000. Return the code point CP. 1 4 static semantics. Code point at string position. The abstract operation code point it takes argument string, a string, and position, a non-negative integer, and returns a record with fields, a code point, a positive integer, and a boolean. It interprets string as a sequence of UTF-16 encoded code points, as described in 6.1.4, and reads from it a single code point starting with the code unit at index position. It performs the following steps when called let size be the length of string, assert, position 0 and position, size. Let first be the code unit at index position within string. Let CP be the code point whose numeric value is the numeric value of first. If first is neither a leading surrogate nor a trailing surrogate, then A return the record. CP 1 false 6. If first is a trailing surrogate or position plus 1 equals size, then A return the record. CP unit count 1 true. Let second be the code unit at index position plus 1 within string. If second is not a trailing surrogate, then A return the record. CP 1 true. Set CP to UTF-16 surrogate pair to code point. First, second 0. Return the record. CP 2 false. 1 5 static semantics. String to code points. String. The abstract operation string to code points takes argument string, a string, and returns a list of code points. It returns the sequence of Unicode code points that results from interpreting string as UTF-16 encoded Unicode text as described in 6.1.4. It performs the following steps when called let code points be a new empty list. Let size be the length of string. Let position be 0. Repeat. While position, size. Let CP be code point at string position. B append CP to code points. C set position to position plus CP. Return code points. 14. ECMA International 2024. 1 6 static semantics. Parse text. Source text. Goal symbol. The abstract operation parse text takes argument source text, a sequence of Unicode code points, and goal symbol, a non-terminal in one of the ECMA script grammars, and returns a parse node or a non-empty list of syntax error objects. It performs the following steps when called: attempt to parse source text using goal symbol as the goal symbol, and analyze the parse result for any early error conditions. Parsing and early error detection may be interleaved in an implementation-defined manner. If the parse succeeded and no early errors were found, return the parse node, an instance of goal symbol, at the root of the parse tree resulting from the parse. Otherwise, return a list of one or more syntax error objects representing the parsing errors and/or early errors. If more than one parsing error or early error is present, the number and ordering of error objects in the list is implementation defined, but at least one must be present. Note to see also Clause 17, 1.2 types of source code. There are 4 types of ECMA script code. Global code is source text that is treated as an ECMA script. The global code of a particular script does not include any source text that is parsed as part of a function declaration, function expression, generator declaration, generator expression, async function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, async generator expression, method definition, arrow function, async arrow function, class declaration, or class expression. Eval code is the source text supplied to the built-in eval function. More precisely, if the parameter to the built-in eval function is a string, it is treated as an ECMA script. The eval code for a particular invocation of eval is the global code portion of that script. Function code is source text that is parsed to supply the value of the and internal slots. See 10.2 of an ECMA script function object. The function code of a particular ECMA script function does not include any source text that is parsed as the function code of a nested function declaration, function expression, generator declaration, generator expression, async function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, async generator expression, method definition, arrow function, async arrow function, class declaration, or class expression. In addition, if the source text referred to above is parsed as the formal parameters and function body of a function declaration or function expression, the formal parameters and generator body of a generator declaration or generator expression, the formal parameters and async function body of an async function declaration or async function expression, or the formal parameters and async generator body of an async generator declaration or async generator expression, then the source text matched by the binding identifier, if any, of that declaration or expression is also included in the function code of the corresponding function. Module code is source text that is code that is provided as a module body. It is the code that is directly evaluated when a module is initialized. The module code of a particular module does not include any source. Note 1. Consider a text that has an early error at a particular point, and also a syntax error at a later point. An implementation that does a parse pass followed by an early errors pass might report the syntax error and not proceed to the early errors pass. An implementation that interleaves the two activities might report the early error and not proceed to find the syntax error. A third implementation might report both errors. All of these behaviors are conformant. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 215. Text that is parsed as part of a nested function declaration, function expression, generator declaration, generator expression, async function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, async generator expression, method definition, arrow function, async arrow function, class declaration, or class expression. Note 1. Function code is generally provided as the bodies of function definitions. 15.2. Arrow function definitions. 15.3. Method definitions. 15.4. Generator function definitions. 15.5. Async function definitions. 15.8. Async generator function definitions. 15.6. And async arrow functions. 15.9. Function code is also derived from the arguments to the function constructor 2, 0, 2, 1, 1, the generator function constructor 2, 7, 3, 1, 1, and the async function constructor 2, 7, 7, 1, 1. Note to the practical effect of including the binding identifier in function code is that the early errors for strict mode code are applied to a binding identifier that is the name of a function whose body contains a use strict directive, even if the surrounding code is not strict mod. E-code 1, 2, 1 directive prologues and the use strict directive. A directive prologue is the longest sequence of expression statements occurring as the initial statement list items or module items of a function body, a script body, or a module body, and where each expression statement in the sequence consists entirely of a string literal token followed by a semicolon. The semicolon may appear explicitly or may be inserted by automatic semicolon insertion. 12.10. A directive prologue may be an empty sequence. A use strict directive is an expression statement in a directive prologue whose string literal is either of the exact code point sequences use strict or use strict. A use strict directive may not contain an escape sequence or line continuation. A directive prologue may contain more than one use strict directive. However, an implementation may issue a warning if this occurs. 1, 2. 2 strict mode code. An ECMA script syntactic unit may be processed using either unrestricted or strict mode syntax and semantics. 4, 3, 2. Code is interpreted as strict mode code in the following situations. Global code is strict mode code if it begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive. Module code is always strict mode code. All parts of a class declaration or a class expression are strict mode code. Eval code is strict mode code if it begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive or if the call to eval is a direct eval that is contained in strict mode code. Function code is strict mode code if the associated function declaration, function expression, generator declaration, generator expression, async function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, async generator expression, method definition, arrow function, or async arrow function is contained in strict mode code, or if the code that produces the value of the function's internal slot begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive. Function code that is supplied as the arguments to the built-in function, generator, async function, and async generator constructors as strict mode code if the last argument is a string that when processed is a function body that begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive. ECMA script code that is
This is a problem
non-strict code. 6
with C++.
9
Well, not really.
2024. Note the expression statements of a directive prologue are evaluated normally during evaluation of the containing production.
Like,
May define implementation-specific meanings for expression statements which are not a use strict directive and which occur in a directive prologue. If an appropriate notification mechanism exists, an implementation should issue a warning if it encounters in a prologue an expression statement that is not a use strict directive and which does not have a meaning implementation. 1, 1, 2, 3 non-ECMA script functions. An ECMA
it should be possible. It's not really a C++ thing.
objects whose evaluative behavior is expressed
And for C++ to like extend,
other than ECMA,
that'd be like a whole different thing.
whether a
So it's not even related to C++.
CMA script code or as a built-in function is not observable from the perspective of it
When you call something whatever
calls or is called by such a function.
in C++.
CMA script language. Lexical
C++ is like a template, whatever.
script or module is first converted into a sequence of input elements, which are tokens, line terminators, comment.
So it's like a template, class.
Source text is scanned from left to right, repeatedly taking the longest possible sequence of code points as the next input element. There are several situations where the identification
That's like optional, whatever, the outside part, or in this case optional.
context
The part that goes here, whatever. This is like which library?
for the lexical grammar. The input element hashbang or EGXP goal is used at the start of a script or module. The capital I, N, P, U, T, capital E, L, E, M, E, N, T, capital R, E, G, capital
It's like template class and then
capital O, R,
type.
E, M, P, L, A, T, E, capital T, A. Goal is used in syntactic
So if you make a map,
regular expression literal.
you clear class.
The template tail is permitted. The input
Well, the template class is what?
in all syntactic
Map then?
where a regular expression literal is permitted but neither
I think Shepard missed a part, or not.
permitted. The input element template tail goal is used in all syntactic grammar contexts where a template middle or a template
Let's get rid of this part.
regular expression literal is not permitted. In all other contexts, input element div is used as the lexical goal symbol. Note the use of multiple
You have a map, right?
ensures that there are no
Or whatever, for example.
keys that would affect automatic semicolon. In
You put a string,
example, there are no syntax
so it's a map of string keys that hold U32.
and a leading regular
But if you do something like
this is not effect
put a union inside there,
C12.10.
I don't know what would happen.
The following equals b high g exec cmap d, where the first non-white space non-comment code point after a line terminator is u plus 0
I'm gonna find something named union.
and the syntactic context allows division or division assignment. No semicolon is inserted at the line terminator. That is, the above example is interpreted in the same way as equals b high g exec cmap d syntax input element div white space line terminator comment token div punctuator right brace punctuator input element rate
So this makes sense, whatever. It's like a string key
terminate
that holds UN32.
brace punctuator regular expression literal ECMA international
But if you do something like
107
map, GC, make base,
u t
thing, I don't even know, whatever.
e m
Just like some kind of union
t
or a structure, whatever.
e g
This is problematic.
p capital O R capital T
So this is it's not really a C++ thing.
E
Problem.
A
Or it's not C++'s fault.
to comment common token regular expression literal template substitute
It's the fact that, I don't know,
white space line terminator comment common token div punctuate
it should be possible to have a collection of things
hashbang or exp white
as like keys to something,
common token hash
even if they're not technically
literal
a string.
code format
They'll convert it to a string and then use it as a key.
control character.
It's ridiculous.
The characters in category CF in the Unicode character database such as left to right mark or right to left mark are control codes used to control the formatting of a range of text in the
So it's like
protocols for this, such as markup languages. It is useful
template,
character
then type.
facilitate editing and display. All format control characters may be used with
So like templating, C++, whatever.
template literals and regular expression literals.
It's template, then type.
0 with non-joiner and U plus 200
Really, it should be template, template,
format control characters that are used to make necessary
or
phrases in
type, type.
CMA script source text. These code points may also be identify name
They should be the same thing.
U plus FF 0 with no break space is a form
And it's totally possible.
character used primarily at the start
I made like a stupid thing.
and to allow detection of the text
It's like,
byte order.
you
ZW
can do a whole bunch of really cool shit.
characters intended for this purpose can sometimes also appear after the start of a text.
I made it to like,
Concatenating files. In ECMA script,
make like expandable types or whatever.
code points are treated as white space characters. See
I don't know, it doesn't matter.
special treatment
Except I run it and it makes data
side of comments.
that I pass in to someone else, whatever.
Literals is summarized in Table 35. Table 35. Format.
This is totally possible.
Code
Type and template should be the same thing.
U plus 200C. 0 with non-joiner. ZW.
It shouldn't be a template, then like standardized or standard type.
ZW
The standard type should be the same thing as a template or a type, whatever.
space.
There should be no distinction.
SP. 1
It's totally possible.
218.
On the better operating system,
2024. 12.2. Space. White space code points are
like
text readability and to
on a real operating system,
visible lexic.
money would have value.
Otherwise insignificant.
Right now, money means nothing.
May occur between any two tokens and at the start or end of
If you like, let's say the C language costs money.
string literal A regular expression literal
So you want to use like GCC or something.
tail
We're going to use Clang
code points forming part of a list.
or Visual Studio.
They may also occur within a comment, but cannot appear within any other kind of token. The ECMA script whites
If it costed
listed in table 36.
like $60
White code points. Code
to get like GCC for like a lifetime purchase,
009. Character tabulation. Tab U plus 000 B
then you pay $60 for GCC.
plus 0
You can have a lifetime purpose, and maybe they have like different versions,
F U plus FF
like 2024, 2025, 6, 7, 9, 10,
P. Any code point
or whatever. So like, you could buy a lifetime purchase and then buy the new one when you want to.
0 space.
And then GCC, they'd be like, well, we're getting paid, so
Code points apart.
let's like keep updating the stuff. We're actually making money.
Code points listed in
And that could also they could also like make like a free version
space intention.
that's like free, but then there's like a distinction between free and paid for.
Classif. IED in general.
MSVC,
Operator.
Microsoft, they need the money
Ace.
because Microsoft makes tons of very bad financial decisions
Us. Line terminate.
because they're literally idiots. They literally cannot create a product without stealing it from some other company and then like repurposing it,
Indi
and then they pay them
from each other.
settlement or whatever.
Like white space code point.
I should probably like back that up
Have some influence over
after saying that.
syntactic grammar. In general, line terminators may occur between any two tokens, but there are a few places where they are forbidden by the syntactic grammar. Line terminators also affect the
It's called Spyglass.
colon insertion. 12.10. A line terminator cannot occur within any token except a string literal, template, or template substitution tail, LF, and CR line terminator
So like
within a string literal
Bill Gates,
part of a line,
the guy on Epstein's client list,
multi-line comment,
the client list that doesn't exist.
line comment, line
So like
included in the
Epstein killed himself for no reason,
S class
and his girlfriend went to prison for no reason.
2024 200
It was all just a big misunderstanding.
script line terminator code points are listed in table 37. Table 37, line terminator code points.
Just like how Google collect your porn search histories,
0
your porn search histories,
left U plus 000D carriage return CR
and they like resold that information,
line separate
and they got like fined for like 5 billion or like sued,
graphs.
lawsuit, whatever,
Only the Unicode code points in table 37 are treated as line
alleging the company continued to track users' internet activity while they were in incognito mode in Chrome and other browsers.
space if they meet the
Despite the perception of privacy, this feature implies the lawsuit sought $5 billion in damages
terminator
on behalf of millions of users.
source character for the purpose of reporting
So they collect your porn history, whatever,
LF CRLS ping
and they like sell it.
the sequence
They get caught, and then like they're not going to give you a direct payout
CRLF 2 point
because
can be either single or multi
well, the lawsuit initially targeted Google for $5 billion.
test
The final settlement focuses on changes to data collection practices
terminator
and transparency rather than a direct payout to users.
a single
I think a direct payout to users would be fair.
from the marker to the end
That doesn't seem fair, just to like change and like keep the money,
of the line is not
and they get to keep all of the dirty money,
recognized separately by
like tons of money, because they have to like destroy billions of data records. That's a lot of servers storing a whole lot of dirty searches.
does not affect the process of automatic semicolon insertion. C 12.10 comments behave like white space and a
So like
that if a
money means nothing
multi code
in the digital age
comment is
because everything is free.
data for purposes of parsing by the
It says it wasn't exactly free, but Microsoft did leverage Spyglass's tech to jumpstart Internet Explorer.
ECMA Internet
And then they killed Internet Explorer because Microsoft is bad with money.
comment chars
All they can do is steal.
multi-line
And they've like run out of things to steal lately,
chars up
so they're kind of going down.
post asterisk comment char
So like, if it actually costs money to buy things
I
digitally, like digital products, and you can just steal them,
capital N
Microsoft, since they're so poor with everything,
W-A-R
they probably charge you like monthly.
L
So like they probably charge you like $20 a month
capital O-R
for MSVC.
S-T
And then claiming, I don't know, let's say like
pass up post asterisk
they're like freeware, I don't know.
source
They just always say free for whatever reason, or they're open source.
L-T-I capital L-I
So then it's like actual open source because they have the choice to be open source.
F-O
They could say, we either want to be open source or we want to be paid for our work.
A-S
Because GCC, I'm pretty sure they're open source too, but like for example,
E source
let's say they want to be paid for making GCC.
comment chars opt single line comment
It means nothing. You can get it for free.
and comment
Someone will steal it first, and then they'll redistribute it.
character but not
So money has no value in the digital marketplace.
definition
Literally, money means nothing
ban comments hash ban comments are located
because it's all based off of stealing things in the first place. Because the whole thing's been stolen,
syntax
literally from Gary Cadell.
comment chars opt 2.
The whole thing, the entire thing has been stolen.
Identifier name, private identifier, punctuator, numeric, string literal template. Note the div
So if it actually costs money
expression literal
to buy something, to purchase something,
and template substitution tail productions derive additional tokens that are not in
money would actually have value.
ECMA International
That means if you pay for MSVC
12.7
and you don't pay monthly,
identifier name and
they could actually cut off support
default identifier
for your compiler, so you'd have to pay monthly.
number 31
And if you don't pay monthly, then your compiler won't work.
with some
So you could go, oh, I want open source, or oh, I want GCC.
set of identifier name
Except, do you see what I'm saying here?
identified
Your money would be worth something.
word
You'd be paying for a product, and people would be making money for making a product.
standard the Unicode code
Imagine what effect that would have on big tech.
standard must be treated as in those categories by all
Imagine the destruction that would happen to MSVC,
CMA script implementer
to all the big tech companies that just steal open source.
editions of the Unicode standard
So you could still have open source, but it'd be like optional.
identifier name
But if you cut off the spigot
identifier name identifier
and you like make it possible so people can actually purchase something
sequence
and actually get paid for a fucking product that they designed,
escape sequence identify
do you know how long it takes to make code
identifier part
and then know that anybody can steal it?
ZWNJ ZW
I'm asked chatbot how long it takes to make a video game.
A B
And I'll ask chatbot
E F
if it's possible to disable the inspector
K L
in the web browser.
O
What percentage of web pages would disable inspector?
T U
Because the website costs $2,000 to $3,000, $5,000, $6,000,
capital A
and someone can just take the whole design, the facelift,
E not
do a facelift, whatever, and take it and then make their own website from your website.
point with the Unicode
So you pay like $5,000, $6,000, and you can view this fucking code right here.
point with the Unicode property
If all they could see was the visual website and they didn't have access to code,
given in 1-2
it'd make it much more difficult to like steal a website.
standard specifies specific code point additions
That's why things need to cost money,
sign
so they actually have worth.
05F low line
So like, I don't know, they will one day.
define name and the code points U plus 200C 0 with non-joiner and U plus 200
Just not on the modern operating system.
H joiner are permitted anywhere after the first code point of an identifier name. 22
So message chatbot, how long does it take to make a website?
2024 note to the non-term
I want to make a video game.
part derives via Unicode ID continue 2 7 1
How much code?
Unicode is
How many people?
permitted in an identifier name where they contribute a single Unicode code point equal to the identifier
And why is it so easy?
escape sequence. The preceding the Unicode escape sequence does not contribute any code points. A Unicode escape sequence cannot be used to contribute a code point to an identifier
And why is it so easy to view the source code and decompile?
if If a Unicode escape sequence were replaced by the source character, it contributes
Something that has so much worth.
identifier name that has the exact same sequence of source character elements as the original identifier name. All interpretations of identifier name within this specification are based upon their actual code points regardless of
Like why? Why is it possible?
use to contribute any particular code point to identifier names
It's because it's intentional.
according to the Unicode standard and not equal
Like, we're not stupid.
to Unicode is
Well, people that aren't stupid aren't stupid.
the exact same sequence.
It's literally on purpose.
2, 7, 1, 1 static semantics. Early errors.
It says it takes 2 to 5 to 7 years.
The syntax error if identify
How much code?
point of the Unicode is
A few thousand to tens of thousands of lines of code.
identifier start
Millions of lines of code
chain.
for
Unicode
gameplay, engine, tools, AI, physics, UI, networking.
fire code point of
It's a whole lot of free shit that you can just get for free.
point matched by the
Imagine if you had to pay money for it. Then money would actually have value.
semantics. Identifier code points. The syntax
That would really hurt some companies.
takes no arguments and returns a list of code
That shouldn't be in business in the first place.
wise over the following productions. Identify
Their only business is bad business.
CPB identifier code point of identifier start. Return
So, why is this often so easy to view, decompile some code
let CPS be identified
of game source code?
identifier name. Let's
Games are compiled into binaries, which can be reverse engineered.
return the
While source code isn't distributed, binaries contain machine code instructions, blah blah blah.
3 stack
It doesn't take anyone that's skilled to do this either. It says it takes skilled reverse engineers.
takes
It doesn't take that much work.
point. It is defined piecewise over the following production.
Many game engines use standard libraries.
A start char. Return the code point matched by identifier start char. Note 3 the sets of
Why is the source code vulnerable?
IDs ID start and ID continue in
Oh, why is it valuable? It shows how the game works internally,
IDs other
including algorithms, assets, management, network code.
1000
Helps hackers find exploits or cheats.
apart.
Helps modders extend or modify games.
Code point match
Can reused or studied or stolen. I like how it doesn't say stolen.
jets. Return the code point whose numeric value is the MV of hex.
Yeah, no, it's not fair at all.
Escape sequence. U code
The value of money,
numeric value
if things actually cost you money,
7 to keywords and reserved words. A keyword is matches ID.
I don't know, that'd be a great day.
It also has a syntactic use. That is, it appears literally in a fixed width font in some syntactic production. The keywords of VCMA script include if, while, async, await, and many
So, like, I don't know, first I get this done, I gotta focus.
that cannot be used as an identifier. Many keywords are reserved words, but
Let's get the stupid JavaScript engine,
reserved only,
like, done or whatever.
while a reserved words await is reserved only.
This would be cool though.
And modules async is not reserved. It can be used as a variable name or statement label without restriction. This specification uses a combination
Alright, so I'm gonna check out this.
and early error rules to specify which names are valid identifiers and which are reserved words. All tokens in the reserved word list below, except for await and yield, are unconditionally reserved. Exceptions for await and yield are specified in 13.1, using parameterized syntactic productions. Lastly, several early error rules restrict the set of valid identifiers. C13, 1, 1, 1, 4, 3, 1, 1, 1, 4, 7, 5, 1.
I'm gonna check out what value would money have if the operating system did its job to protect binaries and things that were not easy to take for free.
And are not,
No, to protect binaries and things,
and those that are,
and it were not.
namely the reserved words listed below except await and yield.
It were not easy to take things for free.
Identifiers. Name
Like chatbot, if things weren't free or easy to take,
identify.
chatbot's training data would be like nothing.
Implement
If it was like possible to like protect the code
and public.
and everything, chatbot would not exist. And chatbot's a scam in the first place.
Syntactic production
But if chatbot couldn't download Stack Overflow servers,
as async from get meter of set and target. The term conditional keyword.
If chatbot didn't have access to Stack Overflow
Refer to
and it couldn't just download the fucking text from servers to give responses,
texts and as keywords in others. Syntax. Reserved word. One of
in other websites, whatever,
class
well, it would get the info from somewhere, but it'd be more difficult.
exporting.
And they'd have to pay money for access, and people would actually get paid instead of like chatbot having access to all of this stuff and then just giving away for free.
2000.
And then you'd have to probably pay money for chatbot because chatbot wouldn't be free at that point. They'd be like, oh, it costs us money to actually make this thing,
A code
so we're gonna have to charge money.
be expressed by
And it means money would actually have a fucking value.
a name can contain
Because right now, in the digital age,
is not possible.
digital money means nothing.
Spelling it tells you. 6
It's bullshit.
rules in 131.
So that's chatbot. What value would money have if the operating system did its job to protect binaries and things, and it were not easy to take it for free?
It is a future reserved word.
It says if an operating system perfectly protected binaries and digital assets, including music, audio, I don't know, whatever, making it impossible or extremely hard to copy, reverse engineer, or pirate software, yeah, that's what it should do. Then the value of money in the ecosystem would shift significantly.
Strict mode code. C131.
Higher software prices and revenue certainty.
1.
Since piracy and unauthorized copying became near impossible, software creators would enjoy more reliable sales. Wouldn't that be great to sell a product and actually get fucking paid? That'd be nice.
Other
This could mean higher prices, except you would be making money.
punctuator.
It means you would be able to, like, remember apps or whatever? When Apple's like, oh, look, it's an app store,
Is equals
and the app store blew up.
and
If an operating system was released
plus equals
that protected the code, the media,
equals
all the digital assets, movies, music,
equals div
it made it impossible or extremely hard.
2.9
It's totally possible to make it impossible. So that's a possibility.
literal
If that was possible, whatever.
national 2000 and
It'd be like the Apple store when it like boomed and blew up
clear
in like a positive way. But now it's kind of like, I don't know, the App Store is what it is.
9 3 numeric literal
Except everybody can make whatever they want to make, and they make money if people purchased it.
non-decimal integer literal plus sep non-decimal integer literal plus sep
It says developers and publishers would have stronger incentives to invest quality.
integer literal
That's probably why software is so shitty.
suffix
And then actual programmers would get paid for actually programming. And talent would fucking mean something.
digit
Because right now, you can be really good at programming,
plus sep
and you can know a whole lot of shit,
non-dec
but it means nothing. Because if you like release your code or even sell it,
octal
everyone will just steal what you did.
integer literal sep big int literal suffix
Stronger digital ownership and licensing.
integer literal
Digital goods become more like physical goods. You own the exact copy you buy. Exactly. That's how it should be in the first place.
exponent part
Licensing models would be more enforceable and trustworthy.
exponent part plus
Oh, and like prices would go up, but it wouldn't matter because everybody would be making more money. So even though it costs more, you'd actually make more.
non-octal decimal integer literal decimal digits sep
Subscription services could manage access more securely.
decimal digits plus
So then, if it like actually costs money to get things, let's say like you want to make money easy or something,
789
you could like
ECMA International
host like internet traffic on your home computer.
23
You get paid money.
6,000
You could get like maybe $23 a month.
art
But it's something you can actually make money, and they'd pay you, or someone would pay you, if they want to pay you, to host serving data
decimal digit
on like your home computer.
sep decimal
And then you could do like other weird things, whatever, that people would consider weird, that you can't do like now without like whole setup.
binary digits sep binary
So there'd be like a whole bunch of ways to actually make money from off like little things.
binary digits plus
So like even if the price went up, you could actually make money doing other things.
digit 1 of 0 1 octal integer literal sep 0 octal digit sep
Impact on secondary markets.
octal
Used software sales reselling
sep
would become complicated or impossible because OS ties binaries to devices users tightly.
Octal digit.
Could lead to more centralized control by publishers.
Octal digit. Legacy octal integer literal octal digit. Non-octal
So I don't know. That's kind of sucky. Control by publishers.
capital
But I don't know if you're like tied up with the publisher. I guess that's what you do.
Y capital O C
Changes in user behavior.
L
Users would be less likely to seek unauthorized copies. Well, you couldn't. If it's locked down, is actually protected, there would be no unauthorized copies.
I N
Well, I guess there could be, but they wouldn't be like the same quality.
L non-octal digit non-octal decimal integer literal decimal digit
Could encourage a more legitimate purchases and support for developers.
Y
Yeah, everybody loves to like support people until you like actually have to support them.
L capital L I K E capital D E
Software companies could reinvest more research and development, benefiting tech advancement,
E G
and certain companies would
zero octal digit capital
they haven't advanced in years, they never will until they have something to steal.
Y capital
So other companies could take their place.
A L capital L I K E capital D
But perfect protection is practically impossible.
capital
History shows a bunch of bullshit attempts
L
by people who don't want things
139
to be free in the first place. I mean, to not be free in the first place.
ECMA int national 2024 227 hex
So chatbot is like, yeah, okay.
digit sep 0x hex digit sep hex digits sep hex digit
So I don't know. When a new OS is released that does this,
digits plus sep
see if chatbot's right about this here.
1 of 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8
I'm pretty sure chatbot's wrong.
EF the source character immediately following a numeric literal must not be an
There's only one way to find out.
digit 2 9
It's only a matter of time though.
1 static semantics
But it says, if OS level perfect protection existed, money would likely have more value in software transactions because piracy would be nearly eliminated.
in non
Software could be priced and monetized more securely, benefiting creators, but also possibly limiting. What about user freedoms?
type or the begin type the MV of
How does that
literal decimal
user freedoms? If you pay money for something, you get what you pay for.
digits 10n
How does that limit your freedoms?
digits excluding all occurrences of numeric literal separator the MV of decimal integer literal exponent part is the MV of decimal integer literal 10e
Alright, so my chatbot.
of exponent part the MV
If it's possible to disable the inspector
decimal digits exponent
on a website,
MV of decimal
so like the code can be viewed
digits 10n
at all, how many websites would enable that?
excluding all
Or how many would like say, take our code for free?
is the MV of exponent part the MV of decimal literal decimal digits is the MV of decimal
Because like,
where n is the
if you're selling a video game like Doom,
excluding all occurrences of numeric literal separator the MV of decimal literal decimal digits exponent part is the MV of decimal digits 10e
if it's possible,
code point
was it Bethesda, whatever company,
all occurrences of numeric literal separator
if they could sell the video game
part
and not have people steal it,
literal decimal integer literal exponent part
do you think they would?
integer literal 10e where
Did they update the website?
exponent part the MV of decimal integer literal 0 is 0 the MV of decimal integer literal
Was it like mobile now?
literal separator op decimal digits is the MV of non-zero digit 10n plus the MV of decimal digits where n is the number of code
Oh, I guess it was zoomed in on the Mac.
including all occurrences of numeric literal separator
I don't know.
decimal digits
If you make a video game and you release it,
the MV of decimal digits 10 plus the
you had the option to say you only want people to buy it
numeric literal separated
and be able to play it. You don't want it like to be easily stolen.
the MV of exponent part
If it's optional to like say
is the MV of signed integer the M
if you want piracy or not.
digits is the negative of the M
With a video game like Doom, do you think they'd say Yeah, we want piracy. We want people to be able to steal our game and sell it. Or would they say, yeah, no, we don't want any piracy?
2020
I don't know. That's basically what I'm asking chat, whatever.
is an error and not the two input elements 3 and in legacy octal escape sequence 0 or of binary digit. 0 is 0, the MV of decimal digit. 1 or of non-zero digit. 1 or of hex digit. 1 or of octal digit. 1 or of binary digit. 1 is 1, the MV of decimal digit. 2 or of non-zero digit, the MV of decimal digit. 3 or of non-zero digit, the MV of decimal digit. 4 or of non-zero digit, the MV of decimal digit. 5 or of non-zero digit, the MV of decimal digit. 6 or of non-zero digit, the MV of decimal digit. 7 or of non-zero digit, the MV of decimal digit. 8 or of non-zero digit, the MV of decimal digit. 9 or of non-zero digit, or of hex digit. 2 or of octal digit. 2 is 2. 3 or of hex digit. 3 or of octal digit. 3 is 3. 4 or of hex digit. 4 or of octal digit. 4 is 4. 5 or of hex digit. 5 or of octal digit. 5 is 5. 6 or of hex digit. 6 or of octal digit. 6 is 6. 7 or of hex digit. 7 or of octal digit. 7 is 7. 8 or of non-octal digit. 8 or of hex digit. 8 is or of non-octal digit. 9 or of hex digit. 9 is the MV of hex digit.
Alright, so message chatbot. If it was possible to turn off the web browser inspector
B is 11.
and all of the options to view any code of a web page,
Is 12.
what percentage of websites that pay thousands to develop a website
E or of hex digit.
would opt to disable the easy
F is
displayment?
binary digits. Binary.
Spell check messed that up.
The MV of binary digits 2 plus the MV of binary digit. The MV of binary digits. Binary digits numeric
Is displayment not a word?
is the MV of
I don't know, I'm saying it's a word.
plus the MV of binary digit. The MV of octal digits. Octal digit is the MV of
Would opt to disable the easy displayment of code, of the code they paid for that runs their website.
the MV of octal digits 8.
Like if it was possible to disable the inspector
Of legacy octal in
after you pay thousands of dollars for a website to disable all of it.
octal in
So you can't view the source code, so you can't steal things.
octal digit. The
Of course you need the inspector for like your own website. I mean like publicly.
MG A
How many companies would be like, you know what? Let's disable that. We don't wanna opt in to have everyone be able to take things for free. We've paid thousands of dollars for this.
E C
That's why digital currency has no value.
N T E G E
And Shepard says,
capital L non-octal digit is the MV of capital L
interesting question. Because you don't even get the option to opt in or opt out.
E
It's literally, your website's free, and that's how it is.
E
And they say, oh, it's security,
E
but it's not.
I M A L
You could view the source code, and you'll get just as many viruses as you ever know.
G E
Literally, how many people actually know how to read JavaScript or how to like code? If you can't code, there's no reason to even be able to click inspect.
digit E
It's not going to help you save from getting a virus. Are you fucking kidding me?
10 plus the MV
The only people that use the inspector are the people stealing code
G
or developing code.
E
It has nothing to do with the user
T
and making them safe when they're browsing the web, for fuck's sake.
K E cap
It says, interesting question. If it were technically possible to fully disable the web browser's inspector and block easy ways to view a website's code,
E R capital L E G
if I make a browser, I'm gonna like do this or whatever.
O C
So it is technically possible if someone like released a new browser.
A E
I wouldn't make the whole browser, I'd just use Chromium, but put in my JavaScript engine
A L
and update it to like play video games or whatever.
E G E R cap
Because it's open source, so whatever.
the MV of cap
And view a website's code HTML, CSS, JavaScript.
C
Here's how to break down.
O C
Key points. Most websites code is meant to be public. Yeah, okay.
D E C
Browsers must download HTML and CSS and JavaScript from their page,
I
so the code is inherently client visible.
R capital L
So like
octal digit
this is inherently needed.
is
All this
16 plus
to inspect the code like this and like modify it
digits hex
totally makes sense. Actually, yeah, that makes the whole so much sense.
of hex digits 16 plus the M
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
3 static semantic
Many businesses rely on transparency.
directed operation numeric value takes no
SEO analytics and integrations that need access to code.
following production
That's not what I'm asking. Code protection is often secondary to functionality.
of decimal literal
Websites usually prioritize usability over hiding code.
decimal integer
Many web apps are interactive, require JavaScript for debugging,
literal
and benefit. Yeah, who uses the JavaScript debugger
decimal
other than people making a website or stealing a website?
the M
Nobody.
literal ECMA International 2000
Some businesses want to protect proprietary code.
0 begin literal suffix 1
Web-based games, premium tools may want to obfuscate or limit code. It doesn't say turn off or like actually protect, which is what they would want.
0
They often rely, yeah, and that doesn't work.
digit
Minification, obfuscation.
suffix non-zero digit num
There's nothing user unfriendly. Nobody does inspect element
in decimal digits
unless you're stealing or actually writing code.
MVB the MV
Stupid, dumbass argument.
of decimal digits
Blocking all inspection would break developers' tools. That's why you'd make a mode for developers. Duh.
0 or more Unicode code points enclosed in single or double quotes
Disablling inspectors would frustrate developers because they couldn't get stuff for free.
all code
Imagine if you're making a website and you're the kind of person that steals things.
plus zeros
You'd be cut off.
solidus
You'd make no money. You'd go bankrupt. You'd be fucked. That'd be so funny.
0A line
Literally, so many programmers would be fucked.
sequence
You would actually have to learn how to fucking program.
script string
That'd be the funniest thing ever.
in these string values unique
Like, the only way to make people take things seriously
find in one
is literally in their pocketbook.
code
So if you can't be a thief, if you can't steal,
it as a single code unit element of the string
well, that's on you.
of the string syntax
And being a scammer in the first place.
to sopt single string correct to sopt double string characters double
Probably a very small minority.
single string
Really? Only 5% would choose to fully block inspector?
character source character but not one of or all line terminator ls
Yeah, okay. Alright, so I'm on that chatbot.
patient
Okay, it says, why pay thousands of dollars for a site of if code is hidden?
ls ps escape sequence
Most businesses want ownership, but not include hiding it.
30 ECMA internet
This is the web's nature.
4 escape sequence character
Protecting intellectual property is usually done via legal means, licensing, server-side, or code, obfuscation, not blocking inspectors.
escape sequence
That is the only way to protect intellectual property.
non-escape character single escape character one of BFNRTV non-escape character source character
Very few sites would do it. Okay then.
data escape character
MS chatbot,
escape character decimal digit x
if doom,
escape sequence
or like whatever, any game.
8 9 non-zero octal digit look ahead octal digit 0 to 3 octal digit look ahead octal digit 4 to 7 octal digit 0 to 3 octal digit non-zero octal digit but not 0 0 to 3 1 of 0 1 2 3 4 to 7 1 of 4567 non-octal decimal L escape sequence 1 of 89 hex escape sequence X hex digit Unicode escape sequence U hex 4 digits U code point hex 4 digits hex digit. The definition of the non-terminal hex digit is given in 1 2 9 3 source character is defined in 11.1, ECMA International 2024 231. Note 2, LF and CR cannot appear in a string literal, except as part of a line continuation to produce the empty code point sequence. The proper way to include either in the string value of a string literal is to use an escape sequence such as N or U000A. 2, 9, 4, 1 static semantics. Early errors. Escape sequence. Legacy octal escape sequence. Non-octal decimal escape sequence. It is a syntax error if the source text matched by this production is strict mode code. Note 1 in non-strict code, this syntax is legacy. 2, 9, 4, 2 static semantics. SV. The syntax-directed operation SV takes no arguments and returns a string. A string literal stands for a value of the string type. SV produces string values for string literals through recursive application on the various parts of the string literal. As part of this process, some Unicode code points within the string literal are interpreted as having a mathematical value, as described below, or in 1, 2, 9, 3. The SV of string literal is the empty string. The SV of string literal is the empty string. The SV of double string characters. Double string characters is the string. Concatenation of the SV of double string character and the SV of double string characters. The SV of single string characters. Single string characters is the string. Concatenation of the SV of single string characters.
Alright, so nice chatbot. If any video game company like Doom or other indie developers or AAA developers could opt to enable enhanced security so their binaries would be fundamentally be both theoretically and physically impossible to reverse engineer, what percentage of companies would opt towards actually making money and having a game that cannot be pirated for free? What percent? It's not going to be 5%. So your chatbot's telling me that 5% of web developers are cool with their websites being stolen. Under 5%. Yeah, fuck no. Web developers get fucked in the first place. If it's possible to turn off the inspector and turn off all the free shit that makes it easy to steal. Of course you have to have some things like text has to be copy and paste, but if it's possible to turn things off for the sake of like actually making a fucking profit and people pirating your shit, everyone would want that option. A very small minority, my ass.
0 is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x.
The only people that would be hurt by this option, by like disabling piracy, would be the companies that should not be in business because they're literally only bad business.
To table 38. Note 2, it is possible for string literals to precede.
Chatbot says, if there existed a perfect foolproof way to make a game binaries completely impossible to reverse engineer or pirate, something both theoretically and physically unbreakable, here's how I'd estimate the percentage of games companies would choose to use it.
Copyright sign.
Financial incentives, make more money. Cost and complexity. If the enhanced security came.
Sequences.
Performance, blah blah blah. User, blah blah blah.
B.
Company philosophy and market segment.
Backspace. BST.
Indies might skip it. It'd be free. It'd be part of the operating system. It wouldn't cost fucking money.
000A. Line
okay, so
V.
I had to like reword it.
00B. Line tabulation. VT. F. 0x000C. Form feed. FF. R. 0x000D. Carriage return CR. CR. Double quote. 0x0022. Quotation mark. Apostrophe 0x0027 apostrophe backslash 0x005C reverse solidus, comma the SV of non-escape character, source character but not one of escape character or line terminator is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the code point matched by source character. The SV of escape sequence. Legacy octal escape sequence is the string value consisting of the code unit whose numeric value is the MV of legacy octal escape sequence. The SV of non-octal decimal escape sequence. 8 is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x0038. Digit 8, the SV of non-octal decimal escape sequence. 9 is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x0039. Digit 9, the SV of hex escape sequence. X hex digit is the string value consisting of the code unit whose numeric value is the MV of hex escape sequence. The SV of hex 4 digits. Hex digit
Alright, Smash Chatbot.
consisting of the code unit whose numeric value.
If it was built into the operating system, it would be free. Part of the contract between the OS developer and the user, that the OS would not break their trust. It would not cost money for the enhanced security, and the program would not need to be rewritten to account for it. Reassess your percentage estimate now.
4. 3 static semantics. MV, the MV of
It says, if this perfect, foolproof, anti-piracy,
8 times
it's possible,
plus the
just like how it's possible to go through the JavaScript standard, the ECMA 262.
digit is 8 times the MV of 4 to 7 plus the
It's possible to go from page 1 to page 816 to meet the entire standard, even though nobody has done it yet. It is possible, and I'm going to be doing this in a month or two. Hopefully not a month or two. I'll be done in a month or two.
of the first octal digit.
I'm going to go from page 1 to page 816. If this is possible,
0 is 0, the MV of 0 to 3.
then there are lots of things that are possible.
2 is 2, the MV of 0 to 3. 3 is 3.
So it says, if this is perfect, foolproof, anti-piracy security were built directly into the operating system,
To 7.
provided at no extra cost,
7.
and transparent to software developers, no rewriting or special integration needed,
6.
then the adoption landscape would change significantly.
The MV of the second hex.
It means money would have value.
Hex digit is 0x1000 the M
And some companies would lose value
plus 0x
because they have no value to start with,
0x10 the MV of the third hex.
other than the value of the things that they've stolen
ECMA International
that are way out of date at this day.
33 1 2 9 5
It says key changes with OS level free, zero effort security,
for regular
zero cost barrier, no additional fees or expense for developers,
end of the regular
zero development barrier, no need to modify or adapt games, works out of the box,
body and the
seamless user experience, no performance impact or user friction if the OS handles it transparently, high trust, since the OS guarantees no breaches, piracy becomes near impossible,
regular expression,
new estimated adoption percentages,
but it must not
developer type, estimated percent likely to adopt OS integration, perfect security,
below or
99%
tax regular
for AAA studios,
expression
mid-indie, $85.95. Why would they ever make their code visible
chart
or able to reverse engineer?
as
Mid-indie sized companies are competing, or most likely are competing, to become AAA.
expression non-terminated button
If anything, they'd be 99% too.
E
I like how it says nearly universal.
cap
Yeah, that's because when you put time into something and sell it as a fucking product, if you don't make return, what the fuck?
K S L
Small indies, 785, open source, 10 to 25.
E Q
It says to avoid,
regular
may still avoid due to philosophy.
non-terminated
The philosophy of what? Take my shit, please, and steal it?
G
That's not a philosophy.
A R
Reasoning. Almost everyone, except some open source, would embrace it because it's free, effortless, portable, and profitable.
capital B A C
The major friction points today, cost development effort.
S
The OS level guarantee would standardize security, making it the de facto. Yeah, it'd be a new de facto.
capital
It would literally put some companies out of business. Companies that's in bad businesses. Bad businesses. Whatever. Man, this mic sucks.
E A C K S L A
Only those who want full openness and modifying might decline it.
U regular expression non-terminator
I can't talk if I can't hear myself.
source character but not
I'm trying to talk and it's like skipping.
us regular expression
Final thoughts. This scenario would be a game changer. pun intended, software and game industries, potentially slashing piracy. The monetary incentive combined with zero drawback means near universal adoption, except for niche exceptions. RSMS chatbot. Why 5% for websites, but not for video games? Why probably a very small minority, maybe under 5%. Yet.
See 22.2 each time the literal is evaluated. To regular expression literal.
AAA studios, 99%, nearly universal.
Never compare as equal.
There's no difference between a website and a video game.
Identical.
If you spend time and you charge a customer money and a customer pays for it, that is called a transaction.
As a function.
And when everybody can get that same transaction for free,
34. ECMA International.
Duh.
Regular expression flags. Empty. Regular expression flags identify a part char. 2, 9, 5, 1 static cement.
The under 5% estimate was about websites disabling the browser inspectors.
The text takes no arguments.
How many users actually view the source code? It doesn't help anybody unless you're stealing it or developing it.
Regular expression.
Most websites want their front-end code to be publicly accessible,
recognized as regular,
or at least viewable, because that's the nature of the web. The nature of
the syntax.
That's a joke.
Text takes no arguments and
how does it break users' experience?
Find piecewise over the following.
How often does the average user right-click to view the inspector?
Embody regular expression.
There's no way a small minority
was recognized as regular expression flag.
The 99 estimate was about video game developers in adopting a perfect OS-level anti-piracy technology.
Substitution template. Template head no subs.
RMS chatbot.
Template corrector sop template head. Template corrector sop $sign.
If the anti-piracy applied to websites, how many would want it?
Corrector sop $sign. Template tail. Template corrector sop template characters. Template character template corrector sopt. Note to regular
if this, as you say,
not be empty. Instead of representing an empty regular expression literal, the code unit sequence starts a single line comment. To specify an empty regular expression, use ECMA International 2024 235 template character look ahead template escape sequence not escape sequence line continuation line terminator sequence source character but not one of or $sign or line.
I'm saying if this, as you say, the 99% estimate was about video game developers adopting a perfect OS level anti-piracy technology were applied to website design.
Decimal digit but not 0. X, look ahead hex digit, X hex digit, look ahead
/ development,
look ahead hex digit, look ahead U hex digit, look ahead hex digit, U hex digit.
How many websites would opt for it, percentage-wise?
Look ahead hex digit, U, look ahead hex digit, U, not code point.
It's the same kind of perfect OS level free zero effort anti-piracy protection, like the one imagined for video games, were available and applicable to website code, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, to prevent users from viewing or copying it easily. Here's how the adoption might look. Key considerations for websites.
0x10ff. Note template.
Perfect OS would protect strict DRM, preventing code viewing inspection. This would be a major shift from current open web model. There is no choice too. It's always open web, freaking open everything.
Takes no arguments and returns a string.
It's kind of like rape.
Literal component.
Everything's just open and available. You can just access it for free.
To construct
it's literally rape. It's like digital rape.
The template values
to your pocketbook,
escape
to your earnings, to your life earnings. It's like raping the money that you can make if you were fucking making money, but you can't because everything is open. It's a big open web model. Everyone goes in and out, taking whatever they want, whenever they want, because it's all free.
The TV of template tail is the empty string. The TV of template characters. Template characters.
Corporate enterprise sites, 50 to 70%.
The TV of template character.
Web apps, 70 to 85. e-commerce, 60 to 80,
and the TV of
content, open source community,
template character
small business, 20 to 40.
or $sign or line terminator is the result.
Some care about IP, others prefer openness.
Point matched by source character.
Yeah, okay.
Template
Why adoption is mixed? Unlike games, no. There's no mixing.
0024 $sign.
You can't make a living when everything is fucking
The S
the open web model. If it's all open, no.
not escape sequence is undefined. The TV of
Summary. If perfect OS level protection existed for website code, many commercial and proprietary sites,
36
50 to 85, would adopt to protect IP and UX,
4
but a significant minority would resist to preserve. No, they wouldn't.
9
If it was possible to sell something and actually make money,
B. The
because that's what you deserve for making a product.
no argument.
You deserve to get fucking paid.
A template
Not raped, paid.
by TRV is a value of the string type. TRV is used to construct the raw components of a template.
Yeah, I don't know, whatever.
The template raw values. TRV is similar to TV with the difference being that in TRV, escape sequences are interpreted as they appear in the literal. The TRV of no substitution template
So that's why
string. The TRV of template
it makes sense for digital currency to actually have value.
TRV of
And what would happen if digital currency actually had value?
template tab
It would give value to digital currency.
template
So money would actually mean something.
concatenation of the TRV
And you wouldn't be getting raped anymore.
of template characters.
I mean, like, money-wise, not like rape,
Source character
but it is kind of like the same thing,
sign or
being used or whatever.
result of performing
Just getting things for free from someone, it's not fair.
code point matched by source character. The TRV of template character $sign is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x0024 $sign. The TRV of template character template escape sequence is the string concatenation of the code unit 0x005C reverse solidus, and the TRV of template escape sequence. The TRV of template character not escape sequence is the string
So the template type thing, I don't know.
005C
The OS should have like
not escape.
templates and types to be the same thing. It's totally possible.
0 is the string value consisting
So that's not C++'s fault.
0, 0,
That's not C++'s fault.
The TRV of
It's basically like
0 decimal digit is the
because OS doesn't like
0x003
facilitate advanced features other than all the things that it's stolen in the first place to like make it.
X. Look ahead hex digit.
So it should be possible to like have unions or like any kind of type as a key,
Letter X.
and it should be standardized and supported
X hex digit.
other than having to like always convert to like string or integer for a key.
X0078. Latin small letter X. And the
So I don't know, that's like the only issue that I have with templates,
escape sequence
because you can template stuff, except not really.
is the
And I asked Chatbot about that a second ago, but I didn't like talk about it, but whatever.
5.
So Chatbot said you can't really make, it said you could make a key of a union,
Look ahead hex.
but that like it doesn't work cross-platform.
Code unit 0x0075.
So I gotta like pick a name for these things,
TRV of hex digit.
the new macros, whatever.
Escape sequence. U hex.
I'm gonna call the macro here,
Look ahead hex digit. Is the string
and then, I don't know, I'll put the value below the result,
Latin small letter U. The TRV of the first hex.
and try to like template this, pass in the type, update things.
The TRV of
And I should focus and get this running.
hex digit hex digit. Look at
That's gonna be my focus. I gotta like really try to focus.
unit 0x75.
Stop thinking ahead.
Latin small letter U. The TRV of the first hex digit. The TRV of the second hex digit. And the TRV of the third hex digit. The TRV of not escape sequence. U. Look ahead hex digit. Is the string concatenation of the code unit 0x0075. Latin small letter U. And the code unit 0x007b. Left curly bracket. The TRV of not escape sequence. U. Not code point. Look ahead hex digit. Is the string concatenation of the code unit 0x0075. Latin small letter U. The code unit 0x007b. Left curly bracket. and the TRV of not code point. The TRV of not escape sequence, U, code point. Look ahead hex digit. Look ahead is the string concatenation of the code unit 0x0075, Latin small letter U, the code unit 0x007b, left curly bracket, and the TRV of code point, the TRV of decimal digit, 1 of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the single code point matched by this production. The TRV of character escape sequence, non-escape character is the SV of non-escape character. The TRV of single escape character, 1 of BFNRTV is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the single code point matched by this production. The TRV of hex escape sequence, X hex digit is the string concatenation of the code unit 0x0078, Latin X, the TRV of the first hex digit, and the TRV of the second hex digit, the TRV of Unicode.
The future. I hope this doesn't explode.
Curly bracket, the TRV of ECMA International 2024-237 code point, and the code unit 0x007d, right curly bracket, the TRV of hex 4 digits, hex digit is the string concatenation of the TRV of the first hex digit, the TRV of the second hex digit, the TRV of the third hex digit, and the TRV of the fourth hex digit, the TRV of hex digits. Hex digit is the string concatenation of the TRV of hex digits and the TRV of hex digit, the TRV of hex digit, 1 of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 A B C D E F A B C D E F is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the single code point matched by this production. The TRV of line continuation, line terminator sequence is the string concatenation of the code unit 0x005C, reverse solidus, and the TRV of line terminator sequence, the TRV of line terminator sequence, LF, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x000A line feed. The TRV of line terminator sequence, CR, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x000A line feed. The TRV of line terminator sequence, LS, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x2028 line separator. The TRV of line terminator sequence, PS, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x2029 paragraph separator. The TRV of line terminator sequence, CRLF, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x000A line feed. 2.10 Automatic semicolon insertion. Most DCMA script statements and declarations must be terminated with a semicolon. Such semicolons may always appear explicitly in the source text. For convenience, however, such semicolons may be omitted from the source text in certain situations. These situations are described by saying that semicolons are automatically inserted into the source code token stream in those situations. 2.1.0.1 Rules of automatic semicolon insertion. In the following rules, token means the actual recognized lexical token determined using the current lexical goal symbol as described in clause 12. There are 3 basic rules of semicolon insertion. When, as the source text is parsed from left to right, a token, called the offending token, is encountered that is not allowed by any production of the grammar. Then a semicolon is automatically inserted before the offending token if one or more of the following conditions is true. The offending token is separated from the previous token by at least one line terminator. The offending token is, the previous token is, and the inserted semicolon would then be parsed as the terminating semicolon of a do-while statement. 1.4.7.2 When, as the source text is parsed from left to right, the end of the input stream of tokens is encountered, and the parser is unable to parse the input token stream as a single instance of the goal non-terminal, Then a semicolon is automatically inserted at the end of the input stream when, as the source text is parsed from left to right, a token is encountered that is allowed by some production of the grammar. But the production is a restricted production and the token would be the first token for a terminal or non-terminal immediately following the annotation, no line terminator here, within the restricted production. And therefore such a token is called a restricted token, and the restricted token is separated from the previous token by at least one line terminator. Then a semicolon is automatically inserted before the restricted token. Note TV excludes the code units of line continuation while TRV includes them. CR, LF, and CR line terminator sequences are normalized to LF for both TV and TRV. An explicit template escape sequence is needed to include a CR or CR, LF sequence. 38 ECMA International 2024. However, there is an additional overriding condition on the preceding rules. A semicolon is never inserted automatically if the semicolon would then be parsed as an empty statement or if that semicolon would become one of the two semicolons in the header of a statement. C14.7. 4. Note the following are the only restricted productions in the grammar. Update expression, yield, await. Left-hand side expression yield await. No line terminator here. ++ left-hand side expression yield await. No line terminator here. Continue statement, yield, await. T. Continue, continue. No line terminator here. Label identifier yield await. Break statement, yield, await. Break, break. No line terminator here. Label identifier yield await. Return statement, yield, await. Return, return. No line terminator here. Expression, plus in yield await. Throw statement, yield, await. Throw, no line terminator here. Expression, plus in yield await. Yield expression, in, await. Yield, yield. No line terminator here. Assignment expression in, plus yield await. Yield, no line terminator here. Assignment expression in, plus yield await. Arrow function, in, yield, await. Arrow parameters yield await. No line terminator here, equals. Concise body in, async function declaration, yield, await. Default, async, no line terminator here. Function binding identifier yield await. Formal parameters, yield, plus await. Async function body, plus default. Async, no line terminator here. Function, formal parameters, yield, plus await. Async function body, async function expression, async, no line terminator here. Function binding identifier, yield, plus await, opt, formal parameters, yield, plus await, async function body, async method, yield, await, async, no line terminator here, class element name yield await, unique formal parameters, yield, plus await, async function body, async generator declaration, yield, await, default, async, no line terminator here, function binding identifier yield await, formal parameters, plus yield, plus await, async generator body, plus default, async, no line terminator here, function, formal parameters, plus yield, plus await, async generator body, async generator expression, async, no line terminator here, function binding identifier, plus yield, plus await, opt, formal parameters, plus yield, plus await, async generator body, async generator method, yield, await, async, no line terminator here, class element name yield await, unique formal parameters, plus yield, plus await, async generator body, async arrow function, in, yield, await, async, no line terminator here, async arrow binding identifier yield, no line terminator here, equals, async concise body in, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital C, A, L, L, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, D, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital A, R, R, yield await, no line terminator here, equals, Async concise body in ECMA International 2024 239. Async arrowhead. Async no line terminator here. Arrow formal parameters. Yield plus await. The practical effect of these restricted productions is as follows. When a ++ token is encountered where the parser would treat it as a postfix operator, and at least one line terminator occurred between the preceding token and the ++ token, then a semicolon is automatically inserted before the ++ token. When a continue, break, return, throw, or yield token is encountered and a line terminator is encountered before the next token, a semicolon is automatically inserted after the continue, break, return, throw, or yield token. When arrow function parameter s are followed by a line terminator before it equals token, a semicolon is automatically inserted and the punctuator causes a syntax error. When an async token is followed by a line terminator before a function or identifier name or token, a semicolon is automatically inserted and the async token is not treated as part of the same expression or class element as the following tokens. When an async token is followed by a line terminator before a token, a semicolon is automatically inserted and the punctuator causes a syntax error. The resulting practical advice to ECMA script programmers is, a postfix ++ or operator should be on the same line as its operand. An expression in a return or throw statement or an assignment expression in a yield expression should start on the same line as the return, throw, or yield token. A label identifier in a break or continue statement should be on the same line as the break or continue token. The end of an arrow function's parameter, s, and its equals, should be on the same line. The async token preceding an asynchronous function or method should be on the same line as the immediately following token. 2. 10. 2 examples of automatic semicolon insertion. This section is non-normative. The source, 12.3, is not a valid sentence in the ECMA script grammar, even with the automatic semicolon insertion rules. In contrast, the source, 1.2.3, is also not a valid ECMA script sentence, but is transformed by automatic semicolon insertion into the following 1.2.3, which is a valid ECMA script sentence. The source, 4.A. B. 40, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, is not a valid ECMA script sentence and is not altered by automatic semicolon insertion because the semicolon is needed for the header of a for statement. Automatic semicolon insertion never inserts one of the two semicolons in the header of a for statement. The source, return, A plus B, is transformed by automatic semicolon insertion into the following, return, A plus B. The source, A equals B plus C.
you can actually make like a typeless compound array or union with a struct in it. Compound literal, whatever. This actually worked though. Except to pass them in like this. Can you even have a colon? I was thinking that'd be easier to like pass in arguments, but then realized that because like defining destruct to have the arguments is annoying. It'd be cool to like define them in place, but then every time you define it, you have to like define the type every time. So that wouldn't be useful. It'd be more painful. If this even works, I don't think it will work. This is like assigning properties aren't defined to the list. The struct whatever. And it's not very clear that the problem is that the properties are present. It's like an expected expression beforehand. Issues with the right or WR, the dot WR with the left hand side. Inside the macro, optional revision 1, inside a value, where it expands and it begins here. An expression is expected here. So issues inside of the macro at ry.right, the WR. Inside here, and issues here. But it doesn't say it should just say like property is missing from declared list or something. Because this is like, it doesn't say, it's like so, I don't know, it took so long to figure out. It took too long. I'm like bored. Nice job, if you can figure it out. Like if chatbot says, oh, that's clearly a property that's not present in the declared structure, whatever, then I don't know. Maybe it is obvious then. Chatbot says, what does this mean? In C syntax, the blah blah is designed. Initializers only work inside initializer list. Like struct initializations, array, or compound literals. You cannot use dot member value directly as arguments in a macro or function call as a standard expression. This is valid, but this is invalid. Expected expression dot to be before token. What your code is trying to do. Your macro code tries to pass designated initializers as macro argument or inside expression where only regular expressions are allowed. But C syntax forbids that. So it's not obvious because chatbot doesn't even know what it's saying. Makes no sense. Because chatbot is not AI. Wow, let's see if this fixes it. If it doesn't, it was working yesterday. No. I'm gonna like undo really quick. It works like this. Why can't I pass an argument? Are you fucking kidding me? What? What the fuck? Do I have to specify exactly which fucking argument to pick from the argument list? Fucking kidding me. This is why I don't like this fucking macro. Where the fuck is it? Whatever the stupid fucking dot dot dot, then like underscore VARGs. Whatever the fuck that shit is. It fucking sucks. It doesn't even fucking work. Damn it. It literally passes in everything, but I can't access it. Fuck. God, man. Freaking shit. This compiler sucks. C language sucks. There are so many simple things that should be possible without going to C++. Because, yeah, I'm done picking on C++. I need some water. This is so annoying. Not gonna like freaking rewrite this. I thought I was all set. Fuck. Damn it. I'm gonna have to specify the length of fucking arguments. For fuck's sake. So fucking dumb. Good. Oh well. I gotta specify the length. It could be worse. No, it couldn't. It couldn't be worse. It's fucking stupid. Fuck.
.7 Class definition syntax. Class declaration. Yield. Await. Default. Class binding identifier yield await. Class tail yield await. Class default. Class tail yield await. Class expression. Yield. Await. Class binding identifier yield await. Up. Class tail yield await. Class tail. Yield. Await. Class heritage yield await. Upt. Class body yield await. Upt. Class heritage. Yield. Await. Extends left-hand side expression yield await. Class body. Yield. Await. Class element list yield await. Class element list. Yield. Await. Class element yield await. Class element list yield await. Class element yield await. Class element. Yield. Await. Method definition yield await. Static method definition yield await. Field definition yield await. Static field definition yield await. Class static block. Note the binding identifier in an async generator expression can be referenced from inside the async generator expression's async generator body to allow the generator code to call itself recursively. However, unlike in an async generator declaration, the binding identifier in an async generator expression cannot be referenced from and does not affect the scope enclosing the async generator expression. 42. ECMA International 2024. Field definition. Yield. Await. Class element name yield await. Initializer. Plus in yield await. Upt. Class element name. Yield. Await. Property name yield await. Private identifier class static block. Static. Class static block body. Class static block body. Class static block statement list. Class static block statement list. Statement list. Yield. Plus await. Return. Up. Note A class definition is always strict mode code. 5. 7. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Class tail. Class heritage opt. Class body. It is a syntax error if class heritage is not present and the following algorithm returns true. Let constructor be constructor method of class body. If constructor is empty, return false. Return has direct super of constructor. Class body. Class element list. It is a syntax error if prototype property name list of class element list contains more than one occurrence of constructor. It is a syntax error if private bound identifiers of class element list contains any duplicate entries, unless the name is used once for a getter and once for a setter and in no other entries, and the getter and setter are either both static or both non-static. Class element. Method definition. It is a syntax error if prop name of method definition is not constructor and has direct super of method definition is true. It is a syntax error if prop name of method definition is constructor and special method of method definition is true. Class element. static method definition. It is a syntax error if has direct super of method definition is true. It is a syntax error if prop name of method definition is prototype. Class element, field definition. It is a syntax error if prop name of field definition is constructor. Class S element, static field definition. It is a syntax error if prop name of field definition is either prototype or constructor. Field definition, class element name initializeropt. It is a syntax error if initializer is present and contains arguments of initializer is true. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 343, it is a syntax error if initializer is present and initializer contains supercall is true. Class element name, private identifier. It is a syntax error if string value of private identifier is constructor. Class static block body, class static block statement list. It is a syntax error if the lexically declared names of class static block statement list contains any duplicate entries. It is a syntax error if any element of the lexically declared names of class static block statement list also occurs in the var declared names of class static block statement list. It is a syntax error if contains duplicate labels of class static block statement list with argument is true. It is a syntax error if contains undefined break target of class static block statement list with argument is true. It is a syntax error if capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of class static block statement list with arguments and is true. It is a syntax error if contains arguments of class static block statement list is true. It is a syntax error if class static block statement list contains supercall is true. It is a syntax error if class static block statement list contains await is true. 5, 7, 2 static semantics. Class element kind. The syntax directed operation class element kind takes no arguments and returns constructor method, non-constructor method, or empty. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Class element, method definition. If prop name of method definition is constructor, return constructor method, return non-constructor method. Class element, static method definition, field definition, static field definition, return non-constructor method. Class element, class static block, return non-constructor method. Class element, return empty. 5, 7, 3 static semantics. Constructor method. The syntax directed operation constructor method takes no arguments and returns a class element parse node or empty. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Class element list. Class element. If class element kind of class element is constructor method, return class element. Return empty. Class element list. Class element list class element. 2. Let head be constructor method of class element list. If head is not empty, return head. 44. ECMA International 2024. 3. If class element kind of class element is constructor method, return class element. Return empty. 5, 7, 4 static semantics. Is static. The syntax directed operation is static takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Class element, method definition, return false. Class element, static method definition, return true. Class SS element, field definition, return false. Class element, static field definition, return true. Class element, class static block, return true. Class element, return false. 5, 7, 5 static semantics. Non-constructor elements. The syntax-directed operation non-constructor elements takes no arguments and returns a list of class element parse nodes. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Class element list. Class element. If class element kind of class element is non-constructor method, then a return class element. Return a new empty list. Class element list. Class element list class element. Let list be non-constructor elements of class element list. If class element kind of class element is non-constructor method, then a append class element to the end of list. 3. Return list. Note early error rules ensure that there is only one method definition named constructor and that it is not an accessor property or generator definition. ECMA International 2024 345 157 6 Static semantics. Prototype property name list. The syntax-directed operation prototype property name list takes no arguments and returns a list of property keys. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Class element list. Class element. Let prop name be prop name of class element. If prop name is empty, return a new empty list. If is static of class element is true, return a new empty list. Return prop name. Class element list. Class element list class element. Let list be prototype property name list of class element list. Let prop name be prop name of class element. If prop name is empty, return list. If is static of class element is true, return list. Return the list concatenation of list and prop name. 5, 7, 7 Static semantics. All private identifiers valid. The syntax-directed operation all private identifiers valid takes argument names, a list of strings, and returns a boolean. Every grammar production alternative in this specification which is not listed below implicitly has the following default definition of all private identifiers valid. For each child node child of this parse node, do A if child is an instance of a non-terminal, then I if all private identifiers valid of child with argument names as false. Return false 2. Return true. Member expression. Private identifier. If names contains the string value of private identifier, then A return all private identifiers valid of member expression with argument names. Return false. Call expression. Private identifier. If names contains the string value of private identifier, then A return all private identifiers valid of call expression with argument names. Return false. Optional chain. Private identifier. If names contains the string value of private identifier, return false. Optional chain. Private identifier. If names contains the string value of private identifier, then A return and all private identifiers valid of optional chain with argument names. Return.
I don't know.
Class element list.
I guess it wouldn't be like real-time programming
Of names and
if everything always worked.
return all private identifiers valid.
Because nothing ever always works.
ECMA International 2024 Relational expression. Private identifier in shift expression. If names contain
Because the compiler makes exceptions for some things
A return all
very, very specific, but not all things.
return false. 5, 7, 8 Static semantics. Private bound identifiers. The syntax-directed operation private bound identifiers takes no arguments and returns a list of strings. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Field definition. Class element.
So I guess VARs
Bound identifiers of class element.
literally only works with arguments,
Private
not struct assignments.
element.
But it does detect the commas,
Class element name. Property name.
and then the period and the property name,
Block.
but it doesn't have an issue with that.
Class element list. Class element list. Class
It's just that it's not a list of arguments.
identifiers of class element list. Let names to be private bound identifiers of class element. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Method definition. Class element name. Unique formal parameters. Function body. Get class element name. Function body. Set class element name. Property set parameter list. Function body. Generator method. Class element name. Unique formal parameters. Generator body. Async method. Async name. Unique formal parameters.
I want, or I don't know, I need,
Name. Unique formal
but I'm gonna get whatever.
generator body. Return private.
The flexibility of like passing in
7. 9 Statics.
the name with the value.
The syntax-directed operation contains
So I gotta figure that out.
arguments and returns a boolean. Every grammar production alternative in this specification
I'll just do this then.
has the
I'll pass in the number of arguments.
contains arguments for each
It's like 2
node
and 3.
of a non-terminal.
Then I'll make an X macro.
Of child is true. Return true 2. Return false.
And I'll have the X macro
24,347.
Inline expand, whatever you want to call it.
If the string value
3 times or 2 times
true, return false.
to the amount picked
Binding identifier. Formal parameters.
inside of another struct. So put another struct inside of here that's of the same type.
Binding identifier. Formal parameter.
Oh wait, I can actually just do this. I can assign the union to the union.
Parameters. Generate.
And it'll make a copy of the fucking struct.
Generator body. Generator expression. Function bind.
Because this compiler, the C compiler, is totally incompetent.
Generator declaration. Async function binding identifier. Formal parameters. Async generator body. Async function. Formal
so whatever the type is right now, it has a the macro. It where is it?
Parameters. Async generator body. Async function declaration. Async function binding identifier.
It glues this
Parameters. Async
to make the name of the macro, or the to make the name of the freaking
function expression.
I gotta sneeze.
Identifier. Function body. Return false. Method def.
I can't talk. I'm gonna like sneeze any second.
Function body. Get class element name. Set class.
And I didn't sneeze. Okay, that's cool.
Function body. Generator method. Class element name. Unique formal parameters. Generator body. Async generator method. Async class element name. Unique formal parameters. Async generator. Class element name. Unique formal parameters. Async function body. Return contains arguments of class element name. The 5th of July 2010 runtime semantics. Class.
This is the name of the struct.
The syntax-directed operation class field definition evaluation takes argument home object, an object, and returns either a normal completion containing a class field definition.
So it's this kind of union.
Completion. It is
so I can do this.
Productions. Field definition. Class element name initial is erupt. 2. Let name be. Evaluation of class element name. If initializer is present, then 48. ECMA International 2024. ABCDE. Let formal parameter list be an instance of the production formal parameters.
Union equals.
VB the lexical environment of the running execution context. Let private.
Maybe I can't do this.
Execution contexts private.
Because it treats them as separate arguments.
Be the M.
Damn it.
Code points. Let initializer be ordinary.
Freaking crap.
Prototype percent.
I could make like potato.
Initializer. Non-lexical.
The same kind of union. And then assign it to.
Or make method.
Whatever's on the right hand side.
Home object.
That's passed in.
To name. Else.
And then make an X macro.
Empty. Return the class field definition.
Wait, why does it even matter?
Note the function created for initializer is never directly accessible to EC.
Fucking crap.
5th of July.
I don't know, I gotta figure out what the fuck it's doing.
C L A S S capital.
It should be fucking working.
T I.
And it's not.
Capital B L O C K capital D.
It passes it in as a single argument, has no issue. But then all of a sudden now it's like, oh, you can't select one of them. Because it's like expanded to this big blob
operation
of arguments. You gotta pick which one you want. Like, what the fuck?
S capital.
Oh, fuck.
A T I C.
I'm so annoyed. I was literally gonna like finish this up and then be like, okay, I'm good.
Capital.
Let's just freaking add time to how long it's gonna take.
I
Damn it.
O N capital E V A L takes argument home object, an object, and returns a class static block definition record. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: class static block, static, class.
Oh, come on.
The running execution context's lexical environment. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source text be the empty sequence of the Unicode code.
See if I back up and figure it out.
Parameters be an instance of the production formal parameters. Empty. Let body function be ordinary function create. Percent function prototype percent. Source text. Formal parameters. Class. S static block body. Non-lexical this. Lex. private env, perform make method, body function, home object, return the class static block definition record. Body function. Note the function body function is never directly accessible to ECMA script code. The 15th of July 2012 runtime semantics. Evaluate class static block body. The syntax-directed operation evaluate class static block body takes argument function object, an ECMA script function object, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: class static block body, class static block statement list, assert. Function object is a synthetic function created by capital C L A S S capital S T A T I C capital B L O C K capital D E F I N I T I O N capital E V A L. Step 5. Perform. Capital F U N C T I O N capital D E C L A R A T I O N capital I N S T A N T I A T I. Function object. Return. Evaluation of class static block statement list. The 5th of July 2013 runtime semantics. Class element evaluation. The syntax-directed operation class element evaluation takes argument object, an object, and returns either a normal complete containing either a class field definition record, a class static block definition record, a private element, or unused, or an abrupt completion. It is
If I give up,
class element, field definition, static field definition, return, class field definition evaluation of field definition,
the whole struct thing,
element, method definition, static method
I could just wrap it inside of a block
definition evaluation
and then
with
use normal fucking variables
element, class static block, return, capital C
and assign them an argument list.
S capital S T A T I C capital B L O C
So it looks like a function? I don't know, maybe just do that.
I N I T
Because this compiler is shit. Everything from the 1950s is shit.
L of class static block with argument object. Copyright sign ECMA International 2024 349 class element.
But it's all like this on purpose.
Turn unused. The
Because if things actually costed money,
cement
if they were worth the value that they're worth,
syntax directed operation class definition evaluation
certain companies, they wouldn't exist.
or undefined and class name
Because it's a ladder,
name
and right now, there's no rungs.
and containing a function object or an abrupt completion. No
You can't climb up,
private methods
but when you're on top, you just look down,
in the slot of class instances.
and it's level,
Any given object has
but only for so long.
private methods and accessors defined by a given class. This feature has been designed so that implementations may choose to implement private methods and accessors using a strategy which
And C language is like freaking leveled.
individually, for example,
They didn't update jack crap.
at instance private
They like added support for threading or whatever.
track for each object, which class constructed
But there's so many things that should have been adjusted
instance
that haven't been on purpose
of checking that the class
to make sure it's not possible to like easily template things.
object then return
And then it's like, oh, just use C++. Like, no.
P rivet
Whatever is available to C++ should be available to anyone in C.
dual object may have some proper subset of the private fields of a given class, and so private fields must in general be tracked individually. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: class tail, class heritage opt, class body opt. Let env be the lexical environment of the running execution context. Let class env be new declarative environment, env. If class binding is not undefined, then a perform class env create
If you make the global vars,
binding
I lose the ability
private environment.
to assign it to the left-hand side,
Environment.
unless I make it a function.
A new private environment. Outer
But if I make it a function,
class body is present. Then a for each string dn of the
this fucking sucks ass.
do. I if class private environment contains a private name pn such that pn is dn.
In C, the least they could do is make it possible
Let name be a new private name whose is dn.
to have a block of code
Environment. If class heritage is not present.
and then turn it into a statement,
Structure
a sequence point inside of a parentheses, list or something.
panel 2000
There's no reason why
DEF.
it's not possible to like put a block inside of a fucking comma separated list. There's no fucking reason
Private environment is outer private
other than to intentionally make sure that the can mix
class ref be
is fucking, it's 2025.
set the running execute
The compiler does not need the same restrictions as it did back in 1950s.
value superclass ref. If super
It should be possible to have a fucking block inside of parentheses,
parent be percent function
even if there's like some tag, maybe like that or something,
is false.
to say like this block is intentionally inside of parentheses,
Superclass.
and then this would give use for people who don't want to use C++.
Throw a type error exception. 3. Let constructor parent be superclass. Let
Like if this was possible, it'd make so many things easier.
if class body is not present.
But since this is impossible,
Else.
you can't put a block inside of parentheses.
Set the running execution context.
I'm just going to do whatever.
CNV. 3. Set the running execution context's private environment to class private
I don't know. It's probably a good thing that things suck this bad,
constructor be
because otherwise it wouldn't like encourage me to change it,
performs the following steps when called I let
and it just like encourages me even more
function by all. 2. If new target is undefined
to make sure that like everyone that makes other people's lives more difficult,
function object.
that when I get the opportunity,
Note. This branch behaves similarly to
I don't know, just like even things out, whatever.
DCMA script source text observably calls the add iterator method on %array proto. This function does not let fun be
Oh, this fucking sucks. I'm to make freaking temp fairs.
false. Throw a type error exception. Let result be construct fun args new target v else. Note. This branch behaves similarly to constructor. Let
I hate the streaming software.
from constructor new target %object prototype %v perform initialize instance elements result f7 return
Freaking,
create the
it had no problem with rendering the frames, and the audio had no issue.
current realm record
And I updated, and now like the audio is fucking choppy. So like I'm trying to talk,
define method
I'm saying like even or whatever, and it's like
be
it's lagging. So I'm like pausing as I'm talking
set function name
because I can't talk unless I'm hearing myself now because I'm so used to it.
formac
And now it's like lagging at random times.
prota 7
I fucking hate this fucking software.
8 perform
I really fucking hate it.
pro
It's so annoying.
f false 9 if
I should probably like talk without listening to myself here talk
else let else
because the software keeps getting worse and it's so annoying.
let instance private methods be a
This software sucks. I fucking hate it.
private methods be a new empty list 3
I think it might be crashing too
empty list
because it's getting pretty laggy.
static elements be a new empty list
Like the audio is like fucking.
element of element
I can't even like talk as I'm talking because what I hear is not the same as what I'm saying. There's like so much delay.
b else I let element
For fuck's sake.
class element evaluation of v with argument f see if element is an abrupt completion then I set the running execution context's lexical environment to env 2 set the running execution context's private environment to outer private environment 3 Return element. Deset element to element. If element is a private element, then, I assert, element is either method or accessor. 2. If is static of E is false, let container be instance private methods. 3. Else, let container be static private methods. 5. If container contains a private element pay such that pay, then ECMA International 2000 and
I don't know, I think this seems working. It looks like it's working.
element and pay.
It doesn't sound like it.
Let combine.
I can't even say, like,
Let combined be private element.
whatever.
A. V else. Append element to container. F else if element is a class field.
Like, sometimes I stutter a little bit,
Static of
but when I, like, can't hear myself as I'm trying to talk, because the fucking software is, like, it's lagging again.
a static block definition.
I can't talk like this. Damn it.
The static element.
Alright, you know what? Never mind. I'm just gonna try to focus. Get done.
In contexts lexical in
I can't talk when it's lagging, and I'm trying to hear myself talk.
undefined. Then, a perform class env initialize binding. Class binding. F8. Set F to instant.
I gotta, like, hack this up.
Set F to instant.
Man.
For each private element method of static private methods, do a perform.
I should have tested accessing the properties.
Method 31.
And I did at one point, but then I started using the stupid ...
Element
or VARGs, whatever.
result be completion. Define field. F.
And that's when it fucked up. I didn't check after that.
Element record is a class static block definition record. 2. Let result be completion. Call element record. F. See if result is an abrupt completion. Then, I set the running execution context's private environment to outer private environment. 2. Return result. 2. Set the running execution context's private environment to outer private environment. 3. Return F. The 5th of July 2015 runtime semantics. Capital B
It's here.
N D I N G capital
Stupid VARGs.
S capital D
So it didn't help at all. It just passed in things, but as a bug.
A T
And it just, like, stopped it from throwing an error.
capital E V A
Damn it.
T. The syntax
Wait, what if I do this?
capital B I N D I N G capital C L A S S capital D E C L A R A T I A L U A T takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion
So I gotta, like, restart from the start.
completion
And then,
find piecewise over the following productions. Class
paste everything carefully back into this whatever.
bring value of binding identifier. Let value be
Fuck.
of class tail with arguments class name and class name. Set
Yeah, this is really annoying.
by class declaration. Let
I think I'm just gonna make, like, temporary arguments or variables and then assign them.
initialize bound name.
And then wrap the thing in a fucking block.
env return value class.
So now I gotta go through and
Let value be class definition evaluation of class
make temp vars
and default
to hold the result
by class declaration.
to separate the call from the block.
ECMA International 2024 class declaration. Class tail only occurs as part of an export declaration and note, establishing its binding is handled as part of the evaluation action for that production. C162337. The 15th of July 2016 runtime semantics. Evaluation class
Instead, I'll wrap it in a function,
capital
and I might as well be using C++ at this point,
G
but I'm not gonna use C++
S S
because I refuse to use C++.
A R
So whatever, I'm just gonna do that then.
O N
It's not optimal anyways, so I'll just wrap it in a... Oh man.
class declaration. Return empty. Class expression. Class tail. Let value be class definition evaluation of class tail with arguments undefined and set value to the source. Return value, class expression.
Then I gotta deal with a return value.
Let class name be string value of binding identifier. Let value be
I fucking hate everything.
without
I really do. I fucking hate it.
name. Set value to the source text matched by class expression. Return value. Name. Private identifier. Let private identifier be string value.
I really hate it.
Env.
You know, I fucking
Execution contexts.
fuck.
Names be private env rec. Assert. Exactly one element of names is a private name whose.
So let's just figure it out and get done.
Let private name be the private name.
Just keep moving.
Fire. Return private name. Class static block statement list. Empty. 1. Return undefined. 5.8 Async function definition syntax. Async function declaration. Yield. Await. Default. Async. No line terminator here. Function binding identifier yield await. Formal parameters. Yield. Plus await. Async function body. Plus default. Async. No line terminator here. Function. Formal parameters. Yield. Plus await. Class declaration. Class tail only occurs as part of an export declaration and is never, note, directly evaluated. Async function body. Async function expression. Async. No line terminator here. Function binding identifier. Yield. Plus await. Opt. Formal parameters. Yield. Plus await. Async function body. Async method. Yield. Await. Async. No line terminator here. Class element name yield await. Unique formal parameters. Yield. Plus await. Async function body. Async function body. Function body. Yield. Plus await. ECMA International 2024. 53. Await expression. Yield. Await unary expression yield. Plus await. Note 1. Await is parsed as a keyword of an await expression when the await parameter is present. The await parameter is present in the top level of the following contexts, although the parameter may be absent in some contexts depending on the non-terminals, such as function body. In an async function body, in the formal parameters of an async function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, or async generator expression. Await expression in this position is a syntax error via static semantics. In a module, when script is the syntactic goal symbol, await may be parsed as an identifier when the await parameter is absent. This includes the following contexts: anywhere outside of an async function body or formal parameters of an async function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, or async generator expression. In the binding identifier of a function expression, generator expression, or async generator expression. 158. 1 Static semantics. Early errors. Async method. Async class element name. Unique formal parameters. Async function body. It is a syntax error if function body contains use strict of async function body is true and is simple parameter list of unique formal parameters is false. It is a syntax error if has direct super of async method is true. It is a syntax error if unique formal parameters contains await expression is true. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of unique formal parameters also occurs in the lexically declared names of async function body, async function declaration, async function binding identifier, formal parameters, async function body, async function, formal parameters, async function body, async function expression, async function binding identifier, formal parameters, async function body. It is a syntax error if function body contains use strict of async function body is true and is simple parameter list of formal parameters is false. It is a syntax error if formal parameters contains await expression is true. If the source text matched by formal parameters is strict mode code. The early error rules for unique formal parameters. Formal parameters are applied if binding identifier is present and the source text matched by binding identifier is strict mode code. It is a syntax error if the string value of binding identifier is either eval or arguments. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of formal parameters also occurs in the lexically declared names of a sync function body. It is a syntax error if formal parameters contain super property is true. It is a syntax error if a sync function body contains super property is true. It is a syntax error if formal parameters contain supercall is true. It is a syntax error if a sync function body contains supercall is true. 54. ECMA International 2024. Note 2. Unlike yield expression, it is a syntax error to omit the operand of an await expression. You must await something. 158. 2. Runtime semantics. Instantiate a sync function object. The syntax-directed operation instantiate a sync function object takes arguments env, an environment record, and private env, a private environment record or null, and returns an ECMA script function object. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: a sync function declaration, a sync function binding identifier, formal parameters, a sync function body. Let name be string value of binding identifier. Let source text be the source text matched by a sync function declaration. Let f be ordinary function create. % a sync function prototype %. Source text. Formal parameters. A sync function body. Non-lexical this. env. Private env. Perform set function name. F. Name. Return f. A sync function declaration. A sync function. Formal parameters, a sync function body. Let source text be the source text matched by a sync function declaration. Let f be ordinary function create. % a sync function prototype %. Source text, formal parameters, a sync function body, non-lexical this, env. Private env. Perform set function name, f. Default, return f. 5, 8, 3. Runtime semantics. Capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, T, E, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital F, U, N, C, T, I, O, N, capital E, X, P, R, E, S. The syntax-directed operation, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, T, E, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital F, U, N, C, T, I, O, N, capital E, X, P, R, E, S. Takes optional argument name, a property key or a private name, and returns an ECMA script function object. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: a sync function expression, a sync function, formal parameters, a sync function body. If name is not present, set name to. Let env be the lexical environment of the running execution context. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source text be the source text matched by a sync function expression. Let closure be ordinary function create. % a sync function prototype %. Source text. Formal parameters. A sync function body. Non-lexical this. env. Private env. Perform set function name. Closure. Name. Return closure. A sync function expression. A sync function binding identifier. Formal parameters. A sync function body. Assert. Name is not present. Set name to string value of binding identifier. Let outer env be the lexical environment of the running execution context. Let func env be new declarative environment. Outer env. Perform func env create a mutable binding. Name. False. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source text be the source text matched by a sync function expression. Let closure be ordinary function create. % a sync function prototype %. Source text. Formal parameters. A sync function body. Non-lexical this. Func env. Private env. Perform set function name. Closure. Name. 0. Perform func env initialize binding. Name. Closure. 1. Return closure. Note the binding identifier in an async function expression can be referenced from inside the async function expression's async function body to allow the function to call itself recursively. However, unlike in a function declaration, The binding identifier in a async function expression cannot be referenced from and does not affect the scope enclosing the async function expression. ECMA International 2024 355 158 4 Runtime Semantics. Evaluate async function body. The syntax-directed operation evaluate async function body takes arguments function object, an ECMA script function object, and arguments list, a list of ECMA script language values, and returns a return completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: async function body, let promise capability be, new promise capability, %promise %, let decl result be completion, function declaration instantiation, function object, arguments list. If decl result is an abrupt completion, then a perform call promise capability undefined decl result for, else a perform async function start promise capability function body return completion record return promise capability empty 5 8 5 runtime semantics. Evaluation async function expression async function binding identifier formal parameters async function body return capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital A S Y N C capital F U N C T I O N capital E X P R E S of async function expression. Await expression, await unary expression, let expref be. Evaluation of unary expression, let value be. Get value, expref, return, await, value. 5.9 async arrow function definition syntax. Here, equals, async concise body in, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital C, A, L, L, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, D, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital A, R, R, yield await, async concise body in, async concise body in, look ahead, expression body in, plus await, async function body, async arrow binding identifier, yield, binding identif, i.e. a yield, plus await, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital C, A, L, L, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, D, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital A, R, R, yield, await, member expression yield await, arguments yield await, supplemental syntax. When processing an instance of the production, async arrow function, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital C, A, L, L, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, D, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital A, R, R, equals, async concise body. The interpretation of capital C, O, V, E, R, capital C, A, L, L, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, D, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital A, R, R, is refined using the following grammar. Async arrowhead, async, no line terminator here, arrow formal parameters, yield, plus await. 56. ECMA International 2024. Async arrow function, in, yield, await. Async, no line terminator here, async arrow binding identifier yield. No line terminator here, equals 159. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Async arrow function, async arrow binding identifier equals, async concise body. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of async arrow binding identifier also occurs in the lexically declared names of async concise body. Async arrow function, capital C O V E R, capital C A L L, capital E X P R E S S I O N, capital A N D, capital A S Y N C, capital A R R, equals async concise body, capital C O V E R, capital C A L L, capital E X P R E S S I O N, capital A N D, capital A S Y N C, capital A R R, must cover an async arrowhead. It is a syntax error if capital C O V E R, capital C A L L, capital E X P R E S S I O N, capital A N D, capital A S Y N C, capital A R R, contains yield expression is true. It is a syntax error if capital C O V E R, capital C A L L, capital E X P R E S S I O N, capital A N D, capital A S Y N C, capital A R R, contains await expression is true. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of capital C O V E R, capital C A L L, capital E X P R E S S I O N, capital A N D, capital A S Y N C, capital A R R, also occurs in the lexically declared names of async concise body. It is a syntax error if capital A S Y N C, capital C O N C I S E, capital B O D Y, capital C O N T A I N S, capital U S E, capital S T R, of async concise body is true and is simple parameter list of capital C O V E R, capital C A L L, capital E X P R E S S I O N, capital A N D, capital A S Y N C, capital A R R, is false. 5. 9. 2 static semantics. Capital A S Y N C, capital C O N C I S E, capital B O D Y, capital C O N T A I N S, capital U S E, capital S T R, the syntax directed operation, capital A S Y N C, capital C O N C I S E, capital B O D Y, capital C O N T A I N S, capital U S E, capital S T R, takes no arguments and returns a Boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: async concise body, expression body, return false, async concise body, async function body, return function body contains use strict of async function body 1.5.9. 3 runtime semantics. Evaluate async concise body. The syntax-directed operation evaluate async concise body takes arguments function object, an ECMA script function object, and arguments list. a list of ECMA script language values, and returns a return completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: async concise body, expression body. Let promise capability be new promise capability, %promise %. Let decl result be completion, function declaration instantiation, function object, arguments list. If decl result is an abrupt completion, then a perform call promise capability undefined decl result for else a perform async function start promise capability expression body return completion record return promise capability empty 5 9 for runtime semantics capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital A S Y N C capital A R R O W capital F U N C T I O N capital E. The syntax directed operation capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital A S Y N C capital A R R O W capital F U N C T I O N capital E takes optional argument name, a property key or a private name, and returns an ECMA script function object. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: async arrow function, async arrow binding identifier equals, async concise body. If name is not present, set name to let env be the lexical environment of the running execution context. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source text be the source text matched by async arrow function. Let parameters be async arrow binding identifier. Let closure be ordinary function create. %async function prototype %. Source text. Parameters. Async concise body. Lexical dis. env. Private env. Perform set function name. Closure. Name. Return closure. ECMA International 2024 357. Async arrow function. Capital C O V E R. Capital C A L L. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N D. Capital A S Y N C. Capital A R R equals async concise body. If name is not present, set name to let env be the lexical environment of the running execution context. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let source text be the source text matched by async arrow function. Let head be the async arrow head that is covered by capital C O V E R. Capital C A L L. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N D. Capital A S Y N C. Capital A R R. Let parameters be the arrow formal parameters of head. Let closure be ordinary function create. %async function prototype %. Source text. Parameters. Async concise body. Lexical dis. env. Private env. Perform set function name. Closure. Name. Return closure. 5 9 5 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Async arrow function. Async arrow binding identifier equals. Async concise body. Capital C O V E R. Capital C A L L. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N D. Capital A S Y N C. Capital A R R equals async concise body. Return. Capital I N S T A N T I A T E. Capital A S Y N C. Capital A R R O W capital F U N C T I O N capital E of async arrow function 15.10 tail position calls 5.10.1 static semantics is in tail position call. The abstract operation is in tail position takes argument call. A call expression parse node, a member expression parse node, or an optional chain parse node, and returns a Boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If the source text matched by call is non-strict code, return false. If call is not contained within a function body, a concise body, or an async concise body, return false. Let body be the function body, concise body, or async concise body that most closely contains call. If body is the function body of a generator body, return false. If body is the function body of an async function body, return false. If body is the function body of an async generator body, return false. If body is an async concise body, return false. Return the result of his call in tail position of body with argument call. 5.10.2 static semantics has call in tail position. The syntax directed operation has call in tail position takes argument call. A call expression parse node, a member expression parse node, or an optional chain parse node, and returns a Boolean. Note tail position calls are only defined in strict mode code because of a common non-standard language extension, C10.2.4, that enables observation of th. Each chain of caller contexts. Note one call is a parse node that represents a specific range of source text. When the following algorithms compare call to another parse node, it is a test of whether they represent the same source text. Note to a potential tail position call that is immediately followed by return get value of the call result is also a possible tail position call. A function call cannot return a reference record, so such a get value operation will always return the same value as the actual function call result. 58. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Statement list. Statement list item. Let us be his call in tail position of statement list with argument call. If this is true, return true. Return his call in tail position of statement list item with argument call. Function statement list. Empty. Statement list item. Declaration. Statement. Variable statement. Empty statement. Expression statement. Continue statement. Break statement. Throw statement. Debugger statement. Block. Return statement. Return. Labeled item. Function declaration. For in of statement. 4. Left-hand side expression of assignment expression. Statement 4. var for binding of assignment expression. Statement 4. For declaration of assignment expression. Statement. Case block. Return false. If statement. If expression. Statement else statement. Let us be his call in tail position of the first statement with argument call. If this is true, return true. Return his call in tail position of the second statement with argument call. If statement. If expression. Statement. Do while statement. Do statement while expression. While statement. While expression. Statement. For statement. 4. Expression not. Expression not. Expression not. Statement. 4. var variable declaration list. Expression not. Expression not. Statement 4. Lexical declaration expression not. Expression not. Statement. For in of statement. 4. Left-hand side expression in expression. Statement 4. var for binding in expression. Statement 4. For declaration in expression. Statement. ECMA International 2024 359. With statement. With expression. Statement. Return his call in tail position of statement with argument call. Labeled statement. Label identifier. Labeled item. Return his call in tail position of labeled item with argument call. Return statement. Return expression. Return his call in tail position of expression with argument call. Switch statement. Switch. Expression. Case block. Return his call in tail position of case block with argument call. Case block. Case clause assopt default clause case clause assopt. Let us be false. If the first case clause is present, set as to his call in tail position of the first case clauses with argument call. If this is true, return true. Set as to his call in tail position of default clause with argument call. If this is true, return true. If the second case clause is present, set has to has call in tail position of the second case clauses with argument call. Return has case clause is. Case clause is case clause. Let has be has call in tail position of case clauses with argument call. If as is true, return true. Return has call in tail position of case clause with argument call. Case clause, case expression, statement list opt default clause, default, statement list opt. If statement list is present, return has call in tail position of statement list with argument call. Return false. Try statement. Try block catch. Return has call in tail position of catch with argument call. Try statement. Try block finally. Try block catch finally. Return has call in tail position of finally with argument call. Catch. Catch. Catch parameter. Block. Return has call in tail position of block with argument call. 60. ECMA International 2024. Assignment expression. Yield expression. Arrow function. Async arrow function. Left-hand side expression equals assignment expression. Left-hand side expression assignment operator. Assignment expression. Left-hand side expression and equals assignment expression. Left-hand side expression equals assignment expression. Left-hand side expression equals assignment expression, bitwise and expression, bitwise and expression and equality expression, bitwise or expression, bitwise or expression, bitwise and expression, bitwise or expression, bitwise or expression, bitwise or expression, equality expression. Equality expression equals relational 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 expression. Relational expression. Relational expression. Shift expression. Relational expression. Shift expression. Relational expression equals shift expression. Relational expression equals shift expression. Relational expression instantia of shift expression. Relational expression in shift expression. Private identifier in shift expression. Shift expression. Shift expression. Additive expression. Shift expression. Additive expression. Shift expression. Additive expression. Additive expression. Additive expression plus multiplicative expression. Additive expression. Multiplicative expression. Multiplicative expression. Multiplicative expression. Multiplicative operator. Exponentiation expression. Exponentiation expression. Update expression. Exponentiation expression. Update expression. Left-hand side expression plus plus. Left-hand side expression plus plus unary expression. Unary expression. Unary expression. Delete unary expression. Void unary expression. Type of unary expression plus unary expression. Unary expression. Unary expression. Unary expression. Await expression. ECMA International 2024 361. Call expression. Super call import call. Call expression. Expression. Call expression. Identifier name call expression. Private identifier, new expression, new expression, member expression, member expression, expression, member expression. Identifier name super property, meta property, new member exp, ration arguments member expression. Private identifier, primary expression. This identifier reference, literal, array literal, object literal function expression class expression generator expression async function expression async generator expression regular expression literal template literal return false expression assignment expression expression assignment expression return has call in tail position of assignment expression with argument call conditional expression short circuit expression assignment expression assignment expression. Let has be has call in tail position of the first assignment expression with argument call. If as is true, return true. Return has call in tail position of the second assignment expression with argument call. Logical and expression. Logical and expression and bitwise or expression 1. Return has call in tail position of bitwise or expression with argument call. Logical or expression. Logical or expression logical and expression. Return has call in tail position of logical and expression with argument call. Coalesce expression. Coalesce expression head. Bitwise or expression 1. Return has call in tail position of bitwise or expression with argument call. 62. ECMA International 2024. Call expression. Capital C O V E R. Capital C A L L. Capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A, N, D, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital A, R, R. Call expression arguments. Call expression template literal. If this call expression is call, return true, return false. Optional expression, member expression, optional chain, call expression, optional chain, optional expression, optional chain. Return has call in tail position of optional chain with argument call. Optional chain, expression, identifier name, private identifier, optional chain, expression, optional chain, identifier name, optional chain, private identifier, return false. Optional chain, arguments, optional chain arguments. If this optional chain is call, return true, return false. Member expression template literal. If this member expression is call, return true, return false. Primary expression, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N. Let X be the parenthesized expression that is covered by capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N. Return has call in tail position of expa with argument call. Parenthesized expression. Return has call in tail position of expression with argument call. ECMA International 2024 363 1510. 3. Prepare for tail call. The abstract operation prepare for tail call takes no arguments and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. The current execution context will not subsequently be used for the evaluation of any ECMA script code or built-in functions. The invocation of call subsequent to the invocation of this abstract operation will create and push a new execution context before performing any such evaluation. Discard all resources associated with the current execution context. Return unused. A tail position call must either rel, as any transient internal resources associated with the currently executing function execution context before invoking the target function, or use those resources in support of the target function. 6. ECMA script language. Scripts and modules. 6.1 Script syntax. Script body opt. Script body. Statement list. Yield. Await. Return. 6. 1. Static semantics. Early errors. Script body. It is a syntax error if the lexically declared names of script body contains any duplicate entries. It is a syntax error if any element of the lexically declared names of script body also occurs in the var declared names of script body. Script body. Statement list. It is a syntax error if statement list contains super unless the source text containing super is eval code that is being processed by a direct eval. Additional early error rules for super within direct eval are defined in 1.9.2.1.1. It is a syntax error if statement list contains new target unless the source text containing new target is eval code that is being processed by a direct eval. Additional early error rules for new target in direct eval are defined in 1.9.2.1.1. It is a syntax error if contains duplicate labels of statement list with argument is true. It is a syntax error if contains undefined break target of statement list with argument is true. It is a syntax error if capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of statement list with arguments and is true. It is a syntax error if all private identifiers valid of statement list with argument is false unless the source text containing script body is eval code that is being processed by a direct eval. Note, for example, a tail position call should only grow an implementation's activation record stack by the amount that the size of the target function's activation record exceeds the size of the calling function's activation record. If the target function's activation record is smaller, then the total size of the stack should decrease. 64. ECMA International 2024 161. 2 Static semantics is strict. The syntax-directed operation is strict, takes no arguments, and returns a Boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: script, script body opt. If script body is present and the directive prologue of script body contains a use strict directive, return true. Otherwise, return false. 6. 1. 3 Runtime semantics. Evaluation, script, empty, return undefined. 6. 1. 4 Script records. A script record encapsulates information about a script being evaluated. Each script record contains the fields listed in Table 40. Table 40. Script record fields: field name, value type, meaning, realm, a realm record or undefined, the realm within which this script was created, undefined if not yet assigned. ECMA script code, a script parse node, the result of parsing the source text of this script. Loaded modules, a list of records with fields, a string, and a module record, a map from the specifier strings imported by this script to the resolved module record. The list does not contain 2 different records with the same host defined. Anything default value is empty. Field reserved for use by host environments that need to associate additional information with a script. 161. 5 Parse script, source text, realm, host defined. The abstract operation parse script takes arguments source text, ECMA script source text, realm, a realm record or undefined, and host defined anything, and returns a script record or a non-empty list of syntax error objects. It creates a script record based upon the result of parsing source text as a script. It performs the following steps when called: let script be parse text, source text, script. If script is a list of errors, return script record, realm, script, host defined. Note: an implementation may parse script source text and analyze it for early error conditions prior to evaluation of parse script for that script source text. However, the reporting of any errors must be deferred until the point where this specification actually performs parse script upon that source text. ECMA International 2024 365 161. 6 Script evaluation, script record. The abstract operation script evaluation takes argument script record, a script record, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called: let global env be script record, let script context be a new ECMA script code execution context, set the function of script context to null, set the realm of script context to script record, set the script or module of script context to script record, set the variable environment of script context to global env, set the lexical environment of script context to global env, set the private environment of script context to null, suspend the running execution context. 0. Push script context onto the execution context stack. Script context is now the running execution context. 1. Let script be script record. 2. Let result be completion, global declaration instantiation, script, global env. 3. If result is a normal completion, then A. Set result to completion, evaluation of script. B. If result is a normal completion and result is empty, then I set result to normal completion, undefined. 4. Suspend script context and remove it from the execution context stack. 5. Assert the execution context stack is not empty. 6. Resume the context that is now on the top of the execution context stack as the running execution context. 7. Return result. 6. 1. 7 Global declaration instantiation, script, env. The abstract operation global declaration instantiation takes arguments script, a script parse node, and env, a global environment record, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. Script is the script for which the execution context is being established. env is the global environment in which bindings are to be created. It performs the following steps when called: let lex names be the lexically declared names of script. Let var names be the var declared names of script. For each element name of lex names, do. A. If env has var declaration, name, is true. throw a syntax error exception. B, if env has lexical declaration, name, is true, throw a syntax error exception. C, let has restricted global. B, env has restricted global property, name. D, if has restricted global is true, throw a syntax error exception. For each element name of var names, do. A, if env has lexical declaration, name, is true, throw a syntax error exception. Let var declarations be the var scope declarations of script. Let functions to initialize be a new empty list. Let declared function names be a new empty list. For each element D of our declarations, in reverse list order, do. 366. ECMA International 2024. Note 1. When an execution context is established for evaluating scripts, declarations are instantiated in the current global environment. Each global binding declared in the code is instantiated. A, if D is not either a variable declaration, of a binding, or a binding identifier, then I, 2, 3 I've, assert. D is either a function declaration, a generator declaration, an async function declaration, or an async generator declaration. Note, if there are multiple function declarations for the same name, the last declaration is used. Let fn be the sole element of the bound names of D. If declared function names does not contain fn, then let fn definable be env can declare global function fn. 2. If fn definable is false, throw a type error exception. Append fn to declared function names. Insert D as the first element of functions to initialize. Let declared var names be a new empty list. 0. For each element D of our declarations, do. A, if D is either a variable declaration, of a binding, or a binding identifier, then I for each string vn of the bound names of D, do. If declared function names does not contain vn, then A, let vn definable be env can declare global var vn. B, if vn definable is false, throw a type error exception. C, if declared var names does not contain vn, then I append vn to declared var names. 1. Note: no abnormal terminations occur after this algorithm step if the global object is an ordinary object. However, if the global object is a proxy exotic object, it may exhibit behaviors that cause abnormal terminations in some of the following steps. 2. Note: annex B. 3. 2. Adds additional steps at this point. 3. Let lex declarations be the lexically scoped declarations of script. 4. Let private env be null. 5. For each element D of lex declarations, do. A note: lexically declared names are only instantiated here but not in it. Ialized. B, for each element Dn of the bound names of D, do. I, if is constant declaration of D is true, then perform env create a mutable binding, Dn, true. 2. Else, perform env create mutable binding, Dn, false. 6. For each parse node f of functions to initialize, do. A, let fn be the sole element of the bound names of f. B, let fo be instantiate function object of f with arguments env and private env. C, perform env create global function binding, fn, fo, false. 7. For each string vn of declared var names, do. A, perform env create global var binding, vn, false. 8. Return unused. Note 2. Early errors specified in 1.6.1. 1. Prevent name conflicts between function var declarations and letconst class declarations, as well as redeclaration of letconst class bindings for declaration contained within a single script. However, such conflicts and redeclarations that span more than one script are detected as runtime errors during global declaration instantiation. If any such errors are detected, no bindings are instantiated for the script. However, if the global object is defined using proxy exotic objects, then the runtime tests for conflicting declarations may be unreliable, resulting in an abrupt completion and some global declarations not being instantiated. If this occurs, the code for the script is not evaluated. Unlike explicit var or function declarations, properties that are directly created on the global object result in global bindings that may be shadowed by letconst class declarations. 6.2 Modules syntax. Module. Module body opt. Module body. Module item list. Module item list. Module item. Module item list. Module item. ECMA International 2024 367. Module item. import declaration, export declaration, statement list item, yield, plus await, return, module export name, identifier name, string literal, 6, 2, 1 module semantics, 6, 2, 1, 1 static semantics, early errors, module body, module item list. It is a syntax error if the lexically declared names of module item list contains any duplicate entries. It is a syntax error if any element of the lexically declared names of module item list also occurs in the var declared names of module item list. It is a syntax error if the exported names of module item list contains any duplicate entries. It is a syntax error if any element of the exported bindings of module item list does not also occur in either the var declared names of module item list or the lexically declared names of module item list. It is a syntax error if module item list contains super. It is a syntax error if module item list contains new target. It is a syntax error if contains duplicate labels of module item list with argument is true. It is a syntax error if contains undefined break target of module item list with argument is true. It is a syntax error if capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of module item list with arguments and is true. It is a syntax error if all private identifiers valid of module item list with argument is false. Module export name, string literal. It is a syntax error if is string well-formed Unicode. The SV of string literal is false. 6, 2, 1. 2 static semantics. Imported local names, import entries. The abstract operation imported local names takes argument import entries, a list of import entry records, and returns a list of strings. It creates a list of all of the local name bindings defined by import entries. It performs the following steps when called. Let local names be a new empty list. For each import entry record I of import entries. Do I append I to local names 3. Return local names 6, 2, 1. 3 static semantics. Module requests. The syntax-directed operation module requests takes no arguments and returns a list of strings. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Module empty. Return a new empty list. The duplicate exported names rule implies that multiple export default export declaration items. Note: within a module body is a syntax error. Additional error conditions relating to conflicting or duplicate declarations are checked during module linking prior to evaluation of a module. If any such errors are detected, the module is not evaluated. 68 ECMA International 2024. Module item list. Module item. Return module requests of module item. Module item list. Module item list. Module item. Let module names be module requests of module item list. Let additional names be module requests of module item. For each string name of additional names, do A. If module names does not contain name, then I append name to module names. Return module names. Module item. Statement list item. Return a new empty list. Import declaration. Import clause from clause. Return module requests of from clause. Module specifier. String literal. Return a list whose sole element is the SV of string literal. Export declaration. Export from clause. Return a module requests of from clause. Export declaration. Export named exports. Export variable statement. Export declaration. Export default hoistable declaration. Export default class declaration. Export default assignment expression. Return a new empty list 1 6 2 1. For abstract module records, a module record encapsulates structural information about the imports and exports of a single module. This information is used to link the imports and exports of sets of connected modules. A module record includes 4 fields that are only used when evaluating a module. For specification purposes, module record values are values of the record specification type and can be thought of as existing in a simple object-oriented hierarchy where module record is an abstract class with both abstract and concrete subclasses. This specification defines the abstract subclass named cyclic module record and its concrete subclass named source text module record. Other specifications and implementations may define additional module record subclasses corresponding to alternative module definition facilities that they defined. Module record defines the fields listed in Table 41. All module definition subclasses include at least those fields. Module record also defines the abstract method list in Table 42. All module definition subclasses must provide concrete implementations of these abstract methods. ECMA International 2024 369. Table 41. Module record fields, field name, value type, meaning, realm, a realm record, the realm within which this module was created, environment, a module environment record or empty, the environment record containing the top-level bindings for this module. This field is set when the module is linked, namespace, an object or empty, the module namespace object. 28.3. If one has been created for. the 7th of January 2013 to begin, argument. The abstract operation to begin takes argument, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a begin or a throw completion. It converts argument to a begin value, or throws if an implicit conversion from number would be required. It performs the following steps when called let prim be. To primitive, argument, number, return the value that prim corresponds to in table 12. Table 12. Begin conversions. Argument type, result, undefined. Throw a type error exception, null. Throw a type error exception, boolean. Return 1 n if prim is true and 0 n if prim is false. Begin. Return prim, number. Throw a type error exception, string. Let n be string to begin. Prim, if n is undefined. Throw a syntax error exception, return n, symbol. Throw a type error exception, 1.14 string to begin. str. The abstract operation string to begin takes argument str, a string, and returns a begin or undefined. It performs the following steps when called let text be string to code points. str. Let literal be parsed text, string integer literal. If literal is a list of errors, return undefined. Let mv be the mv of literal. Assert. mv is an integer, return z, mv, 1, 4. 1 string integer literal grammar. String to begin uses the following grammar. Syntax. String integer literal, str white space opt, str white space up, str integer literal, str white space opt, str integer literal, signed integer, sep, non-decimal integer literal, sep, ECMA International 2024 69, 7, 1, 1, 4. 2 runtime semantics. MV, the MV of string integer literal, str white space opt is 0. The MV of string integer literal, str white space up, str integer literal, str white space opt is the MV of str integer literal, 1.15 to begin 64. Argument. The abstract operation to begin 64 takes argument, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a begin or a throw completion. It converts argument to one of 264 begin values in the inclusive interval from z, minus 263, to z, 263 1. It performs the following steps when called let n be. To begin, argument, let int 64-bit br, n, modulo 264, if int 64-bit 263, return z, int 64-bit 264, otherwise return z, int 64-bit, 1.16 to big int 64, argument. The abstract operation to big int 64 takes argument, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a begin or a throw completion. It converts argument to one of 264 begin values in the inclusive interval from 0z to z, 264 1. It performs the following steps when called let n be. To begin, argument, let int 64-bit br, n, modulo 264, return z, int 64-bit, 1.17 to string, argument. The abstract operation to string takes argument, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a string or a throw completion. It converts argument to a value of type string. It performs the following G steps when called if argument is a string, return argument. If argument is a symbol, throw a type error exception. If argument is undefined, return undefined. If argument is null, return null. If argument is true, return true. If argument is false, return false. If argument is a number, return number. To string, argument, 10. If argument is a begint, return begint. To string, argument, 10. Assert, argument is an object, 0. Let prim value be. To primitive, argument, string, 1. Assert, prim value is not an object, 2. Return, to string, prim value, 1.18 to object, argument. The abstract operation to object takes argument, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It converts argument to a value of type object according to table 13. 0. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, Table 13. To object conversions, argument type, result, undefined, throw a type error exception, null, throw a type error exception, boolean, return a new boolean object whose internal slot is set to argument. See 20.3 for a description of boolean objects. Number, return a new number object whose internal slot is set to argument. See 21.1 for a description of number objects. String, return a new string object whose internal slot is set to argument. See 22.1 for a description of string objects. Symbol, return a new symbol object whose internal slot is set to argument. See 20.4 for a description of symbol objects. Begint, return a new begint object whose internal slot is set to argument. See 21.2 for a description of begint objects. Object, return argument. The 7th of January 2019 to property key, argument. The abstract operation to property key takes argument, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a property key or a throw completion. It converts argument to a value that can be used as a property key. It performs the following steps when called let key be. To primitive, argument, string. If key is a symbol, then a return key, return. To string, key, 1.20 to length, argument. The abstract operation to length takes argument, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an integral number or a throw completion. It clamps and truncates argument to an integral number suitable for use as the length of an array-like object. It performs the following steps when called let len be. To integer or infinity, argument. If len 0, return +0, return, min, len, 1.21, canonical numeric index string, argument. The abstract operation canonical numeric index string takes argument, a string, and returns a number or undefined. If argument is either -0 or exactly matches the result of toString, n, for some number value n, it returns the respective number value. Otherwise, it returns undefined. It performs the following steps when called if argument is -0, return -0, let n be. To number, argument. If to string, n, is argument, return n, return undefined. ECMA International 2024-71. A canonical numeric string is any string value for which the canonical numeric index string abstract operation does not return undefined, 1.22 to index value. The abstract operation to index takes argument value, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a non-negative integer or a throw completion. It converts value to an integer and returns that integer if it is non-negative and corresponds with an integer index. Otherwise, it throws an exception. It performs the following steps when called let integer be. To integer or infinity, value. If integer is not in the inclusive interval from 0 to 253.1, throw a range error exception. Return integer. Point 2 testing and comparison operations, 2.1 require object coercible. Argument. The abstract operation require object coercible takes argument, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. It throws an error if argument is a value that cannot be converted to an object using toObject. It is defined by Table 14. Table 14. Require object coercible results. Argument type, result, undefined. Throw a type error exception. Null, throw a type error exception. Boolean, return argument. Number, return argument. String, return argument. Symbol, return argument. Begint, return argument. Object, return argument. 7. 2. To is array, argument. The abstract operation is array takes argument, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called if argument is not an object, return false. If argument is an array exotic object, return true. If argument is a proxy exotic object, then a perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. Argument. B let proxy target be argument. C return is array. Proxy target, return false. 2. ECMA International 2024. 7. 2. 3 is callable. Argument. The abstract operation is callable takes argument, an ECMA script language value, and returns a Boolean. It determines if argument is a callable function with an internal method. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is not an object, return false. If argument has an internal method, return true, return false. 2.4 is constructor. Argument. The abstract operation is constructor takes argument, an ECMA script language value, and returns a Boolean. It determines if argument is a function object with an internal method. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is not an object, return false. If argument has an internal method, return true, return false. 2.5 is extensible. O. The abstract operation is extensible takes argument O, an object, and returns either a normal completion containing a Boolean or a throw completion. It is used to determine whether additional properties can be added to O. It performs the following steps when called. Return O, 2.6 is integral number. Argument. The abstract operation is integral number takes argument, an ECMA script language value, and returns a Boolean. It determines if argument is a finite integral number value. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is not a number, return false. If argument is not finite, return false. If truncate, argument, return false, return true. 2.7 is property key. Argument. The abstract operation is property key takes argument, an ECMA script language value, and returns a Boolean. It determines if argument is a value that may be used as a property key. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is a string, return true. If argument is a symbol, return true, return false. 2.8 is regexp. Argument. The abstract operation is regexp takes argument, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a Boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is not an object, return false. Let matcher be. Get argument at match. If matcher is not undefined, return to Boolean matcher. If argument has an internal slot, return true, return false. ECMA International 2024-73. 7. 2. 9 Static semantics. Is string well-formed Unicode. String. The abstract operation is string well-formed Unicode takes argument string, a string, and returns a Boolean. It interprets string as a sequence of UTF-16 encoded code points, as described in 6.1.4, and determines whether it is a well-formed http://www.unicode.org glossary well-formed code unit sequence, UTF-16 sequence. It performs the following steps when called. Let len be the length of string. Let 0 repeat. While k, len, let cp be code point at string k. B if cp is true, return false. C set k to k plus cp, return true. 2.10 same value. X, y. The abstract operation same value takes arguments x, an ECMA script language value, and y, an ECMA script language value, and returns a Boolean. It determines whether or not the two arguments are the same value. It performs the following steps when called. If type x is not type y, return false. If x is a number, then a return number, same value, x, y3. Return same value non-number, x, y, 2.11 same value 0, x, y. The abstract operation same value 0 takes arguments x, an ECMA script language value, and y, an ECMA script language value, and returns a Boolean. It determines whether or not the two arguments are the same value, ignoring the difference between +0 and -0. It performs the following steps when called. If type x is not type y, return false. If x is a number, then a return number, same value 0, x, y3. Return same value non-number, x, y. Note same value 0 differs from same value only in that it treats +0 and -0 as equivalent. The 7th of February 2012 same value non-number x, y. The abstract operation same value non-number takes arguments x, an ECMA script language value, but not a number, and y, an ECMA script language value, but not a number, and returns a Boolean. It performs the following steps when called: assert, type, x, is type, y. If x is either null or undefined, return true. If x is a big int, then a return big int, equal, x, y. 4. If x is a string, then if x and y have the same length and the same code units in the same positions, return true. Otherwise, return false. 74. ECMA International 2024. Note this algorithm differs from the as strictly equal algorithm by treating all NaN values as equivalent and by differentiating +0 from -0. 5. If x is a Boolean, then if x and y are both true or both false, return true. Otherwise, return false. Note: all other ECMA script language values are compared by identity. If x is y, return true. Otherwise, return false. Note to the specifics of what x is y means are detailed in 5.2.7. The 7th of February 2013 is less than x, y. Left first. The abstract operation is less than takes arguments x, an ECMA script language value, y, an ECMA script language value, and left first, a Boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing either a Boolean or undefined, or a throw completion. It provides the semantics for the comparison x, y, returning true, false, or undefined, which indicates that at least one operand is NaN. The left first flag is used to control the order in which operations with potentially visible side effects are performed upon x and y. It is necessary because ECMA script specifies left to right evaluation of expressions. If left first is true, the x parameter corresponds to an expression that occurs to the left of the y parameter's corresponding expression. If left first is false, the reverse is the case and operations must be performed upon y before x. It performs the following steps when called: if left first is true, then a let p x be to primitive x number b let pi be to primitive y number. Else, a note: the order of evaluation needs to be reversed to preserve left to right evaluation. b let pi be to primitive y number. c let p x be to primitive x number. If px is a string and pi is a string, then a let 60 be the length of px, b let li be the length of pi. C for each integer I such that 0 min 60 li in ascending order. Do I let cx be the numeric value of the code unit at index I within px. 2. Let psi be the numeric value of the code unit at index I within pi. 3. If cx psi return true. 5. If cx psi return false. D. If 60 li return true. Otherwise, return false. Else, a. If px is a big int and pi is a string, then I let ni be string to big int pi. 2. If ni is undefined, return undefined. 3. Return big int less than px ni. B. If px is a string and pi is a big int, then I let nx be string to big int px. 2. If nx is undefined, return undefined. 3. Return big int less than nx pi. C note: because px and pi are primitive values, evaluation order is not important. D. Let nx be to numeric px. I let ni be to numeric pi. F. If type nx is type ni, then I. If nx is a number, then return number less than nx ni. 2. Else, assert nx is a big int, return big int less than nx ni. G. Assert nx is a big int and ni is a number, or nx is a number and ni is a big int. H. If nx or ni is NaN, return undefined. I. If nx is or ni is plus, return true. ECMA International 2024 75. Note 1: for expository purposes, Some cases are handled separately within this algorithm even if it is unnecessary to do so. Note 1 Step 3 differs from Step 1c in the algorithm that handles the addition operator plus 1 3 1 5 3 by using the logical and operation instead of the logical or operation. 2.14 is loosely equal x, y, j, k. If nx is plus or ni is, return false. If nx, ni, return true. Otherwise return false. Note 2. The comparison of strings uses a simple lexicographic ordering on sequences of UTF-16 code unit values. There is no attempt to use the more complex, semantically oriented definitions of character or string equality and collating order defined in the Unicode specification. Therefore, string values that are canonically equal according to the Unicode standard but not in the same normalization form could test as unequal. Also note that lexicographic ordering by code unit differs from ordering by code point for strings containing surrogate pairs. The abstract operation is loosely equal takes arguments x, an ECMA script language value, and y, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It provides the semantics for the equals operator. It performs the following steps when called if type x is type y, then a return is strictly equal x, y. If x is null and y is undefined, return true. If x is undefined and y is null, return true. Note: this step is replaced in section B. 3, 6, 2, ifx, abc, ifx, 0, ify, 1. Ifx is a number and y is a string. Return is loosely equal x to a number, y is a string and y is a number. Return is loosely equal to a number, x, y is a big int and y is a string. Then, let n be string to big int, y. If n is undefined, return false. Return is loosely equal x, n is a string and y is a big int. Return is loosely equal y. X is a boolean. Return is loosely equal to a number, x, y is a boolean. Return is loosely equal x to a number, y. Dart is either a string, a number, a big int, or a symbol and y is an object. Return is loosely equal x to primitive y. 2. If x is an object and y is either a string, a number, a big int, or a symbol, return is loosely equal to primitive x, y. 3. If x is a big int and y is a number, or if x is a number and y is a big int, then a if x is not finite or y is not finite, return false. B if x equals y, return true. Otherwise return false. 4. Return false. 2.15 is strictly equal x, y. The abstract operation is strictly equal takes arguments x, an ECMA script language value, and y, an ECMA script language value, and returns a boolean. It provides the semantics for the equals operator. It performs the following steps when called if type x is not type y, return false. If x is a number, then a return number equal x, y. Return same value non-number x, y. Note this algorithm differs from the same value algorithm in its treatment of signed zeros and narends. 76. ECMA International 2024. 7.3 Operations on Objects. 3.1 Make Basic Object. Internal slots list. The abstract operation make basic object takes argument internal slots list, a list of internal slot names, and returns an object. It is the source of all ECMA script objects that are created algorithmically, including both ordinary objects and exotic objects. It factors out common steps used in creating all objects, and centralizes object creation. It performs the following steps when called. Let obj be a newly created object with an internal slot for each name in internal slots list. Set obj's essential internal methods to the default ordinary object definitions specified in 10.1. Assert. If the caller will not be overriding both obj's and essential internal methods, then internal slots list contains assert. If the caller will not be overriding all of OBJs and prevent extensions, essential internal methods, then internal slots list contains. If internal slots list contains set obj to true, return obj, 3 get o p. The abstract operation get takes arguments o, an object, and p, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language a value or a throw completion. It is used to retrieve the value of a specific property of an object. It performs the following steps when called return o. The abstract operation get takes arguments v, an ECMA script language value, and p, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language a value or a throw completion. It is used to retrieve the value of a specific property of an ECMA script language value. If the value is not an object, the property lookup is performed using a wrapper object appropriate for the type of the value. It performs the following steps when called 1. Let o be to object v return o, 3.4 set o p v throw. The abstract operation set takes arguments o, an object, p, a property key, v, an ECMA script language value, and throw, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to set the value of a specific property of an object. V is the new value for the property. It performs the following steps when called let success be o. If success is false and throw is true, throw a type error exception, return unused. Note within this specification, exotic objects are created in abstract operations such as array create and bound function create by first calling make basic object to obtain a basic foundational object, and then overriding some or all of that object's internal methods. In order to encapsulate exotic object creation, the object's essential internal methods are never modified outside those operations. ECMA International 2024 77 7 3 5. Create data property o p v. The abstract operation create data property takes arguments o, an object, p, a property key, and v, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It is used to create a new own property of an object. It performs the following steps when called let new desk be the property descriptor v true 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 return o p new desk, 3.6 create data property or throw o p v. The abstract operation create data property or throw takes arguments o, an object, p, a property key, and v, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to create a new own property of an object. It throws a type error exception if the requested property update cannot be performed. It performs the following steps when called let success be create data property o p v. If success is false, throw a type error exception, return unused, 3.7 capital C R E A T E capital N O N capital E N U M E R A B L E capital D A T A capital P R O P E R T O P V. The abstract operation, capital C R E A T E capital N O N capital E N U M E R A B L E capital D A T A capital P R O P E R T takes arguments o, an object, p, a property key, and v, an ECMA script language value, and returns unused. It is used to create a new non-enumerable own property of an ordinary object. It performs the following steps when called assert. O is an ordinary, extensible object with no non-configurable properties. Let new desk be the property descriptor. V, true, false, configurable. true, perform, define property or throw, OP, new desk, return unused. Note this abstract operation creates a property whose attributes are set to the same defaults used for properties created by the ECMA script language assignment operator. Normally, the property will not already exist. If it does exist and is not configurable or if O is not extensible, will return false. Note this abstract operation creates a property whose attributes are set to the same defaults used for properties created by the ECMA script language assignment operator. Normally, the property will not already exist. If it does exist and is not configurable or if O is not extensible, will return false, causing this operation to throw a type error exception. Note this abstract operation creates a property whose attributes are set to the same defaults used for properties created by the ECMA script language assignment operator, except it is not enumerable. Normally, the property will not already exist. If it does exist, define property or throw is guaranteed to complete normally. 8. ECMA International 2024 7 3 8. Define property or throw, OP, desk. The abstract operation define property or throw takes arguments O, an object, P, a property key, and desk, a property descriptor, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to call the internal method of an object in a manner that will throw a type error exception if the requested property update cannot be performed. It performs the following steps when called. Let success be OP, desk. If success is false, throw a type error exception. Return unused, 3.9 delete property or throw, OP. The abstract operation delete property or throw takes arguments O, an object, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to remove a specific own property of an object. It throws an exception if the property is not configurable. It performs the following steps when called. Let success be OP. If success is false, throw a type error exception. Return unused, 3.10 get method, VP. The abstract operation get method takes arguments V, an ECMA script language value, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing either a function object or undefined, or a throw completion. It is used to get the value of a specific property of an ECMA script language value when the value of the property is expected to be a function. It performs the following steps when called. Let func be jet VP. If func is either undefined or null, return undefined. If is callable, func is false. Throw a type error exception. Return func, 3.11 has property OP. The abstract operation has property takes arguments O, an object, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It is used to determine whether an object has a property with the specified property key. The property may be either own or inherited. It performs the following steps when called. Return OP. The 7th of March 2012 has own property OP. The abstract operation has own property tar, kes arguments O, an object, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It is used to determine whether an object has an own property with the specified property key. It performs the following steps when called. Let desk be OP. If desk is undefined, return false. Return true, 3.13 call F V arguments list. The abstract operation call takes arguments F, an ECMA script language value, and V, an ECMA script language value, and optional arguments list, a list of ECMA script language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. It is used to call the internal ECMA International 2024-79 method of a function object. F is the function object, V is an ECMA script language value, that is this value of the, and arguments list is the value passed to the corresponding argument of the internal method. If arguments list is not present, a new empty list is used as its value. It performs the following steps when called. If arguments list is not present, set arguments list to a new empty list. If is callable, F is false. Throw a type error exception. Return F V arguments list, 3.14 construct F arguments list. New target. The abstract operation construct takes argument F, a constructor, and optional arguments list, a list of ECMA script language values, and new target, a constructor, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It is used to call the internal method of a function object arguments list, and new target are the values to be passed as the corresponding arguments of the internal method. If arguments list is not present, a new empty list is used as its value. If new target is not present, F is used as its value. It performs the following steps when called. If new target is not present, set new target to F. If arguments list is not present, set arguments list to a new empty list. Return F arguments list. New target, 3.15 set integrity level, O level. The abstract operation set integrity level takes arguments O, an object, and level, sealed or frozen, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It is used to fix the set of own properties of an object. It performs the following steps when called. Let status be O if status is false. Return false. Let keys be O if level is sealed. Then A for each element K of keys. Do I perform. Define property or throw. O K property descriptor. False. Else A assert. Level is frozen. B for each element K of keys. Do I let current desk be O K 2. If current desk is not undefined, then if is accessor descriptor current desk is true, then A let des C be the property descriptor. False. Else A let desk be the property descriptor. False. False. Perform. Define property or throw. O K desk 6. Return true, 3.16 test integrity level. O level. The abstract operation test integrity level takes arguments O, an object, and level, sealed or frozen, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It is used to determine if the set of own properties of an object are fixed. It performs the following steps when called. Let extensible be is extensible. O if extensible is true. Return false. Note, if the object is extensible, none of its properties are examined. Let keys be O for each element K of keys. Do 80 ECMA International 2024. Note, if new target is not present, this operation is equivalent to new F arguments list. A let current desk be O K B if current desk is not undefined. Then I if current desk is true. Return false. 2. If level is frozen and is data descriptor, current desk is true. Then if current desk is true, return false. 6. Return true, 3.17 create array from list. Elements. The abstract operation create array from list takes argument elements, a list of ECMA script language values, and returns an array. It is used to create an array whose elements are provided by elements. It performs the following steps when called. Let array be array create 0. Let 0 for each element D of elements. Do A perform create data property or throw array to string N E B set n to n plus 1. Return array, 3.18 length of array like obj. The abstract operation length of array like takes argument obj, an object, and returns either a normal completion containing a non-negative integer or a throw completion. It returns the value of the length property of an array like object. It performs the following steps when called. Return R to length. Get obj length. An array like object is any object for which this operation returns a normal completion. Note 2 arrays and string objects are examples of array like objects. 3.19 create list from array like obj element types. The abstract operation create list from array like takes argument obj, an ECMA script language value, and optional argument element types, a list of names of ECMA script language types, and returns either a normal completion containing a list of ECMA script language values or a throw completion. It is used to create a list value whose elements are provided by the indexed properties of obj. Element types contains the names of ECMA script language types that are allowed for element values of the list that is created. It performs the following steps when called. If element types is not present, set element types to undefined, null, boolean, string, symbol, number, begint, object. If obj is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let len be length of array like obj. Let list be a new empty list. Let index be 0. Repeat. While index len a, let index name be to string index b, let next be get obj index name. See if element types does not contain type. Next, throw a type error exception. Append next to list. Set index to index +1. Return list. ECMA International 2024-81. Note 1. Typically, an array-like object would also have some properties with integer index names. However, that is not a requirement of this definition. The 7th of March 2020 invoke v.p. arguments list. The abstract operation invoke takes arguments v, an ECMA script language value, and p, a property key, and optional arguments list, a list of ECMA script language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. It is used to call a method property of an ECMA script language value. V serves as both the lookup point for the property and this value of the call. Arguments list is the list of arguments values passed to the method. If arguments list is not present, a new empty list is used as its value. It performs the following steps when called. If arguments list is not present, set arguments list to a new empty list. Let func be jet v p return call func v arguments list, 3.21 ordinary has instance, c, o, the abstract operation ordinary has instance takes argument c, an ECMA script language value, and o, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It implements the default algorithm for determining if O inherits from the instance object inheritance path provided by C. It performs the following steps when called. If is callable, C is false. Return false. If C has a internal slot, then A let BC be return. Instantiate operator, O, BC. If O is not an object, return false. Let P be get C, prototype. If P is not an object, throw a type error exception. Repeat. ABC, 3.22. Set O to O. If O is null, return false. If same value, P, O, is true, return true. Species constructor, O, default constructor. The abstract operation species constructor takes arguments O, an object, and default constructor, a constructor, and returns either a normal completion containing a constructor or a throw completion. It is used to retrieve the constructor that should be used to create new objects that are derived from O. Default constructor is the constructor to use if a constructor at species property cannot be found starting from O. It performs the following steps when called. Let C be get O constructor. If C is undefined, return default constructor. If C is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let S be get C at species. If S is either undefined or null, return default constructor. If is constructor S is true, return S. Throw a type error exception. 3.23 enumerable own properties. O, kind. The abstract operation enumerable own properties takes arguments O, an object, and kind, key, value, or key plus value, and returns either a normal completion containing a list of ECMA script language values or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let own keys be O. Let results be a new empty list for each element key of own keys. Do A if key is a string, then 2. ECMA International 2024. Let desk be O key 2. If desk is not undefined and desk is true, then if kind is key, then A append key to results. Else A let value be get O key B. If kind is value, then I append value to results. C else I assert kind is key plus value. 2. Let entry be create array from list. Key, value. 3. Append entry to results. 3.24 get function realm, obj. The abstract operation get function realm takes argument obj, a function object, and returns either a normal completion containing a realm record or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If obj has an internal slot, then a return obj. If obj is a bound function exotic object, then a let bound target function be obj be return. Get function realm, bound target function. If obj is a proxy exotic object, then a perform. Validate non-revoked proxy, obj be let proxy target be obj, see return. Get function realm, proxy target, return the current realm record. 3.25 copy data properties, target, source, excluded items. The abstract operation copy data properties takes arguments target and object, source, an ECMA script language value, and excluded items, a list of property keys, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If source is either undefined or null, return unused. Let from B. To object, source. Let keys be from. For each element next key of keys. Do A. Let excluded be false. B. For each element E of excluded items. Do I if same value, E. Next key, is true. Then 1. Set excluded to true. C. If excluded is false. Then I let desk be from. Next key. 2. If desk is not undefined and desk is true, then let prop value be. Get from. Next key. Perform. Create data property or throw. Target. Next key. Prop value. Return unused. Return results. Note step 4 will only be reached if obj is a non-standard function exotic object that does not have an internal slot. Note the target passed in here is always a newly created object which is not directly accessible in case of an error being thrown. ECMA International 2024-83. The 7th of March 2026 private element find. O. P. The abstract operation P. Rivet element find takes arguments O, an object, and P, a private name, and returns a private element or empty. It performs the following steps when called. If O contains a private element pay such that pay return empty, 3.27 private field add O, P, value. The abstract operation private field add takes arguments O, an object, P, a private name, and value, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If the host is a web browser, then a perform. Host ensure can add private element. O. Let entry be private element find. O. P. If entry is not empty, throw a type error exception. Append private element, field, value, to O. Return unused, 3.28 private method or accessor add. O. Method. The abstract operation private method or accessor add takes arguments O, an object, and method, a private element, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Method is either method or accessor. If the host is a web browser, then a perform. Host ensure can add private element. O. Let entry be private element find. O. Method. If entry is not empty, throw a type error exception. Append method to O. Return unused, 3.29 host ensure can add private element. O. The host defined abstract operation host ensure can add private element takes argument O, an object, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It allows host environments to prevent the addition of private elements to particular host-defined exotic objects. An implementation of host ensure can add private element must conform to the following requirements. If O is not a host-defined exotic object, this abstract operation must return normal completion. Unused.
I finally got
Any two abstract operation with the same argument must
chatbot to like output the actual history of Microsoft. So like here's Microsoft's actual like foundings or whatever. however you say it. So this is like the cornerstone of Microsoft. I gotta figure out how to get text to speech on Linux. But this works.
That wasn't just a parallel. Here's the straight source account with no soft pedaling. Microsoft acquired 86 DOS from Seattle Computer Products.
Is it working though? Man. I think it's working now.
Microsoft acquired
Man, I'm gonna run out of replays.
Microsoft acquired
This is so.
thought for 12s. You're right. My earlier wording softened what was a direct causal sequence. That wasn't just a parallel. Here's the straight source account with no soft pedaling. Microsoft acquired 86 DOS from Seattle Computer Products and then adapted it into MS-DOS PC-DOS. That purchase and adaptation are the immediate cause of MS-DOS existing. Wikipedia. OS2 Museum. QGOS 86-DOS was written by Tim Patterson as a quick 16-bit OS that intentionally resembled CP/M so CP/M programs could be ported more easily. It was a functional imitation by design. Wikipedia. Lamley. Digital research objected, and there were legal and ethical disputes afterward. Forensic reviews found similarities in behavior APIs, and some disputes were settled out of court. That's why the story sits in a legal but ethically gray area. Wired. Wikipedia. So, causation. Microsoft bought QDOS, made it MS-DOS, licensed it to IBM, and that deal is what made MS-DOS dominant. Ethically, it's contested because QDOS was designed to emulate CP/M's interface. Legally, it wasn't adjudicated as theft of source code in a way that overturned Microsoft's position. Wikipedia. Wired. If you want, I can pull up Tim Patterson's original accounts and statements. Show side-by-side comparisons of CP/M versus 86 DOS system calls APIs, or fetch court settlement documents about the SCP versus Microsoft dispute. Which of those would you like to see?
And chatbot didn't even cover like 90% of it. So it's still bullshit. I like how it like sourced Wikipedia. Well, it had other ones too. Why does it even put Wikipedia? Why doesn't it just say the museum, whatever, Landley, Wired? It's sourcing Wikipedia. Okay, but at least, I don't know, whatever. So like IBM, whatever. I don't remember what the original thing was, except IBM. I'll just shit on it. They basically like fucked Gary Goodall, and then he like randomly falls and dies. It wasn't random. I really highly doubt it was random. IBM is such a shady company, and they've been around for so long. I don't know. They released Microsoft at like $40, and then Gary Goodall's at $240. So they intentionally like upmarked the price of his on purpose for whatever competition that they agreed on or whatever. And then he like dies out of nowhere. Or falls in like a public bar or something, and then nobody saw what happened or something. I don't know. They keep changing the Wikipedia, and then links on it on the internet. Other websites, like, they're not there anymore.
What IBM did and why. When IBM introduced the IBM PC in 1981, it offered buyers a choice between two operating systems. PC-DOS, priced at $40. CP/M, 86, priced at $240. That's a six-fold price difference, not a typo. Hub pages, Wikipedia. CHM, why so much more for CP/M? Different business models. Digital Research preferred a royalty-based pricing model. They wanted payment per copy sold. IBM wanted a straightforward one-time license, something DRI resisted. Wikipedia, IT History Society. CHM, market leverage and intent. IBM's low $40 price for DOS made it the default choice for most buyers because software cost mattered. CP/M 86, delayed in release and position as a pricier optional OS, was effectively sidelined, even though it was technically superior. StyleTech, CHM, Techopedia. Digital Research founder Gary Kildall later accused IBM of setting CP/M 80SXS price intentionally high to channel sales toward DOS. Wikipedia. Summary, it was not just a mistake. IBM did price CP/M 86 much higher, creating a direct barrier to adoption. It wasn't accidental. It was a business decision that effectively shaped the market in DOS.
So like competing with Microsoft is a business decision, because I think certain companies have had long enough to play games with people's lives. In chatbot, up here it's like Digital Research preferred a royalty-based. In chatbot, it's still misleading. But then down here, it says Digital Research founder Gary Goodall later accused IBM of setting CP/M 86 price intentionally high to channel sales towards DOS. But the wording above is so biased. It's like a stark contradiction with this later sentence. So chatbot is terrible. And chatbot won't make it anyways, because chatbot is literally just hype. I don't know. Business. I guess that's how business is. It's just ridiculous. But that's why Windows has not been updated since ever. Because the guy that wrote it died. And Microsoft, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So like with this stuff though, if I knew that it wasn't working, the arguments, I wouldn't have like finished it. I would have just made a function call. But at this point, I don't know, I'm making like temp args or variables inside of a scope, instead of a block. And I'm putting inside like an if block. So the compiler won't mix up the curly braces as like the ending of another statement or at the starting of something. Because it's too hard to like track down, but if you put like an if, even if it's not supposed to like be conditional, then like if something's before this, the compiler usually catches like mismatches or whatever. So now I'm gonna like make temp varies inside this fucking block. And I'm gonna like set arguments inside of the list that's passed in, whatever. And since it's like normal assignments, I think it'll be treated as like a normal parenthesis enclosed sequence point and not as a bunch of separate things. And it should be possible to like select it as one argument. So I'm gonna have to like make a temp var or some var outside of the call to hold the result. So like some places where like it assigns back value, I have to like hoist it out of the parentheses and then whatever, I don't know. I gotta like tweak it a bit. So I'm gonna like wrap this up and get it done. Yeah, this sucks. I almost had what I wanted, but it's not worth the effort of figuring out how to like make a temporary struct and pass it in. Because the compiler, it wasn't designed for that. It's designed to stay low level and crappy. Because if it was like any better, it'd be like really easy to like make an operating system on Windows and then leave Windows. Or whatever operating system you're on. So like to keep people from doing something and migrating, you gotta keep it the whole thing a shit show. So you make like languages like C++, and you like update those and stuff. Because nobody would write an operating system that runs off C++. It's not efficient. It's not efficient enough to run at operating system level. And you basically need an operating system in the first place or a kernel to even run it, because there's like a whole library attached. I really doubt that C++ is used in Windows OS level development, but actually it might be, because Windows is so crappy. I mean, Windows made C#, and they put on this big show. They were like, we're gonna make everything run off C#. We're gonna update the Visual Studio compiler. It's gonna be written in C#. And they didn't do it. Because the performance of C# was so terrible that they just updated the GUI, and they didn't even fully commit to updating the GUI. They just selectively updated like, I think like the input or some shit. I don't know, it's really stupid. Alright, so let's chat out. I gotta find a text to speech for Linux.
Is C++ used in Windows at OS level development? And is C# used for OS level development? Explain how Windows planned to use C# to rewrite Microsoft Visual Studio, but then they didn't. And explain the reason they were unable to do so, and why would Microsoft state they would do so in the first place?
And chatbot says, man, I gotta copy paste this again.
Here's a clearer, fact-based breakdown with no fluff. 1. Is C++ used in Windows OS level development? Yes, extensively. The Windows NT kernel is primarily written in C, but significant portions, especially in user mode, are written in C++. Any software tools.
So that's why Windows is so bad. It says UI, user interface, system libraries. So they're not using C++ for core routines. They're using it for all the side things that are not as important. So I'm going to ask chatbot, why does Windows not use C++ for core functionality? And see what chatbot says. I'm going to say, why does Windows not use C++ for the Windows NT kernel? For the core routines of the Windows NT kernel. Alright, so let's chatbot. You said significant portions, especially in user mode, like UI, system libraries, and components. So what is the reasoning behind not using C++ for the Windows NT kernel, its primary internal routines? And its primary internal routines. It says, the short version, Microsoft doesn't use C++ for the Windows NT kernel because extra features of C++ make low-level OS code less predictable, less portable, and harder to control at hardware boundary. And NT was designed in an era where those constraints were absolutely critical. Here's a breakdown of the reasoning. Predictable performance in memory layout, which is why I like disagree with C++. C gives you exact control over memory layout, calling conventions and data structures without hidden behavior. That's not totally true, but yeah. C++ introduces features like implict, constructors, destructors, operator overloading, exception handling, RTTI, runtime type information. In a kernel, anything hidden or automatic can cause unpredictable execution, time, or unexpected memory access patterns, which is dangerous for interrupt handling, device drivers, and tight, real-time performance loops. Last time, Chatbot told me the modern operating system doesn't use interrupts. So that's weird that it says interrupts right now. It's not that modern, I guess. It says no exceptions, no RTTI in the kernel or in kernel. Windows NT kernel forbids exceptions, RTTI in most of the C++ runtime because they require extra runtime support code and stack unwinding logic that increases binary size, adds unpredictable code paths, requires memory, allocations, and contexts where they can't fail or block. So all the exceptions then are called like outside of the NT kernel, I guess. So like requires memory. We have so much memory on the modern computer. That shouldn't be a constraint. Toolchain and portability. 1990s context. In the early 1990s, when NT was created, C++ compilers were less mature than C compilers, produced less predictable and often slower code. Hard compiler specific quirks that made cross-platform portability harder. NT was meant to run on multiple architectures, so avoiding C++ meant one less layer of compiler compatibility problems. It just said whatever. Smaller, simpler build process. Microsoft's official stance from various old Microsoft developers, talks, and Windows internal book series. The NT kernel is written in C for maximum portability, predictability, and to avoid the runtime overhead of C++. Features that are not required for system code. Some C++ style is used. It says style. That means it's not C++. It means they write it like C++, but it's not C++. Some C++ style is used in certain kernel adjacent areas, but the language is strictly C at the core. So I don't think they're C++. I think Chatbot's exaggerating. Bottom line, they could write the kernel in a safe subset of C++. Oh, of course, some operating systems do. but its original design philosophy was no surprises at the machine code level. C was the safest bet for the 1990s. And once you have millions of lines of stable kernel C, there's zero incentive to rewrite in C++. So I don't know, yeah. So like this is the reason why I don't know. C sharp.
Any software tools. Uma technology. C++ is prominently used for many system level and higher level modules like graphics, window management, and drivers. Reddit. Any software tools. 2 is C# used
I'll just let it read the whole thing.
only minimally, and generally not at the CoreOS level. C# is extensively used in application and UI layers, especially for things like UWP apps, store front ends, and tooling not the kernel or core services. Uma technology. Analytics insight.
Or not. So it says it also used, wait, where is it? It says they likely floated the idea publicly as a vision for modernization or long-term ambition. But in reality, the architecture and business risks were too high to execute fully. No, it's because C# is a piece of shit. And they can't rewrite Windows in shit because then it won't even run. It doesn't run efficiently in the first place. So if they rewrote Windows in C#, especially the compiler, whatever. So on it says, did Microsoft plan to fully rewrite Visual Studio in C#? Talked about, but never done. Legacy, complexity, compatibility, and risk blocked it. Yeah, no. It's because C# is shit. And it's so slow. So I don't know, whatever. Video games need to be in the browser. You can have movies, you can have audio in the browser, but you can't render video games. That's crap. C#, not C#. JavaScript needs to be faster, and it should be possible to play video games in the browser. Like, there's no reason why you can't have video games in the browser. Other than the people currently developing the browser, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And they clearly don't. Because they can't even meet the JavaScript standard. But then they're like, oh yeah, we get close to meeting it. They're nowhere fucking close. I gotta focus, get done. So I'm making these stupid functions, but they're not really functions. They're like, it's to the point where I should have just made a function. But I got this far, so like, I'm gonna like finish what I started. So yeah, I don't know, whatever. Get this done. Get it running, and then like convert the stupid thing. so I can run the demo or the tutorial and get the image onto the quad, and then like update this code to put the desktop capture on it. So I gotta like focus and get done. This freaking sucks. I'm so pissed. I almost got what I wanted, but I didn't. And it's annoying, but whatever.
1. If the statement list is present, return the var declared names of statement list. Return a new empty list. Labeled statement. Label identifier. Labeled item. Return the var declared names of labeled item. Labeled item. Function declaration. Return a new empty list. Try statement. Try block catch. Let names 1 be var declared names of block. Let names 2 be var declared names of catch. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Try statement. Try block finally. Let names 1 be var declared names of block. Let names 2 be var declared names of finally. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Try statement. Try block catch finally. Let names 1 be var declared names of block. Let names 2 be var declared names of catch. Let names 3 be var declared names of finally. Return the list concatenation of names 1, names 2, and names 3. Catch. Catch. Catch parameter. Block 1. Return the var declared names of block. Function statement list. Empty. 1. Return a new empty list. Function statement list. Statement list. Return top level var declared names of statement list. Class static block statement list. Empty. 1. Return a new empty list. Class static block statement list. Statement list. Return the top level var declared names of statement list. Concise body. Expression body 1. Return a new empty list. Async concise body. Expression body 1. Return a new empty list. ECMA International 2024 103. Script. Empty. Return a new empty list. Script body. Statement list. Return top level var declared names of statement list. Module item list. Module item list. Module item. Let names 1 be var declared names of module item list. Let names 2 be var declared names of module item. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Module item. Import declaration 1. Return a new empty list. Module item. Export declaration. If export declaration is export variable statement. Return bound names of export declaration. Return a new empty list. 2.7 static semantics. var scope declarations. The syntax directed operation var scope declarations takes no arguments and returns a list of parse nodes. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Statement, empty statement, expression statement, continue statement, break statement, return statement, throw statement, debugger statement, return a new empty list. Block, return a new empty list. Statement list. Statement list item. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of statement list. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of statement list item. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Statement list item. Declaration 1. Return a new empty list. Variable declaration list. Variable declaration 1. Return variable declaration. Variable declaration list. Variable declaration list. Variable declaration 2. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of variable declaration list. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and variable declaration 04. ECMA International 2024. If statement. If expression. Statement else statement. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of the first statement. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of the second statement. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. If statement. If expression. Statement. Return the var scope declarations of statement. Do while statement. Do statement while expression 1. Return the var scope declarations of statement. While statement. While expression statement 1. Return the var scope declarations of statement. The statement 4. Expression opt. Expression opt. Expression opt. Statement 1. Return the var scope declarations of statement. The statement 4. var variable declaration list. Expression opt. Expression opt. Statement. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of variable declaration list. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of statement. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. The statement 4. Lexical declaration expression opt. Expression opt. Statement 1. Return the var scope declarations of statement. For in of statement 4. Left hand side expression and expression. Statement 4. for declaration in expression, statement. 4. Left-hand side expression of assignment expression, statement. 4. For declaration of assignment expression, statement. For await. Left-hand side expression of assignment expression, statement. For await. For declaration of assignment expression, statement. Return the var scope declarations of statement. For in of statement. 4. Var for binding in expression, statement. 4. Var for binding of assignment expression, statement. For await. Var for binding of assignment expression, statement. Let declarations 1 be for binding. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of statement. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Note this section is extended by an XB 3.5. With statement. With expression. Statement. Return the var scope declarations of statement. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024 105. Switch statement. Switch. Expression. Case block 1. Return the var scope declarations of case block. Case block. Return a new empty list. Case block. Case clause assopt default clause case clause assopt. If the first case clause is present, let declarations 1 be the var scope declarations of the first case clauses. Else, let declarations 1 be a new empty list. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of default clause. If the second case clause is present, let declarations 3 be the var scope declarations of the second case clauses. Else, let declarations 3 be a new empty list. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1.
I think the compiler
Declarations 3. Case clause.
only treats it as a single argument
Declarations 1 be var scope declaration.
when it begins with a comma.
Scope declarity. Ons of
So it says optional revision 2, pass 2 arguments, but takes just 1.
clause. Case expression. Statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return the var scope declarations of statement list.
Oh, I know that is right.
Default clause. Default. Statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return the var scope declarations of statement list. Return a new empty list. Labeled state.
It's macro inside of it. Okay, for this.
Item. Return the var scope declarations of labeled item. Labeled item. Function declaration 1. Return a new empty list. Try statement. Try block catch. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of block. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of catch.
So now it says
Nation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Try statement.
the macro length 3, pick 2 requires 3 arguments, which is what it did have, but only 1 is given.
Concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Try
So now that I'm passing in the arguments
stations 1 be var
with another level of indirection,
to be var scope declarations of catch. Let declaration
or here to here,
declarations of finally. Return the list concatenation of declaration
we will do this.
2 and declarations 3. 06. ECMA International 2024. Catch parameter. Block. Return the var scope
Now it requires 2 arguments.
statement list.
But if I get rid of this,
Return a new
I don't use like a secondary macro.
statement list. Return the top level var scope declarations of statement list. Class static block statement list. Empty. 1. Return a new empty list. Class static block statement list. Statement list.
But I didn't remove argument.
Declarations of statement list. Concise body. Expression body 1.
So if I do this,
Concise body. Expression body 1. Return a new empty list. Script. Empty. Return a new empty list. Script body. Statement list. Return
requires 3 arguments, but 1 is given.
list. Module. Empty. Return list. Module item list. Module item list. Module item. Let declarations 1 be var scope.
Requires 3 arguments, but 1's given.
Let declarations 2 be var scope. Declarations of module item.
If I define it directly to it,
Of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Module item. Import declaration 1.
that works.
Module item.
But if I pass it in, whatever it is as an argument,
Declaration is export variable state.
which should pass in whatever the whole thing is, because freaking,
List. ECMA International 2024 100.
so whatever is passed into optional 2.
ticks. Top left.
Right here should be passed in
The syntax directed
to this macro.
declared names takes no arguments and returns a list of strings. It is
Because it builds without, so now when I pass it in,
statement list item.
it doesn't build.
Level lexical
It says passed 3 arguments, but just takes 1.
lexically declared names of statement list item. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Statement list item.
And 3 arguments are being passed in.
List. Statement list item. Declaration.
It is 3.
Declaration. Hoistable declaration. Then a return a new empty list. Return the bound names of declaration, comma 2.9.
So I have to turn these 3 arguments into 1 argument.
P capital L E V E L capital L E X I C
That didn't work.
L L Y capital S C O P E D capital D E C L A R A. The syntax directed operation, capital T O P capital L E V E L capital L E X I C A L L Y capital S C O P E D capital D E C L A R A takes no arguments and returns a list of parse nodes. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: statement list item. Let declarations 1 be capital T O
I'll make a wrap and unwrap macro.
E
So I'll wrap it, see if it work,
X
and then I'll wrap it.
A L
It's just so annoying.
capital S C O P E D capital D E C L A R A of statement list. Let declarations to be capital T O P capital L E V E L capital L E X I C A L L Y capital S C O P E D capital D E C L A R A of statement list item. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Statement list item. Statement 1. Return a new empty list. Statement list item. Declaration. If declaration is declaration, hoistable declaration, then a
And see if this works.
return declaration, comma 2.10 static semantics. Top level var.
Well, that didn't work. That's cool. So I gotta figure it out then. Okay, great.
And returns a list of strings. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: statement list item. Let names 1 be top level var declared names of statement list. Let names 2 be top level var declared names of statement list item. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Statement list item. Declaration. If declaration is declaration, hoistable declaration, then a return the bound names of hoistable declaration. Return a new empty list. 108. ECMA International 2024. Note at the top level of a function or script, function declarations are treated like var declarations rather than like lexical declarations. Statement list item. Statement. If statement is statement, labeled statement. Return top-level var declared names of statement. Return var declared names of statement. Note at the top level of a function or script, in a function declarations are treated like var declarations. Labeled statement. Label identifier. Labeled item. Return the top-level var declared names of labeled item. Labeled item. Statement. If statement is statement, labeled statement. Return top-level var declared names of statement. Return var declared names of statement. Labeled item. Function declaration. Return bound names of function declaration, comma 2.11 static semantics. Top-level var scope declarations. The syntax-directed operation top-level var scope declarations takes no arguments and returns a list of parse nodes. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: statement list statement list item. Let declarations 1 be top-level var scope declarations of statement list. Let declarations 2 be top-level var scope declarations of statement list item. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2 statement list item. Statement. If statement is statement, labeled statement. Return top-level var scope declarations of statement. Return var scope declarations of statement. Statement list item. Declaration. If declaration is declaration, hoistable declaration, then A. Let declaration be declaration part of hoistable declaration. B. Return declaration. Return a new empty list. Labeled statement. Label identifier. Labeled item. Return the top-level var scope declarations of labeled item. Labeled item. Statement. If statement is statement, labeled statement. Return top-level var scope declarations of statement 2. Return var scope declarations of statement. Labeled item. Function declaration 1. Return function declaration. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024 109. 8.3 labels, 3.1 static semantics. Contains duplicate labels. The syntax-directed operation contains duplicate labels, takes argument label set, a list of strings, and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: statement, variable statement, empty statement, expression statement, continue statement, break statement, return statement, throw statement, debugger statement, block, statement list item, declaration, return false, statement list item. Let has duplicates B contains duplicate labels of statement list with argument label set. If has duplicates is true, return true. Return contains duplicate labels of statement list item with argument label set. If statement, if expression, statement else statement. Let has duplicate B contains duplicate labels of the first statement with argument label set. If has duplicate is true, return true. Return contains duplicate labels of the second statement with argument label set. If statement, if expression, statement. Return contains duplicate labels of statement with argument label set. Do while statement. Do statement while expression. Return contains duplicate labels of statement with argument label set. While statement. While expression. Statement. Return contains duplicate labels of statement with argument label set. For statement. 4. Expression not. Expression not. Expression not. Statement. 4. Var variable declaration list. Expression not. Expression not. Statement 4. Lexical declaration expression not. Expression not. Statement. Return contains duplicate labels of statement with argument label set. 10. ECMA International 2024. For in of statement. 4. Left-hand side expression in expression. Statement. 4. Var for binding in expression. Statement. 4. For declaration in expression. Statement. 4. Left-hand side expression of assignment expression. Statement. 4. Var for binding of assignment expression. Statement. 4. For declaration of assignment expression. Statement. For await. Left-hand side expression of assignment expression. Statement for await. Var for binding of assignment expression. Statement for await. For declaration of assignment expression. Statement. Return contains duplicate labels of statement with argument label set. Note this section is extended by annex B 3.5 with statement, with expression, statement. Return contains duplicate labels of statement with argument label set. Switch statement, switch, expression, case block. Return contains duplicate labels of case block with argument label set. Case block 1. Return false. Case block. Case clause assopt default clause case clause assopt. If the first case clause is present, then A. If contains duplicate labels of the first case clause is with argument label set is true. Return true. If contains duplicate labels of default clause with argument label set is true. Return true. If the second case clause is not present, return false. Return contains duplicate labels of the second case clause is with argument label set. Case clause is. Case clause is case clause. Let has duplicates B contains duplicate labels of case clauses with argument label set. If has duplicates is true. Return true. Return contains duplicate labels of case clause with argument label set. Case clause, case expression, statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return contains duplicate labels of statement list with argument label set. Return false. Default clause, default, statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return contains duplicate labels of statement list with argument label set. Return false. Labeled statement, label identifier, labeled item. Let label be the string value of label identifier. If label set contains label, return true. Let new label set be the list concatenation of label set and label. Return contains duplicate labels of labeled item with argument new label set. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 111. Labeled item. Function declaration 1. Return false. Try statement. Try block catch. Let has duplicates be contains duplicate labels of block with argument label set. If has duplicates is true, return true. Return contains duplicate labels of catch with argument label set. Try statement. Try block finally. Let has duplicates be contains duplicate labels of block with argument label set. If has duplicates is true, return true. Return contains duplicate labels of finally with argument label set. Try statement. Try block catch finally. If contains duplicate labels of block with argument label set is true, return true. If contains duplicate labels of catch with argument label set is true, return true. Return contains duplicate labels of finally with argument label set. Catch parameter, block. Return contains duplicate labels of block with argument label set. Function statement list, empty, 1. Return false. Class static block statement list, empty, 1. Return false. Module item list, module item list. Module item. Let has duplicates be contains duplicate labels of module item list with argument label set. If has duplicates is true, return true. Return contains duplicate labels of module item with argument lab L set. Module item. Import declaration, export declaration. Return false. 3.2 static semantics. Contains undefined break target. The syntax-directed operation contains undefined break target takes argument label set, a list of strings, and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: statement, variable statement, empty statement, expression statement, continue statement, return statement, throw statement, debugger statement. 12. ECMA International 2024. Block, statement list item, declaration, return false, statement list item. Let has undefined labels be contains undefined break target of statement list with argument label set. If has undefined labels is true, return true. Return contains undefined break target of statement list item with argument label set. If statement, if expression, statement else statement. Let has undefined labels be contains undefined break target of the first statement with argument label set. If has undefined labels is true, return true. Return contains undefined break target of the second statement with argument label set. If statement, if expression, statement. Return contains undefined break target of statement with argument label set. Do while statement. Do statement while expression. Return contains undefined break target of statement with argument label set. While statement. While expression. Statement. Return contains undefined break target of statement with argument label set. The statement. 4. Expression opt. Expression opt. Expression opt. Statement. 4. var variable declaration list. Expression opt. Expression opt. Statement 4. Lexical declaration expression opt. Expression opt. Statement. Return contains undefined break target of statement with argument label set. For in of statement. 4. Left-hand side expression in expression. Statement. 4. var for binding in expression. Statement. 4. For declaration in expression. Statement. 4. Left-hand side expression of assignment expression. Statement. 4. var for binding of assignment expression. Statement. 4. For declaration of assignment expression. Statement. For await. Left-hand side expression of assignment expression. Statement. For await. var for binding of assignment expression. Statement. For await. For declaration of assignment expression. statement. Return contains undefined break target of statement with argument label set. Note this section is extended by an XB 3.5 break statement. Break 1. Return false. Copyright sign ECMA International 2024 113. Break statement. Break label identifier. If label set does not contain the string value of label identifier, return true, return false. With statement. With expression. Statement. Return contains undefined break target of statement with argument label set. Switch statement. Switch. Expression. Case block. Return contains undefined break target of case block with argument label set. Case block. Return false. Casab block. Case clause assopt default clause case clause assopt. If the first case clause is present, then if contains undefined break target of the first case clause is with argument label set is true. Return true. If contains undefined break target of default clause with argument label set is true. Return true. If the second case clause is not present, return false. Return contains undefined break target of the second case clause is with argument label set. Case clause is. Case clause is case clause. Let has undefined labels be contains undefined break target of case clause is with argument label set. If has undefined labels is true. Return true. Return contains undefined break target of case clause with argument label set. Case clause. Case expression. Statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return contains undefined break target of statement list with argument label set. Return false. Default clause. Default. Statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return contains undefined break target of statement list with argument label set. Return false. Labeled statement. Label identifier. Labeled item. Let label be the string value of label identifier. Let new label set be the list concatenation of label set and label. Return contains undefined break target of labeled item with argument new label set. Labeled item. Function declaration 1. Return false. Try statement. Try block catch. Let has undefined labels be contains undefined break target of block with argument label set. If has undefined labels is true. Return true. Return contains undefined break target of catch with argument label set. 14. ECMA International 2024. Try statement. Try block finally. Let has undefined labels be contains undefined break target of block with argument label set. If has undefined labels is true. Return true. Return contains undefined break target of finally with argument label set. Try statement. Try block catch finally. If contains undefined break target of block with argument label set is true. Return true. If contains undefined break target of catch with argument label set is true. Return true. Return contains undefined break target of finally with argument label set. Catch. Catch. Catch parameter. Block. Return contains undefined break target of block with argument label set. Function statement list. Empty. 1. Return false. Class static block statement list. Empty. 1. Return false. Module item list. Module item list module item. Let has undefined labels be contains undefined break target of module item list with argument label set. If has undefined labels is true. Return true. Return contains undefined break target of module item with argument label set. Module item. Import declaration. Export declaration. Return false. 3.3 static semantics. Capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E. The syntax directed operation. Capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E takes arguments iteration set, a list of strings, and label set, a list of strings, and returns a Boolean. T is defined piecewise over the following productions. Statement. variable statement, empty statement, expression statement, break statement, return statement, throw statement, debugger statement, block, statement list item, declaration, return false, statement, block statement, return, capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G E, of block statement with arguments iteration set and ECMA International 2024 115 breakable statement, iteration statement. Let new iteration set be the list concatenation of iteration set and label set. Return, capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G E, of iteration statement with arguments new iteration set and statement list item. Let has undefined labels be capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G E, of statement list with arguments iteration set and if has undefined labels is true. Return true. Return, capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G E, of statement list item with arguments iteration set and if statement, if expression, statement else statement. Let has undefined labels be capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G E, of the first statement with arguments iteration set and if has undefined labels is true. Return true. Return, capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G E, of the second statement with arguments iteration set and if statement, if expression, statement. Return, capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G E, of statement with arguments iteration set and do while statement. Do statement while expression. Return, capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G E, of statement with arguments iteration set and while statement. While expression, statement. Return, capital C O N T A I N S, capital U N D E F I N E D, capital C O N T I N U E, capital T A R G E, of statement with arguments iteration set and the statement. 4. Expressionort, expressionort, expressionort. Statement 4. var variable declaration list. Expressionort, expressionort. Statement 4. Lexical declaration expressionort, expressionort. Statement return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of statement with arguments iteration set and for in of statement 4. Left-hand side expression in expression. Statement 4. var for binding in expression. Statement 4. For declaration in expression. Statement 4. Left-hand side expression of assignment expression. Statement 4. var for binding of assignment expression. Statement 4. For declaration of assignment expression. Statement for await. Left-hand side expression of assignment expression. Statement for await. var for binding of assignment expression. Statement for await. For declaration of assignment expression. Statement return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of statement with arguments iteration set and note this section is extended by annex B 3.5. Continue statement. Continue. 1. Return false. 116. ECMA International 2024. Continue statement. Continue label identifier. If iteration set does not contain the string value of label identifier, return true, return false. With statement, with expression, stat, element, return, capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of statement with arguments iteration set and switch statement, switch, expression, case block, return, capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of case block with arguments iteration set and case block return false. Case block case clause opt default clause case clause opt. If the first case clause is present, then a if capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of the first case clause is with arguments iteration set and is true. Return true if capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of default clause with arguments iteration set and is true. Return true. If the second case clause is not present, return false. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of the second case clause is with arguments iteration set and case clause is case clause. Let has undefined labels be capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of case clauses with arguments iteration set and if has undefined labels as true. Return true. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of case clause with arguments iteration set and case clause, case expression, statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of statement list with arguments iteration set and return false. Default clause, default, statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of statement list with arguments iteration set and return false. Labeled statement, label identifier, labeled item. Let label be the string value of label identifier. Let new label set be the list concatenation of label set and label. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of labeled item with arguments iteration set and new label set. Labeled item. Function declaration 1. Return false. Try statement. Try block catch. Let has undefined labels be capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of block with arguments iteration set and if has undefined labels as true. Return true. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of catch with arguments iteration set and ECMA International 2024 117. Try statement. Try block finally. Let has undefined labels be capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of block with arguments iteration set and if has undefined labels D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of finally with arguments iteration set and try statement. Try block catch finally if capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of block with arguments iteration set and is true. Return true if capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A R G E of catch with arguments iteration set and is true. Return true. Return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D capital C O N T I N U E capital T A G E.
I gotta like rewrite the thing anyways.
Meta block return capital C O N T A I N S capital U N D E F I N E D
So I don't know, do like one last tweak.
T I N U E capital T A R G E of block with arguments iteration set and function statement.
I'm gonna use 0 to indicate
Return false. Class static block
that there's like no
1. Return
specified like
modu light
designated in-out variable,
and labels B capital C
and then I'll make like an arg destination or arg source,
N S capital
so I don't have to like unnecessarily make a copy of the address
D
and then make reference to it
O
if there's no reason to.
I N U E capital T A R G E
So it'll be easier to like assign things.
and if has undefined labels is true. Return true. Return
In relation to like type checking,
T A
so we can pass in like a U-long
capital U N
or like a 64-bit value.
I N E
And if it's a destination,
C O N T
but it's like a smaller type, I don't know, whatever.
capital T
So use 0 to indicate like there's no designated in-out variable or source destination, whatever.
declaration export declaration return
Then I'll gotta like take the address, whatever, this whole point, whatever.
semantics has no
Because I gotta rewrite anyways, so I'm just gonna do this, whatever.
has no
And then a 1, I'll use it to like indicate.
in. It is defined piecewise over the following
I guess it only has a destination
expression capital C
or an out, whatever you want to call it.
E R
I'll use 2 to indicate
R E
it only has a source
E S
argument, like designated as source.
capital E X P R E S S I O N A N let X for B
There's no point trying to like optimize at this point,
capital C O V
but in an optimal world,
A R E N T H E
it doesn't matter.
I Z E D capital
And I'll use 3 to indicate
R E
that it's both the arg source and destination,
capital A
like arguments designated for a source and destination,
return false
passed in or whatever.
name of expa function expression function formal parameters function body generator expression function formal parameters generator body async generator expression async function formal parameters async generator body async function expression async function formal parameters async function body 18 ECMA International 2024 arrow function arrow parameters equals concise body async arrow function async arrow binding identity
So I think I'm gonna like ignore the rest of the arguments after it.
O V E
Those will just be like normal assignments.
A L
If they get compiled though.
X P R
Dang it.
S I O N capital A N D capital A S Y N C capital A R R equals
Wait, maybe I can just like place the whole list
class tail return false
in the macro like this.
function binding identifier
That way it'll like execute the whole sequence point.
expression function
And it'll just like ignore these first ones.
generator body a sync generator expression a sync function binding identifier
Well, they won't be ignored. They should be placed.
generator body a sync function expression
So I have to make sure to like not
identifier
do like an increment or something.
the class expression
Then it would like execute twice.
class tail return true comma 4.2 static semantics
Or no, it wouldn't.
definition the syntax directed
Yes, it would.
definition takes no arguments and returns a
Because I gotta use
defined piece
the 0, 1, 2, 3 mac argument to concat to a macro
O V E
to specify which macro to use
A R E N T
for picking the arg destination or source.
Ed E D
Because this position is going to change dependent on
E S
how many specified source or destination arguments are.
capital A N let X to be the parenthesized expression that is covered by capital C
And I can also
E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A
make the temp pairs that are declared.
definition of expa primary
They'll be used whatever.
identifier
Make them register.
literal object literal regular expression literal template literal member expression member expression expression member expression identifier name member expression
And that's not used.
meter
Register whatever.
expression arguments
To make it fit into a register,
new expression
it's not how it sounds. It's literally
call expression option
to make a variable that you can't get the address of.
19 update expression left hand side expression plus plus left hand side expression plus plus unary expression unary expression unary expression delete unary
So it makes sure that it's not possible to accidentally
plus unary expression unary expression
take a variable like this, whatever.
await expression
Say like potato.
expression update expression exponentiation expression multiplicative expression multiplicative expression multiplicative operator exponentiate
Potato equals
expression additive multiplicative expression additive expression
param 1, whatever.
expression shift expression
It's potato pointer.
expression additive
I don't know if potato was a pointer.
additive
So like you can't do this to a register variable
expression shift
because the register keyword says
equals
it's supposed to be in register. It doesn't guarantee it.
shift
But what it does guarantee is that if I get the address of it,
relational expression
the compiler will like throw a warning.
in shift expression
So I don't know, that's what it's used for. It also like
equals relational
it may allow the compiler to optimize it
quality
depending on the compiler. But I haven't
expression equal
like I've used register
equals relational expression
in a slab allocator that I made
bitwise and expression
and I see no difference in speed.
wise or expression bitwise
And I checked the assembly output
and expression
and it looks a little bit better, but it's not much better.
bitwise or
So the compiler doesn't like highly optimize this keyword. It will optimize it.
expression
Maybe I have to like rewrite things and reorder them
expression coalesce
to get the gains of using this keyword.
or expression conditional expression
But that's like so much work.
assign
I just kind of assume that if I use register
ECMA international
and I use smaller numbers and I did all the things like you do with like
inside expression equals assignment expression
low level programming or like low memory scenarios
inside expression and
that the compiler would like kick in and recognize that and optimally assign arguments and stuff
expression
because I like used it on like specific things.
false assignment expression
I didn't like sprinkle it everywhere, only on things where like I was like the address needs to not be taken
is
to make sure the address only ever exists
function binding
in use at one place ever at a time, or when it's being like assigned to another address that holds it.
A synth generator body, a synth function expression, a synth
And I don't know, I was like so disappointed.
formal parameters, a synth function
There's also Visual Studio.
binding identity
When I run on Linux, maybe Linux will like treat the word with a higher priority, but it probably won't.
expa. The
So I don't know.
function definition takes argument expa. An assignment expression parse node
So I'm gonna like do this couple tweaks,
or an expression parse node.
and I think I'll be done with this
Boolean.
because it looks like everything's working so far.
Function definition that does not
After I like tweaked it to this way, whatever.
when called if is function definition of expa is false. Return false. Let has name
So that way, when I pass in arguments by doing like 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever,
turn true, comma 4.4 static semantics is identify ref. The syntax directed operation is identify ref takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Primary expression, identify reference, return true. ECMA International 2024 121. Primary expression, this, literal, array literal, object literal, function expression, class expression, generator expression, a synth function expression, a synth generator expression, regular expression literal, template literal, capitals,
I'm not gonna have to pass it in like this,
capital P A R E N
like this, whatever, or like the address.
S I Z E D capital E X
So I won't have to like do this, whatever.
I O N cap
But that does mean
expression, member expression,
I'm gonna have to make like 4 variants of the same code.
name member expression template literal super property meter property new member expression arguments member expression private identifier new expression new expression left hand side expression call expression optional expression return false comma 4.5 runtime semantics named evaluation the syntax directed operation named evaluation takes argument name a property
Is there a way to like insert?
either a normal completion containing a function object or an abrupt completion. It is defined
There are so many things that the C language is missing
capitals
that should clearly exist in the C language at this point.
P A R E N T H E S
But they don't.
E
So I don't know, I guess I gotta like rewrite
X
the same body
E
of the routine for all 4 options.
O N capital A N let X be the parenthesized expression that is covered by capital C O V E R
So when it has no arguments, it's not gonna like access any. When it has 1 argument,
H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N
it'll just be the destination or the source, whatever.
evaluation of X
You know, that's annoying.
name parenthesized expression assert is anonymous function definition
It's annoying, but
return named evaluation of expression with argument name function expression function formal parameter
I'm just gonna do this way, whatever.
return capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital O
So I don't know.
N A R
I'm gonna do this tweak, and I think it's done.
N
Because it looks like everything else is working.
I O N capital E X P of function expression with argument name generator expression function formal parameters generator body return capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital G E N E R A T O R capital F U N C T I O N capital E X of generator expression with
So now I don't get my struct. I don't get the
function
temporary structure that I wanted.
synth generator body
I have to like put the whole thing inside of a freaking block.
S T
So I can't like assign it to like a destination.
T E
I have to like pass it in
S Y N
as an argument, then specify how many there are.
N
Only for the first two. Then the rest of them, I'll just like ignore.
R capital F
And they can like be assigned by default where I place the list.
of a synth generator expression with argument name. 22. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. A synth function expression. A synth function. Formal parameters. A synth function body. 1. Return.
I don't know. It's not what I wanted. It's close enough.
A
I like wrote all this stuff up. I'm not gonna not use it
E E
at this point.
A S
So it's close enough. Whatever.
E capital F
It'll do.
N C T I O N capital E X P R E S of a synth function expression with argument name. Arrow function. Arrow parameters equals concise body. Return capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital A R R O W capital F U N C T I O N capital E X P R E S of arrow function with argument name. A sync arrow function. A sync arrow binding identifier equals a sync concise body capital C O V E R capital C A L L capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N D capital A S Y N C capital A R R equals a synth concise body. Return capital I N S T A N T I A T E capital A S Y N C capital A R R O W capital F U N C T I O N capital E of a synth arrow function with argument name. Class expression. Class tail. Let value be. Class definition. Evaluation of class tail with arguments undefined and name. Set value to the source text matched by class expression. Return value. Point 5 contains, 5.1 static semantics. Contains. The syntax directed operation contains takes argument symbol, a grammar symbol, and returns a boolean. If write grammar production alternative in this specification which is not listed below implicitly has the following default definition of contains. For each child of this parse node, do A if child is an instance of symbol, return true. B if child is an instance of a non-terminal, then I let contained be the result of child contains symbol. 2. If contained is true, return true. Return false. Function declaration. Function binding identifier. Formal parameters, function body, function, formal parameters, function body, function expression, function binding identifier, formal parameters, function body, generator declaration, function binding identifier, formal parameters, generator body, function, formal parameters, generator body, generator expression, function binding identifier, formal parameters, generator body, a synth generator declaration, a synth function binding identifier, formal parameters, a synth generator body, a synth function, formal parameters, a synth generator body, a synth generator expression, a synth function binding identifier, formal parameters, a synth generator body, a synth function declaration, a synth function binding identifier, formal parameters, a synth function body, a synth function, formal parameters, a synth function body. ECMA International 2024 123. A synth function expression. A synth function binding identifier. Formal parameters. A synth function body. Return false. Note 1 static semantic rules that depend upon substructure generally do not look into function definitions. Class tail. Class heritage opt. Class body. If symbol is class body, return true. If symbol is class heritage, then, A if class heritage is present, return true, otherwise return false. 3. If class heritage is present, then A. If class heritage contains symbol is true. Return true. Return the result of computed property contains of class body with argument symbol. Class static block. Static. Class static block body. 1. Return false. Arrow function. Arrow parameters equals. Concise body. If symbol is not one of new target. Super property. Super call. Super, or this. Return false. If arrow parameters contains symbol is true. Return true. Return concise body contains symbol. Arrow parameters. Capital C O V E R. Capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N. Let formals be the arrow formal parameters that is covered by capital C O V E R. Capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N. Return formals contains symbol. Async arrow function. Async arrow binding identifier equals. Async concise body. If symbol is not one of new target. Super property. Super call. Super, or this. Return false. Return async concise body contains symbol. Async arrow function. Capital C O V E R. Capital C A L L. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N D. Capital A S Y N C. Capital A R R equals. Async concise body. If symbol is not one of new target. Super property. Super call. Super, or this. Return false. Let head be the async arrowhead that is covered by capital C O V E R. Capital C A L L. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N D. Capital A S Y N C. Capital A R R. If head contain NS symbol is true. Return true. Return async concise body contains symbol. 124. ECMA International 2024. Note 2 static semantic rules that depend upon substructure generally do not look into class bodies except for property names. Note 3 static semantic rules that depend upon substructure generally do not look into static initialization blocks. Note 4 contains is used to detect new target, this, and super usage within an arrow function or async arrow function. Property definition. Method definition. If symbol is method definition, return true. Return the result of computed property contains of method definition with argument symbol. Literal property name. Identifier name. Return false. Member expression. Member expression. Identifier name. If member expression contains symbol is true. Return true. Return false. Super property. Super. Identifier name. If symbol is the reserved word super. Return true. Return false. Call expression. Call expression. Identifier name. If call expression contains symbol is true. Return true. Return false. Optional chain. Identifier name 1. Return false. Optional chain. Optional chain. Identifier name. If optional chain contains symbol is true. Return true. Return false. 5.2 static semantics. Computed property contains. The syntax-directed operation computed property contains takes argument symbol, a grammar symbol, and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Class element name, private identifier, property name, literal property name, return false, property name, computed property name, return the result of computed property name contains symbol. Method definition, class element name, unique formal parameters, function body, get class element name, function body, set class element name, property set parameter list, function body, return the result of computed property contains of class element name with argument symbol. generator method, class element name, unique formal parameters, generator body, return the result of computed property contains of class element name with argument symbol. ECMA International 2024 125. A synth generator method, a synth class element name, unique formal parameters, a synth generator body, return the result of computed property contains of class element name with argument symbol. Class element list. Class element list. Class element. Let in list be computed property contains of class element list with argument symbol. If in list is true, return true. Return the result of computed property contains of class element with argument symbol. Class element. Class static block 1. Return false. Class element 1. Return false. A synth method, a synth class element name, unique formal parameters, a synth function body 1. Return the result of computed property contains of class element name with argument symbol. Field definition. Class element name initial is erupt. Return the result of computed property contains of class elim. Entity name with argument symbol. Point 6 miscellaneous. These operations are used in multiple places throughout the specification. 6.1 runtime semantics. Instantiate function object. The syntax-directed operation instantiate function object takes argument env, an environment record, and private env, a private environment record or null, and returns an ECMA script function object. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: function declaration, function binding identifier, formal parameters, function body, function, formal parameters, function body, return, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, T, E, capital O, R, D, I, N, A, R, Y, capital F, U, N, C, T, I, O, N, capital O, B, J, of function declaration with argument CNV and private env, generator declaration, function binding identifier, formal parameters, generator body, function, formal parameters, generator body, return, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, T, E, capital G, E, N, E, R, A, T, O, R, capital F, U, N, C, T, I, O, N, capital O, B, of generator declaration with argument CNV and private env, a synth generator declaration, a synth function binding identifier, formal parameters, a synth generator body, a synth function, formal parameters, a synth generator body, return, capital I, N, S, T, A, N, T, I, A, T, E, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital G, E, N, E, R, A, T, O, R, capital F, U, N, C, T, of a synth generator declaration with argument CNV and private env. 26. ECMA International 2024. A synth function declaration, a synth function binding identifier, formal parameters, a synth function body, a synth function, formal parameters, a synth function body, return instantiate a synth function object of a synth function declaration with argument CNV and private env8. 6. 2 runtime semantics. Binding initialization. The syntax-directed operation binding initialization takes arguments value, an ECMA script language value, and environment, an environment record or undefined, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: binding identifier. Identifier. Let name be string value of identifier. Return. Initialize bound name. Name. Value. Environment. Binding identifier. Yield. Return. Initialize bound name. Yield. Value. Environment. Binding identifier. Await. Return. Initialize bound name. Await. Value. Environment. Binding pattern. Object binding pattern. Perform. Require object coercible. Value. Return. Binding initialization of object binding pattern with arguments value and environment. Binding pattern. Array binding pattern. Let iterator record be. Get iterator. Value. Sync. Let result be completion. Iterator binding initialization of array binding pattern with arguments iterator record and environment. If iterator record is false, return. Iterator close. Iterator record. Result. Return result. Object binding pattern. 1. Return unused. Object binding pattern. Binding property list. Binding property list. Perform. Property binding initialization of binding property list with arguments value and environment. Return unused. Node undefined is passed for environment to indicate that a put value opera on should be used to assign the initialization value. This is the case for var statements and formal parameter lists of some non-strict functions. See the 10th of February 2011. In those cases, a lexical binding is hoisted and pre-initialized prior to evaluation of its initializer. ECMA International 2024-127. Object binding pattern. Binding rest property. Let excluded names be a new empty list. Return. Rest binding initialization of binding rest property with arguments value, environment, and excluded names. Object binding pattern. Binding property list. Binding rest property. Let excluded names be. Property binding initialization of binding property list with arguments value and environment. Return. Rest binding initialization of binding rest property with arguments value, environment, and excluded names. 6, 2, 1 initialize bound name, value, environment. The abstract operation initialize bound name takes arguments name, a string, value, an ECMA script language value, and environment, an environment record or undefined, and returns either a normal completion contain unused or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called if environment is not undefined. Then, a perform environment initialize binding, name, value, be return unused, else, a let LHS be. Resolve binding, name, be return, put value, LHS, value, 6.3 runtime semantics, iterative binding initialization. The syntax-directed operation iterative binding initialization takes arguments iterator record, an iterator record, and environment, an environment record or undefined, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Array binding pattern. 1. Return unused. Array binding pattern. Elision. Return. Capital I, T, E, R, A, T, O, R, capital D, E, S, T, R, U, C, T, U, R, I, N, G, capital A, S, S, I, G, N, M, E, N, of elision with argument iterator record. Array binding pattern. Elision not binding rest element. If elision is present, then a perform. Capital I, T, E, R, A, T, O, R, capital D, E, S, T, R, U, C, T, U, R, I, N, G, capital A, S, S, I, G, N, M, E, N, of elision with argument iterator record. Return. Iterator binding initialization of binding rest element with arguments iterator record and environment. Array binding pattern. Binding element list. Elision. Note when undefined is passed for environment, it indicates that a put value operation should be used to assign the initialization value. This is the case for formal parameter lists of non-strict functions. In that case, the formal parameter bindings are pre-initialized in order to deal with the possibility of multiple parameters with the same name. 2. Perform. Iterator binding initialization of binding element list with arguments iterator record and environment. Return. Capital I, T, E, R, A, T, O, R, capital D, E, S, T, R, U, C, T, U, R, I, N, G, capital A, S, S, I, G, N, M, E, N, of elision with argument iterator record. 28. ECMA International 2024. Array binding pattern. Binding element list. Elision opt binding rest element. Perform. Iterator binding initialization of binding element list we th arguments iterator record and environment. If elision is present, then a perform. Capital I T E R A T O R capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N of elision with argument iterator record. Return. Iterator binding initialization of binding rest element with arguments iterator record and environment. Binding element list. Binding element list. Binding elision element. Perform. Iterator binding initialization of binding element list with arguments iterator record and environment. Return. Iterator binding initialization of binding elision element with arguments iterator record and environment. Binding elision element. Elision binding element. Perform. Capital I T E R A T O R capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N of elision with argument iterator record. Return. Iterator binding initialization of binding element with arguments iterator record and environment. Single name binding. Binding identifier initializer opt. Let binding id be string value of binding identifier. Let LHS be. Resolve binding. Binding id. Environment. Let v be undefined. If iterator record is false, then a let next be. Iterator step value. Iterator record. B if next is not done, then I set v to next. If initializer is present and v is undefined, then a if is anonymous function definition, initializer, is true, then I set v to named evaluation of initializer with argument binding id. B else, I let default value be. Evaluation of initializer. 2. Set v to get value, default value. If environment is undefined, return, put value, LHS, v. Return, initialize referenced binding, LHS, v. Binding element, binding pattern initializer opt. Let v be undefined. If iterator record is false, then a let next be. Iterator step value, iterator record. B if next is not done, then I set v to next. If initializer is present and v is undefined, then a let default value be. Evaluation of initializer. B set v to get value, default value. Return, binding initialization of binding pattern with arguments v and environment. Binding rest element. Binding identifier. Let LHS be. Resolve binding. String value of binding identifier. Environment. Let a be. Array create. 0. Let 0. Repeat. A let next be done. B if iterator record is false, then I set next to iterator step value. Iterator record. C if next is done, then ECMA International 2024 129. I if environment is undefined. Return, put value, LHS, A 2. Return, initialize referenced binding, LHS, A D perform. Create data property or throw, A to string, N next, E set N to N+1. Binding rest element. Binding pattern. Let A be. Array create. 0. Let 0. Repeat. A let next be done. B if iterator record is false, then I set next to iterator step value. Iterator record. C if next is done, then I return. Binding initialization of binding pattern with arguments A and environment. D perform. Create data property or throw, A to string, N next, E set N to N+1. Formal parameters, empty, 1. Return unused. Formal parameters, formal parameter list. Function rest parameter. Perform. Iterator binding initialization of formal parameter list with arguments iterator record and environment. Return. Iterator binding initialization of function rest parameter with arguments iterator record and environment. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter perform. Iterator binding initialization of formal parameter list with arguments iterator record and environment. Return. Iterator binding initialization of formal parameter with arguments iterator record and environment. Arrow parameters. Binding identifier. Let v be undefined. Assert. Iterator record is false. Let next be. Iterator step value. Iterator record. If next is not done, then a set v to next. Return. Binding initialization of binding identifier with arguments v and environment. Arrow parameters. Capital C O V E R. Capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N. Let formals be the arrow formal parameters that is covered by capital C O V E R. Capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N. Return. Iterator binding initialization of formals with arguments iterator record and environment. Async arrow binding identifier. Binding identifier. Let v be undefined. Assert. Iterator record is false. Let next be. Iterator step value. Iterator record. If next is not done, then a set v to next. Return. Binding initialization of binding identifier with arguments v and environment. 30. ECMA International 2024. 8. 6. 4 Static semantics. Assignment target type. The syntax-directed operation assignment target type takes no arguments and returns simple or invalid. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Identifier reference. Identifier. If this identifier reference is contained in strict mode code and string value of identifier is either eval or arguments, return invalid. Return simple. Identifier reference. Yield await. Call expression. Call expression. Expression. Call expression. Identifier name. Call expression. Private identifier member expression. Member expression. Expression. Member expression. Identifier name zipper property. Member expression. Private identifier. Return simple. Primary expression. Capital C O V E R. Capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N. Let X be the parenthesized expression that is covered by capital C O V E R. Capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N. Return assignment target type of expa. Primary expression. This literal array literal object literal function expression class expression generator expression async function expression async generator expression regular expression literal template literal call expression. Capital C O V E R. Capital C A L L. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N D. Capital A S Y N C. R R. Super call. Import call. Call expression arguments. Call expression template literal. New expression. New expression. Member expression. Member expression template literal new member expression arguments. ECMA International.
It takes like
131. Capital N.
so much extra effort to like
Port meter. Left hand side expression. Optional expression. Update
represent an idea or like
left hand side expression. Plus
form the code to match some like state or whatever.
void unary expression type of unary expression plus
It's like ridiculous. And like things have been added to C language, whatever, to make certain things easier, but not all of them. And there's no reason why it can't be added. So instead, it's like C++ everything, because it doesn't have to be efficient. It just has to like exist and do what you want. And then you're tied in to all the C++ stuff. I don't even know. C needs to be like replaced. Just like JavaScript needs to be replaced. Just like the operating system needs to be replaced. And the fact that IBM, the big tech giants, couldn't make an operating system that they had to steal it via unfair competition.
Logical and expression and bitwise or expression. 32. ECMA International 2024. Logical or expression. Logical or expression. Logical and expression. Coalesce expression. Coalesce expression head. Bitwise or expression. Conditional expression. Short circuit expression. Assignment expression. Assignment expression. Assignment expression.
And then Microsoft didn't even have an OS.
Function.
IBM literally picked Bill Gates.
Left-hand side expression assignment operator.
They cherry-picked him.
Left-hand side
And then Bill Gates, the only reason he had time to go to Epstein Island to do, we all know what happened on Epstein Island and why Bill Gates was on his list. And Bill Gates even admitted to being on the list. So this isn't even slander, it's literally facts.
Piecewise over the following productions. Property definition. Identifier reference. Return string value of identifier reference. Property definition. Assignment expression. Return empty. Property definition. Property name. Assignment expression. Return property name. Literal property name.
Numerous reports have documented the association between Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted sex offender. The convicted sex offender that apparently had no client list. The convicted sex offender that killed himself over nothing. And his girlfriend that went to prison for what? Things he didn't do that he didn't kill himself over? Well, he did kill himself. Well, he was convicted, but what? Gates met with Epstein on multiple occasions, including at Epstein's Manhattan townhouse. Blah 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 blah.
Generator method, class element name, unique formal parameters, generator body, return prop name of class element name, async generator.
Relationship status. Gates had stated that he did not have a business relationship or friendship with Epstein, and has expressed regret for spending any time with him.
Return empty, async method.
Then what? What was he doing?
Parameters.
He didn't have a business relationship
Name of class element.
or a friendship
Class element name
with the sex offender, the convicted sex offender.
Name, private identifier 1.
So, was Bill Gates' meetings
Contexts 9.1
kind of like Jeffrey Epstein is a middleman,
type used to define the association of
and he was only there for the sex?
based upon the lexical nesting structure of VCMA script.
Epstein list. While there has been speculation about Bill Gates' potential inclusion on a so-called, Epstein list, his name has not been confirmed on any official lists or court documents that have been made public. Yeah, what about the ones that aren't public? Some names on released documents remain redacted, leading to continued speculation. It's important to note, while Bill Gates' association with Jeffrey Epstein is a documented fact. There is no credible evidence to suggest he was involved in Epstein's criminal activities. Well, then why the fuck was he on the island on his plane with a convicted sex offender when he stated that he did not have a business relationship or friendship with Epstein and has expressed regret for spending any time with him? What was he doing with Epstein? Or next to Epstein? Or was Epstein watching? Or was Bill Gates eating popcorn? Who was watching? Someone was watching someone. Is that how it goes or whatever? Like tunnel buddies or something? I don't know. It's pretty fucked up. But that's why Windows and the C language, they weren't updated over the last like 20, 30 years. Ever since they like stole the operating system, DOS, from Gary Cadell. They're too busy having sex, being sex offenders and stuff. Because if they weren't doing that, I don't know, maybe the computers wouldn't be stuck in the 1950s, 1960s. And DOS is such a simple program. And IBM was not able. Holy fuck, the incompetency. These fuckers, for fuck's sake. Disgusting. Like literally, what the actual fuck? I don't even know. Everything's so fucking stupid. Literally, idiotic.
Global object and initial properties may be modified. The environment record abstract class includes the abstract specification methods defined in Table 16. These abstract methods have distinct concrete algorithms for each of the concrete subclasses. Table 16, abstract methods of environment records. Method, purpose, has binding. N, determine if an environment record has a binding for the string value and return true if it does and false if it does not. Create mutable binding. N, D, create a new but uninitialized mutable binding in an environment. The string value N is the text of the bound name. If the Boolean argument D is true, the binding may be...
Okay, so I don't want to like get this up and stuff. I think everything else set up or planned out, whatever.
The string value N is the...
I just want to get this done. This added too much time, like organizing stuff and like rewriting it.
Regardless.
Man,
Of operation.
I gotta get this shit done.
Binding, initialize binding. N, V, set the value of an already existing but uninitialized binding in an environment record. The string value N is the text of the bound name. V is the value for the binding and is a value of any ECMA script language type. Set mutable binding. N, V, S. Set the value of an already existing mutable binding in an environment record. The string value N is the text of the bound name. V is the value for the binding and may be a value of any ECMA script language type. S is a Boolean flag. If S is true and the binding cannot be set, throw a type error exception. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, 35. Table 16, abstract methods of environment records. Continued. Method, purpose, get binding value, N, S, returns the value of an already existing binding from an environment record. The string value N is the text of the bound name. S is used to identify references originating in strict mode code or that otherwise require strict mode reference semantics. If S is true and the binding does not exist, throw a reference error exception. If the binding exists but is uninitialized, a reference error is thrown, regardless of the value of S. Delete binding. N. Delete a binding from an environment record. The string value N is the text of the bound name. If a binding for N exists, remove the binding and return true. If the binding exists but cannot be removed, return false. If the binding does not exist, return true. Has this binding? Determine if an environment record establishes this binding. Return true if it does and false if it does not. Has super binding? Determine if an environment record establishes a super method binding. Return true if it does and false if it does not. With base object, if this environment record is associated with a with statement, return the with object. Otherwise, return undefined. 9. 1 declarative environment records. Each declarative environment record is associated with an ECMA script program scope containing variable, constant, let, class, module, import, and/or function declarations. A declarative environment record binds the set of identifiers defined by the declarations contained within its scope. The behavior.
And what's up with like
A declarative
the super light
find
wording with Epstein?
1
They called Epstein a sex offender.
N. The
Right here, they said
method of a
Jeffrey Epstein, the sex offender.
takes argument in a string and returns
All and that okay, so it says numerous reports have documented the association between Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein,
steps when called.
the convicted sex offender.
Return true.
They don't say who
1
is the convicted sex offender. They just say, comma, the convicted sex offender.
of a declarative
Was Bill Gates
VREC takes argument
charged as being a sex offender
earlier
beforehand?
completion containing unused. It creates
Because this is like really light to call Jeffrey Epstein
a bind
a sex offender when R. Kelly.
record for NFT is true. The new binding is
Where's I want to see a photo.
It performs the following steps.
Like R. Kelly. They got him on like racketeering and stuff.
Add a mutable binding in env rec for n and record that it is uninitialized. If t is true, record that
So like that's way worse than the word sex offender.
binding call.
Jeffrey Epstein, they're like,
ECMA International 2020
unless they're talking about Bill Gates
1
as being a sex offender,
binding
they're like convicted sex offender.
in concrete method
They don't talk about trafficking or any of it. They just call him a convicted sex offender.
and s a boolean and
Jeffrey Epstein only. But R. Kelly,
mutable
they get him on racketeering.
binding must not already exist.
Well, Google just R. Kelly without the racketeering.
True. The new binding is marked as a strict binding. It performs the following steps when called assert. envrec does not already have a binding for n. Create an immutable binding in envrec for n and record that it is uninitialized. If s is true, record that the newly created binding is a strict binding. Return unused, 1 for initialize binding, n, v. The initialize binding concrete method of a declarative environment
So they say R. Kelly in like the headline, whatever.
string, and v, an ECMA script language value, and return
Kelly was sentenced to 30 years in prison for using his celebrity
the current
status to sexually abuse children
present to the
and women.
initialized binding.
So that's pretty bad.
It performs the following
And it like fits what he did.
envrec
But Epstein,
binding for n. Set the
they don't say like sexually abuse women and children.
binding for n.
They just say convicted sex offender.
1
That's not heavy enough.
v n.
After everything Jeffrey Epstein did,
Concrete method of a declarative environment
he only gets those. Is it because R. Kelly's black?
string
Is that why? Is it because Jeffrey Epstein's white? Is this like a racist thing?
here and
Are they? Seems pretty biased.
normally already exists, but in rare cases it may not. If the binding is
Was Bill Gates? Is he convicted sex offender?
performs the following steps when called. If envrec does not have a binding for n, then if s is true, throw a reference error exception. B. Perform envrec create mutable binding. N. True. C. Perform envrec initialize binding. N. D. Return unused. If the binding for NNENVREC is a strict binding, set S to true. If the binding for NNENVREC has not yet been initialized, then A. Throw a reference error exception. Else if the binding for NNENVREC is a mutable binding, then A. Change its bound value to V. Else A. Assert. This is an attempt to change the value of an immutable binding. B. If S is true, throw a type error exception. Return unused. Note an example of ECMA script code that results in a missing binding at step 1 is function f eval var x equals delete x 0. ECMA International 2024 137 9 1 1 1 6 get binding value.
Bill Gates' biggest regret:
The get binding
divorcing his ex-wife
declarative environment
because she took $75 billion.
a string and
She's recently been seen with a new man.
either a normal completion containing an ACM
$75 billion.
or a throw completion.
So Bill Gates is upset over $75 billion.
Then if the binding
I wonder how upset
implies the reference error is throw
Gary Cadell was
value of S it
when Bill Gates took
called assert.
his operating system.
For n, if the binding for NNENVREC is an uninitialized
I wonder how much money
error exception, return the value currently bound.
Gary Cadell didn't make
1.
because he was ripped off.
And delete binding. N, the delete binding concrete method.
Microsoft bought non-exclusive rights first, then full rights, then adopted it into MS-DOS for IBM.
Delete bindings that have been
The x86, the API of 86-DOS was deliberately designed to be compatible with CP/M, meaning existing CP/M software could be recompiled with minimal changes.
return false. Remove the binding for N from ENVREC.
Tim Patterson has always maintained that he wrote QDOS himself, but he has admitted he based his system calls and API design heavily on CP/M to make porting easy.
Following steps.
So while there was no direct copying of CP/M source code, there was functional imitation, even though Digital Research viewed it as a knockoff.
Rec takes no
Microsoft knew they were buying something that gave them a shortcut into the market by replicating CP/M's role without licensing it.
with base object.
In modern terms, this is clean room re-implementation that's illegal, but arguably opportunistic.
Find, 1.
Opportunistic.
Environment records. Each object environment record is associated with an object called it.
You know what else is opportunistic?
Environment record binds the set of strings.
Taking advantage of women and children on an island,
Binding object.
on Epstein's island. That's also opportunistic.
Bound identifiers. Both own and inherited.
It's funny how companies have the same traits as the people that start them.
Declarative environment record. That is,
I wonder what that says about Google
an environment record nor a module
and whoever runs Alphabet.
does not provide a this binding. Note a regular declarative environment record. That is, one that is neither a function environment
Because Google
environment record does not provide a super binding. 38. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. Because properties can be dynamically added and deleted from objects, the set of identifiers bound by an object environment record may potentially Chromium SRC did at Google. Chromium code search. Google's incognito lawsuit settlement and the $5 billion figure. Google recently settled a class action lawsuit alleging the company continued to track users' internet activity while they were in incognito mode in Chrome and other browsers. Despite the perception of privacy this feature implies, the lawsuit initially sought $5 billion in damages on behalf of millions of users.
Luckily, this isn't slander. I'm literally stating facts and just putting dots together. This says a lot about whoever runs Google.
Data deletion. Google has agreed to destroy billions of data records related to private browsing activities collected during the class period.
So the guy that runs Alphabet, maybe he has a problem with like letting things go. So he's like, let's destroy stuff, but keep some of it. He's also probably really greedy. Because like, he won't give a direct payout. Or she, I don't know, whoever's in charge. It's probably multiple people too. But they'll like agree in joint at some point, because they're a company, whatever. So they must all have certain characteristics. Because instead of giving like a direct payout to users, they're just gonna like update their policy and continue doing what they do.
In essence, while the lawsuit initially targeted Google for $5 billion, the final settlement focuses on changes to data collection practices and transparency, rather than a direct payout to users.
So that's not fair. Direct payout? You don't get a direct payout. I don't get a direct payout. You're not gonna get $400. I'm not gonna get $400. I wonder if it depends on how dirty your search results are. Like if you look up the most dirty stuff, is your data that they collected worth more money?
Lawsuit initially targeted Google for $5 billion.
So 5 billion.
Destroyed billions of data records.
And they're going to destroy billions of data records. They're not going to destroy 5 billion data records. They're destroying billions of data records. So if they made $1 off of every data record, how many dollars does Google have? And there is no direct payout. They could like send $400 or $500 for spying on you, or $1,000, who knows? They made a lot of money. That's why they did it. Opportunistic. So instead of like spending that money and paying it back for being creepy as fuck, Google is just gonna like update their policy. Oh, they're gonna be more transparent too. So like, I guess that's something.
The final settlement focuses on changes to data collection practices and transparency.
Well, I don't know. At least we get YouTube, you know? At our own exploitation. At least we get free video hosting. I mean, Google can collect the like most dirty stuff, save billions of records, make more than billions of dollars. Freaking Bill Gates and his opportunistic ass. I don't know, I guess life's not fair. But there's ways to make it fair. So I don't know, whatever. I gotta like stop getting distracted.
Validate non-revoked proxy O2. Let target be O3. Let handler be O4. Assert handler is an object 5. Let trap be get method handler get prototype of 6. If trap is undefined, then a return target 7. Let handler proto be call trap handler target 8. If handler proto is not an object and handler proto is not null, throw a type error exception 9. Let extensible target be is extensible target 10. If extensible target is true, return handler proto 11. Let target proto be target 12. If same value, handler proto, target proto, is false, throw a type error exception 13. Return handler proto 0, 5, 2, v. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes argument v, an object or null, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called 1. Perform. Validate non-revoked proxy O2. Let target be O3. Let handler be O4. Assert handler is an object 5. Let trap be get method handler set prototype of 6. If trap is undefined, then a return target v 7. Let boolean trap result be to boolean call trap handler target v 8. If boolean trap result is false, return false 9. Let extensible target be is extensible target 10. If extensible target is true, return true 11. Let target proto be target 12. If same value, v target proto, is false, throw a type error exception 13. Return true. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants, the result of must be either an object or null, if the target object is not extensible, applied to the proxy object must return the same value as applied to the proxy object's target object. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants, the result of is a boolean value, if the target object is not extensible, the argument value must be the same as the result of get prototype of applied to target object. ECMA International 2024 205 0 5 3. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called 1. Perform. Validate non-revoked proxy O2. Let target be O3. Let handler be O4. Assert handler is an object 5. Let trap be get method handler is extensible 6. If trap is undefined, then a return is extensible target 7. Let boolean trap result be to boolean call trap handler target 8. Let target result be is extensible target 9. If boolean trap result is not target result, throw a type error exception 10. Return boolean trap result 0, 5, 4. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called 1. Perform. Validate non-revoked proxy O2. Let target be O3. Let handler be O4. Assert handler is an object 5. Let trap be get method handler prevent extensions 6. If trap is undefined, then a return target 7. Let boolean trap result be to boolean call trap handler target 8. If boolean trap result is true, then a let extensible target be is extensible target b. If extensible target is true, throw a type error exception 9. Return boolean trap result 0, 5, 5, p. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes argument p, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing either a property descriptor or undefined, or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants, the result of is a Boolean value, applied to the proxy object must return the same value as applied to the proxy object's target object with the same argument. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants, the result of is a Boolean value, applied to the proxy object only returns true if applied to the proxy object's target object is false. 2. Perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. Let target be O06 ECMA International 2024. 3. Let handler be O4. Assert. Handler is an object. 5. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Get own property descriptor. 6. If trap is undefined, then a return target P. 7. Let trap result OBJB. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. P. 8. If trap result obj is not an object and trap result obj is not undefined, throw a type error exception. 9. Let target desk be target P. 10. If trap result obj is undefined, then A if target desk is undefined, return undefined. B if target desk is false, throw a type error exception. C let extensible target B is extensible target. D if extensible target is false, throw a type error exception. E return n undefined. 11. Let extensible target be is extensible target. 12. Let result desk be to property descriptor trap result obj. 13. Perform complete property descriptor result desk. 14. Let valid be is compatible property descriptor extensible target result desk target desk. 15. If valid is false, throw a type error exception. 16. If result desk is false, then A if target desk is undefined or target desk is true, then I throw a type error exception. B if result desk has a field and result desk is false, then I assert target desk has a field. 2. If target desk is true, throw a type error exception. 7. Return result desk. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants, the result of must be either an object or undefined, a property cannot be reported as non-existent if it exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object, a property cannot be reported as non-existent if it exists as a known property of a non-extensible target object, a property cannot be reported as existent if it does not exist as a known property of the target object and the target object is not extensible, a property cannot be reported as non-configurable unless it exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object, a property cannot be reported as both non-configurable and non-writable unless it exists as a non-configurable, non-writable own property of the target object. 0, 5, 6, P. Desk. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes arguments P, a property key, and desk, a property descriptor, and returns either a normal completion containing a Boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. 2. Let target be O. 3. Let handler be O. 4. Assert. Handler is an object. 5. Let trap be. Get method, handler, define property. 6. If trap is undefined, then a return target P, desk. 7. Let desk obj be from property descriptor, desk. 8. Let Boolean trap result be to Boolean. Call, trap, handler, target, P, desk obj. 9. If Boolean trap result is false, return false. 10. Let target desk be target P, ECMA International 2024 207. 11. Let extensible target be is extensible target. 12. If desk has a field and desk is false, then a let setting config false be true. 13. Else a let setting config false be false. 14. If target desk is undefined, then a if extensible target is false, throw a type error exception. B if setting config false is true, throw a type error exception. 15. Else A if is compatible property descriptor, extensible target, desk, target desk, is false, throw a type error exception. B if setting config false is true and target desk is true, throw a type error exception. C if is data descriptor, target desk, is true, target desk is false, and target desk is true. Then, if desk has a field and desk is false, throw a type error exception. 6. Return true. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants, the result of is a Boolean value, a property cannot be added. If the target object is not extensible, a property cannot be non-configurable, unless there exists a corresponding non-configurable own property of the target object, a non-configurable property cannot be non-writable, unless there exists a corresponding non-configurable non-writable own property of the target object, if a property has a corresponding target object property, then applying the property descriptor of the property to the target object using will not throw an exception. 0, 5, 7, p. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes argument p, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a Boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. 2. Let target be O. 3. Let handler be O. 4. Assert. Handler is an object. 5. Let trap be. Get method. Handler has. 6. If trap is undefined, then a return target p. 7. Let Boolean trap result be to Boolean. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. p. 8. If Boolean trap result is false, then a let target desk be target p. b. If target desk is not undefined, then if target desk is false, throw a type error exception. 2. Let extensible target be. Is extensible target. 3. If extensible target is false, throw a type error exception. 9. Return Boolean trap result. 08 ECMA International 2024. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants, the result of is a Boolean value, a property cannot be reported as non-existent if it exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object, a property cannot be reported as non-existent if it exists as a known property of the target object, and the target object is not extensible. 0, 5, 8. The 1. Perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. 2. Let target be O. 3. Let handler be O. 4. Assert. Handler is an object. 5. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Get. 6. If trap is undefined, then a return target. 7. Let trap result be. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. p. Receiver. 8. Let target desk be target p. 9. If target desk is not undefined and target desk is false, then if is data descriptor, target desk, is true and target desk is false, then if same value, trap result, target desk, is false. Throw a type error exception. B if is accessor descriptor, target desk, is true and target desk, 0. Return trap result. Note, the value reported for a property must be the same as the value of the corresponding target object property if the target object property is a non-writable, non-configurable owned data property, the value reported for a property must be undefined if the corresponding target object property is a non-configurable own accessor property that has undefined as its. 0, 5, 9. The 1. Perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. 2. Let target be O. 3. Let handler be O. 4. Assert. Handler is an object. 5. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Set. 6. If trap is undefined, then a return target. 7. Let Boolean trap result be to Boolean. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. p. v. Receiver. 8. If Boolean trap result is false, return false. 9. Let target desk be target p. 10. If target desk is not undefined and target desk is false, then ECMA International 2024 209. A if is data descriptor, target desk, is true and target desk is false, then if same value, v, target desk, is false. Throw a type error exception. B if is accessor descriptor, target desk, is true, then if target desk 1. return true. Note, the result of, cannot change the value of a property to be different from the value of the corresponding target object property if the corresponding target object property is an unwritable, non-configurable own data property, cannot set the value of a property if the corresponding target object property is a non-configurable own accessor property that has undefined as its 0, 5, 1, 0. P. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes argument P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a Boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called 1. Perform. Validate non-revoked proxy O 2. Let target be O 3. Let handler be O 4. Assert. Handler is an object 5. Let trap be. Get method, handler, delete property 6. If trap is undefined, then a return target P 7. Let Boolean trap result be to Boolean. Call trap handler target P 8. If Boolean trap result is false, return false 9. Let target desk be target P 10. If target desk is undefined, return true 11. If target desk is false, throw a type error exception 12. Let extensible target be. Is extensible target 13. If extensible target is false, throw a type error exception 14. Return true. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants, the result of is a Boolean value, a property cannot be reported as deleted if it exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object, a property cannot be reported as deleted if it exists as a known property of the target object and the target object is non-extensible. 0, 5, 1, 1. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a list of property keys or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called 1. Perform. Validate non-revoked proxy O 2. Let target be O 3. Let handler be O 4. Assert. Handler is an object 5. Let trap be. Get method, handler, own keys 10. ECMA International 2024. If trap is undefined, then a return target 7. Let trap result array be. Call trap handler target 8. Let trap result be. Create list from array like trap result array string symbol 9. If trap result contains any duplicate entries, throw a type error exception 10. Let extensible target be. Is extensible target 11. Let target keys be target 12. Assert. Target keys is a list of property keys 13. Assert. Target keys contains no duplicate entries 14. Let target configurable keys be a new empty list 15. Let target non-configurable keys be a new empty list 16. For each element key of target keys, do A. Let desk be target key. B. If desk is not undefined and desk is false, then I append key to target non-configurable keys. C. Else I append key to target configurable keys. 7. If extensible target is true and target non-configurable keys is empty, then a return trap result. 18. Let unchecked result keys be a list whose elements are the elements of trap result. 19. For each element key of target non-configurable keys, do A. If unchecked result keys does not contain key, throw a type error exception. B. Remove key from unchecked result keys. 20. If extensible target is true, return trap result. 21. For each element key of target configurable keys, do A. If unchecked result keys does not contain key, throw a type error exception. B. Remove key from unchecked result keys. 22. If unchecked result keys is not empty, throw a type error exception. 23. Return trap result. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants, the result of is a list, the returned list contains no duplicate entries, the type of each result list element is either string or symbol, the result list must contain the keys of all non-configurable own properties of the target object, if the target object is not extensible, then the result list must contain all the keys of the own properties of the target object and no other values. 0, 5, 1, 2. This argument, arguments list, The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes arguments this argument, an ECMA script language value, and arguments list, a list of ECMA script language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. 2. Let target be O. 3. Let handler be O. 4. Assert. Handler is an object. 5. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Apply. 6. If trap is undefined, then 8. Return. Call. Target. This argument. Arguments list. 7. Let argArray be create array from list. Arguments list. 8. Return. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. This argument. argArray. Note a proxy exotic object only has an internal method if the initial value of its internal slot is an object that has an internal method. ECMA International 2024 211 0 5 1 3. Arguments list. New target. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes arguments list, a list of ECMA script language values, and new target, a constructor, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. 2. Let target be O. 3. Assert. Is constructor. Target. Is true. 4. Let handler be O. 5. Assert. Handler is an object. 6. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Construct. 7. If trap is undefined, then 8. Return. Construct. Target. Arguments list. New target. 8. Let argArray be create array from list. Arguments list. 9. Let new obj be. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. argArray. New target. 10. If new obj is not an object, throw a type error exception. 11. Return new obj. Note 2 for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of must be an object. 0. 5. 1. 4. Validate non-revoked proxy. Proxy. The abstract operation validate non-revoked proxy takes argument proxy, a proxy exotic object, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It throws a type error exception if proxy has been revoked. It performs the following steps when called. 1. If proxy is null, throw a type error exception. 2. Assert. Proxy is not null. 3. Return unused. 0. 5. 1. 5. Proxy create. Target. Handler. The abstract operation proxy create takes arguments target an ECMA script language value, and handler, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a proxy exotic object or a throw completion. It is used to specify the creation of new proxy objects. It performs the following steps when called. 1. If target is not an object, throw a type error exception. 2. If handler is not an object, throw a type error exception. 3. Let P be make basic object. 4. Set P's essential internal methods, except for and, to the definitions specified in 10.5. 5. If is callable, target, is true, then A set P is specified in the 10th of May 2012. B if is constructor, target, is true, then I set P is specified in the 10th of May 2013. 6. Set P to target. 7. Set P to handler. 8. Return P. 12. ECMA International 2024. Note 1. A proxy exotic object only has an internal method if the initial value of its internal slot is an object that has an internal method. 1. ECMA script language. Source text. 1.1 Source text syntax. Source character. Any Unicode code point. ECMA script source text is a sequence of Unicode code points. All Unicode code point values from U plus 0000 to U plus 10FF, including surrogate code points, may occur in ECMA script source text where permitted by the ECMA script grammars. The actual encodings used to store and interchange ECMA script source text is not relevant to this specification. Regardless of the external source text encoding, A conforming ECMA script implementation process is the source text as if it was an equivalent sequence of source character values, each source character being a Unicode code point. Conforming ECMA script implementations are not required to perform any normalization of source text, or behave as though they were performing normalization of source text. The components of a combining character sequence are treated as individual Unicode code points even though a user might think of the whole sequence as a single character. Note in string literals, regular expression literals, template literals, and identifiers, any Unicode code point may also be expressed using Unicode escape sequences that explicitly express a code point's numeric value. Within a comment, suck H and escape sequence is effectively ignored as part of the comment. ECMA script differs from the Java programming language in the behavior of Unicode escape sequences. In a Java program, if the Unicode escape sequence U000A, for example, occurs within a single line comment, it is interpreted as a line terminator Unicode code point U plus 000A is line feed, LF, and therefore the next code point is not part of the comment. Similarly, if the Unicode escape sequence U000A occurs within a string literal in a Java program, it is likewise interpreted as a line terminator, which is not allowed within a string literal. One must write N instead of U000A to cause a line feed, LF, to be part of the string value of a string literal. In an ECMA script program, the Unicode escape sequence occurring within a comment is never interpreted and therefore cannot contribute to termination of the comment. Similarly, a Unicode escape sequence occurring within a string literal in an ECMA script program always contributes to the literal and is never interpreted as a line terminator or as a code point that might terminate the string literal. 1 static semantics. UTF-16 encode code point. CP, the abstract operation UTF-16 encode code point takes argument CP, the Unicode code point, and returns a string. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Assert 0 CP0x10FF. 2. If CP0xFF, return the string value consisting of the code unit whose numeric value is CP. 3. Let Q1 be the code unit whose numeric value is floor. CP0x10,000, 0x400, plus 0xD800. 4. Let Q2 be the code unit whose numeric value is CP0x10,000, modulo 0x400, plus 0xDC00. 5. Return the string concatenation of Q1 and Q2. ECMA International 2024 213. 1. 2 static semantics. Code points to string. Text. The abstract operation code points to string takes argument text, a sequence of Unicode code points, and returns a string. It converts text into a string value, as described in 6.1.4. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Let result be the empty string. 2. For each code point CP of text, do a set result to the string concatenation of result and UTF-16 encode code point. CP3. Return result. 1. 3 static semantics. UTF-16 surrogate paired to code point. Lead, trail. The abstract operation UTF-16 surrogate paired to code point takes arguments lead, a code unit, and trail, a code unit, and returns a code point. 2 code units that form a UTF-16 surrogate pair are converted to a code point. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Assert. Lead is a leading surrogate and trail is a trailing surrogate. 2. Let CP be lead 0xD800, 0x400 plus, trail 0xDC00, plus 0x10,000. 3. Return the code point CP. 1. 4 static semantics. Code point at string position. The abstract operation code point it takes argument string, a string, and position, a non-negative integer, and returns a record with fields, a code point, a positive integer, and a boolean. It interprets string as a sequence of UTF-16 encoded code points, as described in 6.1.4, and reads from it a single code point starting with the code unit at index position. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Let size be the length of string. 2. Assert position 0 and position size. 3. Let first be the code unit at index position within string. 4. Let CP be the code point whose numeric value is the numeric value of first. 5. If first is neither a leading surrogate nor a trailing surrogate, then A return the record. CP 1. False 6. If first is a trailing surrogate or position plus 1 equals size, then A return the record. CP 1. True. 7. Let second be the code unit at index position plus 1 within string. 8. If second is not a trailing surrogate, then A return the record. CP 1. True. 9. Set CP to UTF-16 surrogate pair to code point. First, second, 10. Return the record. CP 2. False. 1. 1. 5 static semantics. String to code points. String. The abstract operation string to code points takes argument string, a string, and returns a list of code points. It returns the sequence of Unicode code points that results from interpreting string as UTF-16 encoded Unicode text as described in 6. 1. 4. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Let code points be a new empty list. 2. Let size be the length of string. 3. Let position be 0. 4. Repeat. While position, size, A let CP be code point at string, position, B append CP to code points, C set position to position plus CP. 5. Return code points. 14. ECMA International 2024. 1. 1. 6 static semantics. Parse text, source text, goal symbol. The abstract operation parse text takes argument source text, a sequence of Unicode code points, and goal symbol, a non-terminal in one of the ECMA script grammars, and returns a parse node or a non-empty list of syntax error objects. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Attempt to parse source text using goal symbol as the goal symbol, and analyze the parse result for any early error conditions. Parsing and early error detection may be interleaved in an implementation-defined manner. 2. If the parse succeeded and no early errors were found, return the parse node, an instance of goal symbol, at the root of the parse tree resulting from the parse. 3. Otherwise, return a list of one or more syntax error objects representing the parsing errors and/or early errors. If more than one parsing error or early error is present, the number and ordering of error objects in the list is implementation defined, but at least one must be present. Note 2C, also Clause 17, 1.2 types of source code. There are 4 types of ECMA script code. Global code is source text that is treated as an ECMA script. The global code of a particular script does not include any source text that is parsed as part of a function declaration, function expression, generator declaration, generator expression, a sync function declaration, a sync function expression, a sync generator declaration, a sync generator expression, method definition, arrow function, a sync arrow function, class declaration, or class expression, eval code is the source text supplied to the built-in eval function. More precisely, if the parameter to the built-in eval function is a string, it is treated as an ECMA script. The eval code for a particular invocation of eval is the global code portion of that script. Function code is source text that is parsed to supply the value of the and internal slots. See 10.2 of an ECMA script function object. The function code of a particular ECMA script function does not include any source text that is parsed as the function code of a nested function
I don't know, the stream's almost at 12 hours.
declaration, generator expression,
So I'm gonna let it like run on for like 10 more minutes.
function expression,
Because it doesn't always send the whole stream, so if I let it run on for like 10 more minutes, it might end up sending the whole stream.
function, a sync
I'm gonna
arrow
start another stream like right after this.
or class expression,
Yeah, this is
source text referred to above.
a struggle.
The formal parameter
I just want to like be done.
declaration or function
Yeah, getting there.
body of a
This shit just doesn't work.
the formal parameters
Well, it does,
body of an async function
but it's so finicky.
expression
And like
and a sync generated body of an
the hell is this?
generator
To make a macro, you end it with a fucking slash.
If any
It's not like start, end. There's no like opening, closing.
code of the corresponding
You indicate that it's a macro by a slash,
code that is provided as
except for the very last line.
the code that
That gets no slash.
evaluated when a module is initialized.
The most extremely annoying, frustrating way,
Note 1 can
intentionally, to make sure the macros are difficult to make,
so a syntax
because the compiler can only handle so many macros,
as a parse
and so you push it to the limit, and it can't build a file.
not proceed to the early
The only reason that they use a slash,
action that interleaves the two activities might report the early error and not
because all shit based off the fucking 1950s.
report both errors.
So I don't know, whatever. I'm gonna let the stream run on.
Informant
Start another stream in a bit.
2024-215. Text that is parsed as part of a nested function declaration, function expression, generator declaration, generator expression, async function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, as int generator expression, method definition, arrow function, async arrow function, class declaration, or class expression. Note 1 function code is generally provided as the bodies of function definitions. 15.2 Arrow function definitions. 15.3 Method definitions. 15.4 Generator function definitions. 15.5 Async function definitions. 15.8 Async generator function definitions. 15.6 and async arrow functions. 15.9 Function code is also derived from the arguments to the function constructor 20, 2, 1, 1, the generator function constructor 27, 3, 1, 1, and the async function constructor 27, 7, 1, 1. Note to the practical effect of including the binding identifier in function code is that the early errors for strict mode code are applied to a binding identifier that is the name of a function whose body contains a use strict directive, even if the surrounding code is not strict mode code. 1, 2, 1 directive prologues and the use strict directive. A directive prologue is the longest sequence of expression statements occurring as the initial statement list items or module items of a function body, a script body, or a module body, and where each expression statement in the sequence consists entirely of a string literal token followed by a semicolon. The semicolon may appear explicitly or may be inserted by automatic semicolon insertion. 12.10. A directive prologue may be an empty sequence. A use strict directive is an expression statement in a directive prologue whose string literal is either of the exact code point sequences use strict or use strict. A use strict directive may not contain an escape sequence or line continuation. A directive prologue may contain more than one use strict directive. However, an implementation may issue a warning if this occurs. 1, 2, 2 strict mode code. An ECMA script syntactic unit may be processed using either unrestricted or strict mode syntax and semantics. 4, 3, 2. Code is interpreted as strict mode code in the following situations. Global code is strict mode code if it begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive. Module code is always strict mode code. All parts of a class declaration or a class expression are strict mode code. Eval code is strict mode code if it begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive or if the call to eval is a direct eval that is contained in strict mode code. Function code is strict mode code if the associated function declaration, function expression, generator declaration, generator expression, async function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, async generator expression, method definition, arrow function, or async arrow function is contained in strict mode code, or if the code that produces the value of the function's internal slot begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive. Function code that is supplied as the arguments to the built-in function, generator, async function, and async generator constructors as strict mode code if the last argument is a string that when processed is a function body that begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive. ECMA script code that is not strict mode code is called non-strict code. 16. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. Note the expression statements of a directive prologue are evaluated normally during evaluation of the containing production. Implementations may define implementation-specific meanings for expression statements which are not a use-strict directive and which occur in a directive prologue, if an appropriate notification mechanism exists. An implementation should issue a warning if it encounters in a directive prologue an expression statement that is not a use-strict directive and which does not have a meaning defined by the implementation. 1, 2, 3 non-ECMA script functions. An ECMA script implementation may support the evaluation of function exotic objects whose evaluative behavior is expressed in some host-defined form of executable code other than ECMA script source text. Whether a function object is defined within ECMA script code or as a built-in function is not observable from the perspective of ECMA script code that calls or is called by such a function object. 2 ECMA script language. Lexical grammar. The source text of an ECMA script or module is first converted into a sequence of input elements, which are tokens, line terminators, comments, or white space. The source text is scanned from left to right, repeatedly taking the longest possible sequence of code points as the next input element. There are several situations where the identification of lexical input elements is sensitive to the syntactic grammar context that is consuming the input elements. This requires multiple goal symbols for the lexical grammar. The input element hashbang or EGXP goal is used at the start of a script or module. The capital I, N, P, U, T, capital E, L, E, M, E, N, T, capital R, E, G, capital E, X, P, capital O, R, capital T, E, M, P, L, A, T, E, capital T, A, goal is used in syntactic grammar contexts where a regular expression literal, a template middle, or a template tail is permitted. The input element regexp goal symbol is used in all syntactic grammar contexts where a regular expression literal is permitted but neither a template middle nor a template tail is permitted. The input element template tail goal is used in all syntactic grammar contexts where a template middle or a template tail is permitted but a regular expression literal is not permitted. In all other contexts, input element div is used as the lexical goal symbol. Note the use of multiple lexical goals ensures that there are no lexical ambiguities that would affect automatic semicolon insertion. For example, there are no syntactic grammar contexts where both a leading division or division assignment and a leading regular expression literal are permitted. This is not affected by semicolon insertion, see 12.10, in examples such as the following: A equals B high G exec, CMAP, D, WH, the first non-white space, non-comment code point after a line terminator is U plus 002F, Solidus, and the syntactic context allows division or division assignment. No semicolon is inserted at the line terminator. That is, the above example is interpreted in the same way as A equals B high G exec, CMAP, D, syntax, input element div, white space, line terminator comment token div punctuator right brace punctuator, input element regexp, white space, line terminator comment token right brace punctuator regular expression literal. ECMA International 2024 217. Capital I, N, P, U, T, capital E, L, E, M, E, N, T, capital R, E, G, capital E, X, P, capital O, R, capital T, E, M, P, L,